Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
He was giving guidance to Li Che, but also because he held great expectations for Li Che, hoping that his path would not go astray. After practicing the corpse god cult's corpse-eating divinity technique, it wouldn't be evident in the early to middle stages, but only in the later stages when the corpse chi burst forth and the will was completely tainted would the person be exposed. By then, however, it would be too late for salvation. Find more to read at .com. Li Qingshan worried about Li Che taking the wrong path. But fortunately, Li Qingshan knew that Li Che was a bull demon, but it seemed that bull demons were only powerful in terms of martial strength, with their divinity being quite average. If divinity also surged abruptly, then Li Qingshan would truly need to consider the possibility that Li Che had been beguiled by the corpse god cult and had embraced the corpse-eating divinity technique. Li Che nodded continuously like a pecking chicken, but in his heart, he couldn't help but feel slight turmoil. Thousand analyzing hands bind with the chess saint's Dao Fruit. Is it equivalent to the orthodox law of the three pure one's corpse divine nature consumption? Luckily, the divine chess piece condensed from the chess saint's Dao Fruit was free of side effects when refined, not affecting one's sense of self. But Li Che always had a kind of feeling that the real demon was none other than himself. Time sifted through the fingers like sand, slipping away in a blink of an eye. 3 days quietly passed by. Perhaps it was because people heard that Li Qingshan was about to leave. Fei Lei City visibly livened up over these 3 days. The city lord's mansion also began to build momentum for the 1000 Buddha carving banquet, inviting several troops into the city to perform extensively. However, Li Che was too busy to watch the plays as he made a trip to the black market, collected the blood of the 3 domestics and 5 livestock he had purchased, and left Fei Lei City to return to the bamboo house. What he had obtained from old Deng of the Ying family was the 9 luminaries heart-shocking firmament divine foundation technique. Although Li Che had extracted the divinity from old Deng of the Ying family and condensed it into a chess piece, refining it to reach cultivation as river-like would require a month or so. Therefore, the opportunity to forge the heart-shocking extreme firmness divine foundation was temporarily unavailable. However, Li Che's wrathful Maitreya divinity had long been nurtured to the river-like peak, thus attempting to forge the divine foundation was not out of the question. Grabbing the carving knife, he held the last piece of spirit flower willow spiritual wood. His inner chi roared through his chi channels and surged into the spirit flower willow, raising a steamy mist. Shortly thereafter, faint light shimmered on the spirit flower willow as all the moisture evaporated, fully awakening the spirituality of the wood. This process was rather consuming of inner chi. No wonder only wood carving masters who use spiritual wood can achieve this, as most wood carving masters are not lacking in martial cultivation, and after decades of nurturing their chi and blood, they have enough powerful inner chi to dry out the spiritual wood. Sitting in a wooden chair, Li Che recalled the wood carving blueprints transmitted to him by the temple god. The next moment, his carving knife shot out, his 5 fingers clenched, and the knife slithered like a serpent, casting a bright white blade light as it traversed the piece of spirit flower willow spiritual wood. The fluttering wood shavings flew across the courtyard of the bamboo house. Li Che was utterly focused, his spirit highly concentrated, his carving knife tearing through the spiritual wood's tissue, sketching out rough lines that, with just a few strokes, brought out the overall contour. The immortal artisan's Dao Fruit provided Li Che with superior craftsmanship, making the routine task of carving wood something well within his capabilities. In about 2 hours, Li Che completed the final wood carving sculpting and polishing. The 3rd spirit infant statue of the 3-eyed wrathful true lord. Li Che exhaled with a sound like thunder, and instantly all the wood shavings were swept away from the carving, revealing the lifelike wooden statue. 3 eyes, fierce expression, seated on a lotus pedestal, with flowing garments and hair tied in a bun. The other 2 statues also had fierce expressions but with different postures. Li Che stood up, stretching his muscles, also recovering his chi and blood to invigorate himself. His chi and blood churned thunderously within his chi channels, his body exuding a robust aura as he slowly practiced the White Tiger Chaotic Wind Fist, the Transcendental Fist technique slowly refining his body. Without manifesting Vajra transformation, his muscular contours were already quite impressive. Under his tight black clothes, his muscles brimmed with explosive strength. Each movement carried with it chi that bulged beneath his skin, seeming like scurrying mice. As he drew to a slow stop, his blood chi boiled to its peak, but further body refinement was becoming increasingly difficult to achieve. My chi and blood martial path has reached the chi meridian peak with nowhere to advance. Li Che exhaled, his breath swirling through the yard like a whirlwind. This only reinforced his idea to forge a divine foundation. Moreover, with an impending journey to Mansion City, where many formidable experts reside and potential dangers are greater, breaking through to divine foundation would give him more confidence in facing such perils. Tomorrow, the day before I leave the city, I will come here to forge the divine foundation. He arranged all the prepared items. With a flick of his finger, a white divine chess piece sprung up in the center of the bamboo house. The next moment, his fingers clenched again. The flying thunder chess saint returned to the city. Deep into the night, all was quiet. A cold wind whipped through the air. The sudden drop in temperature brought sporadic light snow that draped the earth in silver, cloaking the city in purity. The charioteer's wheels crushed the snowflakes on the cobblestone, stirring up a flurry of snow particles. Lifting the carriage curtain, a tired Suyu in white robe exhaled a breath of white air and stepped out of the chariot. All right, you can stop the carriage here. Go back early, and I will return home tomorrow. Suyu instructed Suji's charioteer. Third shopkeeper, you should also rest well. You've been working hard these past days. The charioteer, who held great respect for Suyu, offered his concern before cracking his whip to drive the horses away with the carriage. Sword at his side, Suyu with snow in his black hair glanced at Fei Lei City, which seemed almost foreign to him, and shook his head lightly. On his way back, the charioteer had told him about the recent changes within Fei Lei City. The Yang family had been annihilated by the bull demon, even their divine foundation elder was killed. The Yan family had moved out of the city overnight in fear. The Si family was in decline, and the Su family had become the dominant noble family of Fei Lei City. It was all too surreal, too surreal. Suyu had not expected that during his absence from the city, so many significant events had unfolded. For one, an envoy from the divine sect had arrived, and Shi was identified as a supreme spiritual child, astonishing many. And wood-carving master Li Che turned out to be a spirit child of only 22, which was a shock to the entire city. From all this, Suyu learned that Li Che's family was preparing to move to Mansion City to partake in the divine sect's enrollment assessment at the vernal equinox in February next year. Is it that upon seeing each other again, we're destined to part ways? Exhaling a breath, Suyu returned to Su's courtyard amidst the swirling snowflakes. No one was there to greet him, nor did anyone care about his return. He made his way back to his own courtyard, pushed open the door, and found thick snow piled up just as it had been when he left. Not a trace of human warmth. Seated in a chair, he reached for the teapot, which was utterly empty. Staring blankly, Suyu remembered how, when his mother was still alive, warm tea and food always awaited him after he returned from training at the Divine Cultivation Institute. He sat alone in his room for nearly half an hour. He was waiting for his father to summon him. Yet, the summons didn't come, as if no one cared about his return. Suyu let out a bitter laugh. What was he expecting? Shaking his head, he stood up, locked the door, and left with his sword in hand. He walked straight out of Su's courtyard and headed towards Li Che's home. Approaching the courtyard gate, he could already hear Shishi's high-pitched screams of glee from within. He rapped his knuckles on the door. Li Che sensed Suyu's presence the moment he stepped into the alleyway. So, just as Suyu knocked, the door swung open. Dressed in black, Li Che smiled at the visibly exhausted Suyu. You're back. Uncle Suyu. From the courtyard came Shishi's excited scream as she ran wildly towards him, standing still in front of him, tilting her head back, blinking her eyes, feeling the completely different atmosphere compared to his own empty and desolate courtyard. An involuntary smile crept upon Suyu's lips. Haven't had dinner yet, right? Just in time, old Chen is here too, let's have a drink together. Sure. Suyu replied with a smile. Brushing the snow off his body, he stepped into the clean and tidy courtyard. Under the eaves of the courtyard house, a charcoal stove radiated warmth, bubbling with boiling water. Old Chen Dabao, holding a jug of treasured wine, walked out from the house, waving at Suyu. Su's courtyard. Old Master Su sat upright in the Taishi chair, his aged face showing a few flushes of sickness, intermittently coughing. A scent of decay wafted from him. Below, Su Nanming stood respectfully, with Su Heli bowing his head by his side. Suyu is back. Old Master Su asked softly. Su Nanming nodded. He just returned from being sent to eradicate the evil spirit that had escaped due to the dispersal of the temple god's divinity at the mysterious temple. Aren't you going to comfort him as his father? Old Master Su glanced at him. After all, he is your son. Su Nanming's face showed little emotion. He's just an expendable piece, what's there to comfort? His fate was already sealed. Just as you, father, have never comforted my older brother. Su Nanming's tone was calm. Su Heli dared not let out a breath on the side, having said not a word. This secret, it was his first time hearing it. Your eldest brother, it's me who let him down. Old Master Su's eyes were clouded as he let out a soft sigh. Su Nanming shook his head. No, it's me who let down my elder brother. I failed to achieve a breakthrough in the divine foundation. The failure is mine. All faults are on me. Su Heli's body couldn't help trembling for a moment on the side. Su Nanming turned his head to look at Su Heli. Heli, do not follow in my footsteps. You must make it up to your third brother. You must break through the divine foundation. Only then will you not let him down. Do you understand? The clear words echoed within the room. Su Heli raised his head and exhaled a breath of impure air. His body no longer shook, and he nodded his head. Father, I understand. The next day, the mountains at the edge of the sky were wrapped in white misty veils. The fine rain was hazy, mixed with bits of winter snow. Li Che, having slept and woken up refreshed, entered the study straight away, grabbed the chess piece anchor, and went directly to the bamboo pavilion outside the city. The bamboo pavilion was quiet, the winter rain carried by the breeze fluttered around, rubbing against the bamboo leaves, rustling like a never-ending wave. After a night of rest, Li Che's essence, qi, and spirit were all tuned to their peak. First, braving the hazy rain and snow, he went around the bamboo pavilion to reconfirm the many mechanisms and hidden weapons he had set up, and then he returned inside the pavilion. Discover more content at .com. He took an incense burner, lit an incense pillar, and the faint smoke twisted and blended into the air. Next, he took the blood of 3 animals and 5 livestock, dissolved it with inner chi, placed it in white bowls, and set them up. Li Che took out 3 carvings of the 3-eyed fierce true Lord Spirit infant statue. Each was positioned in 3 different directions, forming a triangular arrangement. After all these arrangements, Li Che sat down cross-legged in the very center. As soon as he sat down, Li Che felt a tremendous difference. The divinity between heaven and earth seemed to boil over, drawn by an invisible force, converging towards his position little by little. Is this a formation? A hint of curiosity couldn't help but arise in Li Che's mind. It was somewhat like a ritual formation. Once the formation was completed, it would attract divinity. With a thought, he spread out the chess saint as heaven and earth chessboard Dao Fruit, always alert to the surroundings, ready to react immediately if someone intruded. Only after all this did Li Che slowly exhale a breath. Sitting on the meditation cushion, the many details of the 3-eyed wrathful true Lord foundation technique flowed through his mind. The next moment, Li Che suddenly opened his eyes. His blood surged, intertwining as the big muscles of his flesh suddenly tensed, his muscles bulging, his entire body expanding a size. His strong physique was shrouded in a mist of blood. Li Che's eyes were electric, his black hair wildly flying. As he assumed a fury posture, he raised his hand, placing it upright on his forehead. The inner scene of the energy center burst forth resoundingly. Torrents of divinity flowed out like rivers, bringing the sound of rushing water colliding. The blood of the 3 animals and 5 livestock in the bowls began to dissipate at a visible rate, as if being consumed by an invisible being. And the spirit infant wood carving placed in 3 different directions, all turned into a bloody color. Suddenly, they emitted roars of extreme fury that pierced the heavens. The shriek rent the quiet, and the raindrops fluttering down in the courtyard burst apart, forming a misty haze. Inside the house, fierce heat circulated, with chi and blood like a baking furnace, steaming with cold air. In the incense burner, the twisted column of smoke shot up into the sky, only to be torn asunder by the high winds. 3 wood carvings, stained with blood, seemed to have been soaked in a blood pool, their strong scent of blood intertwining and spreading, making the wood carvings seem alive, screaming and roaring tragically. 3 animals and 5 livestock, 8 large bowls, their blood as if all sucked dry. The scene at this moment truly became somewhat bizarre. Li Che sat cross-legged, his brow knew an opening and closing, the wrathful Maitreya divinity, pouring out like a river, filling the surroundings. Woven with invisible forces, constantly embedding, continuously accumulating. It was like there were streams gurgling next to Li Che, slowly as if they were about to drown his breath, completely suffocating him. Every inch of his skin seemed soaked by the river of divinity, and Li Che's senses soared to the limit, distinctly sensing the divinity seeping into his body through the pores of his skin, every tendon, every inch of flesh. Then, the divinity seemed to open its bloody maws, swallowing the flesh. Inhale. Following a breath, Li Che only felt his body becoming immensely hot, the divinity turning into countless streams of molten iron, stimulating his flesh, as if it wanted to completely incinerate him. Most importantly, this wasn't an illusion. Divinity was truly devouring his flesh, burning his body, burning with fury, burning tendons and bones. Countless streams of divinity, like a bone-deep infection, bored into the python muscles and tiger bones, and Li Che furrowed his brows, following the obtained dharma, circulating the 8 extremes 3-eyed wrathful true Lord divine foundation technique, pulling many divinities back into the inner scenery. But the divinity that had just returned to the mud-pill inner scene would again crazily burst out along the river of divinity. Thus, Li Che had to continue pulling it back. This process indeed tested the strength of the physical body. If it couldn't withstand the burning invasion of divinity, the whole body would be controlled by divinity, eventually becoming a puppet of divinity. Li Che somewhat understood why Li Qingshan said that to forge a divine foundation, one needed at least the mysterious vein level of chi and blood cultivation, a body refined to the level of mysterious veins, to have a high probability of resisting the continuous assaults of divinity. Forging a divine foundation was indeed dangerous. Should it fail, even if one regained control of the body, the Yuan Qi would be greatly damaged, divinity severely crippled. Actually, I feel, it's a bit like swallowing a dozen martial arts pills, eliciting the effect of the pills all at once, that kind of refining feeling. The first time he swallowed the python blood martial pill, that burst of intensity, from inside out, the feeling of igniting his chi and blood, was quite similar to this moment. Of course, there were differences. After all, one was divinity, the other was the nature of medicine. Time drifted by unnoticed, the divinity eroding the flesh, while the inner chi in the body surged, countering the divinity, like 2 fierce beasts fighting for control within Li Che's body. This process of divinity and inner chi colliding and neutralizing each other was also a process of tempering the physical body. The intertwining forces, carried by boiling blood, followed the circulation route of the minor circulation, washing over the fragile meridians again and again. Sizzling. Gradually, Li Che felt a painful sensation like skinning and deboning, sweat seeping out from his forehead. Deep inside, it seemed as if a surge of anger was inexplicably rising. Anger erupted from every inch of his flesh, like a volcano pent up to the extreme, fiercely bursting forth, charging towards his mind, bursting to enter his brain nerves. Divinity, entering the brain? Enjoy exclusive content from .com. Entering his mind? This was serious? Li Che's heart skipped a beat. The brain, that was the most intricate part of the human body, also the most mysterious. If damaged, the regret would be immense. According to the Divine Foundation technique, this should be the final hurdle. If he could hold on, the divinity would become tame, congealing into the foundation wheel. Li Che hurriedly mobilized the inner chi within his dantian, gathering it in front of the heaven gate of his mind, resisting the onslaught of divinity. Boom! A collision, as if thunder roared between heaven and earth, brought a startling clash right at his ear. Dizzy and seeing stars, Li Che had just adjusted when the wrathful Maitreya divinity gathered for a second assault, like barking mad dogs, charging once again. This collision was even more deafening, like thunder of spring exploding next to his ears. Li Che's whole body trembled slightly. Divinity like a river, gathering again, launching a third strike. Just like a waterfall falling from 1,000 feet, the river overturned. Boom! Countless inner chi and divinity collided, feeling as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing. His mind buzzed non-stop. It seemed like a moment passed, yet it felt excruciatingly long. Li Che slowly opened his eyes, his body reddened, gradually calming down, with his back muscles twitching incessantly like pythons. Within the inner scene of the energy center, the divinity returned to calm. The originally river-like wrathful Maitreya divinity disappeared, replaced by a platform, even and flattened like a squashed cylinder, made purely of condensed divinity. The divinity emanating from it was much more potent than the original wrathful Maitreya divinity. A strand of divinity, worth 100 of the previous strands? In the inner scenery space, the angry cry of 100 spirits and heart-shocking and sturdy divinities were both suppressed dead. The three-eyed fury True Lord Divine Foundation. 8 extreme superior grade, raking transformation? Li Che exhaled, his breath turbulent as a blade's edge, slicing through the air. With a thought, the millstone-like foundation wheel appeared behind his head, trailing his movements yet always positioned at the back of his mind. The divinity of wrath from heaven and earth swarmed toward him like mosquitoes lured by light, converging into the foundation wheel, strengthening it. The casting of the foundation wheel is complete. I've stepped into the primary God-base realm, yet I must not be careless. According to the Divine Foundation technique, a freshly cast foundation is prone to collapse. The higher the rank of foundation, the more likely it is to rebound against its master. Therefore, more time is needed to solidify the foundation wheel. A typical foundation wheel of the 10 cities would take about 10 days to stabilize, the 9 luminaries would need 30 days, and the 8 extremes foundation wheel requires 100 days to solidify wheel. The corners of Li Che's lips lifted slightly. Opening his eyes, a faint glow emanated from them, like mirrors cleansed of all dust, reflecting the flow of light from heaven and earth. Experience more tales on .com. To his astonishment, he found his 5 senses had become sharper, as if he could manipulate them at will, extending their perception to its limit, reaching a distance of 30 feet. Is this the divine sense spoken of by divine base cultivators? Is it due to the divinity impacting the brain and breaking through the heavenly gate? Li Che, unable to contain his joy, played with his divine sense, like a child who had received a new toy. This was different from the perception offered by the heaven and earth chessboard when he used the chess saint Dao Fruit. The heaven and earth chessboard provided a bird's-eye view to observe everything. It only needed the consumption of divinity to peer through. However, divine sense did not require the consumption of divinity and was more akin to a refinement and transformation of the 5 senses and consciousness, as if it were an extension of bodily organs. Compared to nurturing nature, the divine base realm indeed represented a tremendous transformation. Suddenly, Li Che caught an extremely faint cracking sound close to his ear. The 3 spirit infant wood carvings, gorged with the blood of sacrificial animals, started to show cracks beneath the dried layers of blood, then began splitting apart. 3 strands of divinity surged from within, seeping into Li Che's foundation wheel. After sensing them, Li Che couldn't help but be astonished. These were 3 techniques. 1 divine secret technique, 1 divine martial arts, and 1 for advancing the foundation. The co-casting method? Fei Lei City, Inner City. After his breakthrough to the divine base, Li Che returned to his study, clutching the divine chess piece. Sitting in his chair, he couldn't help but lift the corners of his lips. In 3 years' time, from initially nurturing nature to forging a divine foundation, at such a pace, there might not be many in Fei Lei City, perhaps even in the entire Golden Light Prefecture city, who could match him, right? Also, as he closed his eyes, his mind connected to his foundation wheel, upon which text seemed to appear. It was exactly the feedback from the Dharma after the 3 spiritual wood carvings shattered. Like receiving matching Dharma after breaking through the foundation with a ritualistic method. The Divine Secret Technique Furious True Lord's Life-Taking Pupil, the Divine Martial Arts Furious True Lord's Triple Blade. 3 statues conferred 3 Dharma? There was also the co-casting method for the foundation, which he had already become familiar with through the analysis of the Qi and Shi hands. The quality of both the Divine Secret Technique and Divine Martial Arts was of the 8 extremes, low grade, which absolutely thrilled Li Che. Of course, the higher the rank, the more difficult the cultivation would be. But for Divine Secret Techniques, Li Che certainly had a headache. As for Divine Martial Arts, with the Dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit, Li Che would feel at ease. With a smile brimming on his face, he retracted his divine sense from the foundation wheel. With a thought. Dao Fruit, pure heart, LV 2,0%. Looking at the information displayed in flowing light, Li Che was in high spirits. Casting the three-eyed fierce True Lord's foundation had greatly increased the maturity of the pure heart Dao Fruit, even breaking through barriers and reaching level LV2. It seems, aside from slowly accumulating the divinity of pure heart, casting the foundation is also a way to quickly increase the maturity of Dao Fruits. If I cast a few more foundations, I should be able to bring the maturity of the pure heart Dao Fruit to LV3 and possibly obtain a prototype of divine powers, right? I am quite curious about what the prototype of divine powers of pure heart will be like. Li Che felt a tingle of anticipation. With the pure heart Dao Fruit now at LV2, with a single thought, Li Che could completely conceal even the aura of his foundation. The dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit could conceal vitality, pure heart could conceal divinity, Chess Saint Dao Fruit could survey the terrain and situation, while immortal Artisan Dao Fruit could craft hidden weapons. Lucky fellow, that summary made Li Che feel like he was walking further along the path of slyness. As night fell and the temperature dropped sharply, snow drifted through the heavens and earth. The soundly sleeping Shi caught the savory scent of a chicken leg and unconsciously opened her eyes. She found herself unexpectedly in the firewood shed. A towering figure resembling a mountain, wearing a cute bull mask, dangled a chicken leg teasingly in front of her. Shi was overjoyed and fixed her gaze on the chicken leg. Master Niu? Shi has missed you so much. Bull demon. After handing her the chicken leg, he spread out his vital energy to drive away the cold for Shi. He then took out a specially customized mini Nemo Gatling wooden crow for Shi, loaded with 3,000 wooden crows. Use this to protect yourself, the bull demon's deep voice echoed. Upon seeing the big toy, Shishi's eyes lit up instantly, and even the chicken leg lost its allure. Quickly finishing the chicken leg, she clung to the Nemo Gatling, her happiness soaring. Shishi could enjoy fireworks again. The bull demon crouched his hefty frame, yet tenderly stroked Shishi's head. Safety is the most important thing. If you encounter any great danger, just call for Master Niu, and Master Niu will immediately appear by your side. Bull demon path. Shishi hugged the big thing, nodding happily. Master Niu, if daddy spanks me when I'm not being good, will you appear and save me if I call for you? Shishi blinked her eyes, asking. Bull demon, you really are going to spoil your old father to death? Make a note of it in the little notebook. Call for Master Niu when you're in danger, remember, or I'll confiscate your fireworks, he said, not amused, as he flicked Shishi's forehead lightly. The next moment, the bull demon had disappeared. But Shishi was very happy, having seen Master Niu again and even getting her own exclusive big thing to set off fireworks, though it wasn't as impressive as Master Niu's big thing. Still, Shishi was very satisfied. After storing the Nemo Gatling that Li Qingshan had given her into the Qinkan Jade, Shishi tiptoed back to her room, quietly lay down, and fell asleep, contented. Tonight, she dreamed a wonderful dream. In the dream, she sat on Master Niu's shoulders, with fireworks dazzling around her, sweeping through everything invincibly. Below, Daddy and Big Head Lu shouted in amazement for her. They called her Emperor Shishi. In the middle of the night, the sky was piled with dark clouds, and not a sliver of moonlight scattered down. Flurries of snow danced about in the human world. Li Che, in his bull demon identity, had just finished a heart's concern by giving the miniaturized Nemo Gatling to Shishi. At least, with the Nemo Gatling in her possession, Shishi had the capability to protect herself and would not be easily bullied when she went to Mansion City. He looked at his wife and daughter, who were deeply asleep. Shishi kicked off her covers, boldly assuming a big character shape to sleep soundly, taking up most of the bed. How dare you, Daddy, you should call me Emperor Shishi. In her dreams, Shishi muttered something in her sleep. Li Che was immediately speechless. This girl, what grand dreams she's having. Emperor Shishi indeed, your father will always be your father. This girl hasn't inherited any of the genteel and amiable traits from him, Li Che. In a flash, he silently appeared in the courtyard. Li Qingshan hadn't returned to the small courtyard tonight, who knows where he had gone. Li Che guessed, he must have gone to meet an old flame. Sunset red, also a kind of red. Standing in the courtyard, Li Che's expression gradually turned icy cold. He closed his eyes. The Chess Saint Dao Fruit vibrated faintly. In an instant, the heaven and earth chessboard expanded with a roar, and many scenes around the small courtyard were reflected in his mind. Under the perception of the Master Go Chess Saint, nothing could hide. Though divine sense was good, Li Che still preferred the overlooking sensation brought by the Master Go Chess Saint. During his perception, standing a distance of 10 miles from the courtyard, a figure stood atop a black-tiled roof, his face hidden behind a horse-faced mask, his eyes deep as they stared towards Li Che's family home. Cao he put on the horse-faced mask and draped himself in a black night travel garment. On his back were 4 skyward-reaching spears, with strands of silver hair fluttering in the night breeze. Tomorrow was the day Li Qingshan, the guiding envoy of the divine sect, was to leave Fei Lei City, and with him, the supreme spiritual child of the Li family would also depart. Cao he tapped his toes on the roof tile, his entire being as straight as a divine spear. Yet his eyes were filled with complex shifts. In his mind, the conversation with Cao Guang involuntarily surfaced. Originally, CAO Guang's attitude was to not want any complications arising, with the main aim being to ensure the successful hosting of the 1,000 Buddha carving banquet. Nonetheless, CAO Guang still sought out CAO He and handed him a blood-stained wood carving. CAO He took it, his eyes narrowing. It was a female wood carving with a naked, heavily contorted body, looking as if she had died a terrible death. Filled with malevolence, just one look made CAO He feel as though his mind had been taken. Enjoy exclusive content from .com. This is Second Uncle. Is this the corpse god wood carving, the very desire comparing corpses flesh of Vajra from the three major corpse gods? CAO Guang sat in the room, the candle flame flickering ceaselessly, the light changing unpredictably. CAO He looked up and saw that in the light of the fire, CAO Guang's shadow was contorting incessantly. Corpse god cult? As expected, CAO Guang truly had ties with the corpse god cult. CAO He's heart suddenly felt like it was being grasped by a hand. In fact, when preparing for the 1,000 Buddha carving banquet, CAO He should have had some suspicions. But when CAO Guang really revealed his true identity, CAO He was still somewhat shocked. The corpse god cult and the imperial court, as well as the divine sect, were like fire and water, irreconcilable enemies. For a court official to be involved with the corpse god cult was a crime that demanded the extermination of their entire family. Once discovered by the Temple Control Bureau, the entire family would be executed without exception. However, CAO Guang paid no attention to the changes in CAO He's expression. A supreme spiritual child, what a pity, failing to seize the opportunity, otherwise the 1,000 Buddha carving banquet would have been even more sumptuous. Nevertheless, the value of a supreme spiritual child is still significant. Second Uncle, conceal your identity well, and place the wood carving outside Li Chei's courtyard. Endowed with the 6 desires divinity rivaling the carnal canon, a mark will automatically form, naturally leading it to Li Nuangzai, even if she went to Mansion City. A supreme spiritual child can still bring us immense benefits. It can be considered a favor. CAO Guang chuckled softly. Think you're safe in Mansion City? In this world, is there really such a thing as absolute safety? Temple office says my rank advancement path is dead. What can I do? I do not believe it. Who says fate is fixed? Corpse God is supreme. After the 1,000 Buddha carving banquet, I will have the opportunity to condense a divine minister of the corpse god. A dead end? That does not exist. My divine sect has already spread like wildfire, sweeping across the land, unstoppable, unstoppable. Craziness gleamed in CAO Guang's eyes. The next moment, he slowly calmed down. CAO He, however, felt his entire back soaked with cold sweat. Not daring to speak, he respectfully took the desire comparing corpse's flesh of Vajra, the nude female wood carving, and quickly left, disappearing into the darkness. His thoughts returning, a breeze ruffled his silver hair. CAO He let out a long sigh. Once involved with the corpse god, it's as deep as the sea. Remembering the young and spirited CAO Guang, lauded as the most talented member of the CAO family, destined to challenge for the divine minister, a celestial presence. Yet, after a trip to Mansion City, facing a disciple of the authentic Xian Yuan divine sect, his spirit was shattered in just a few moves, and he never recovered from thereon. Though he succeeded as the family city lord, his ambition was long gone, and unexpectedly, he joined the corpse god cult. Child, how foolish. CAO He sighed. Looking at the desire-comparing corpse's flesh of Vajra in his hand, the vivacious beauty of it, just the expression on the wood carving, evoked in him, an old tree halfway buried in the soil, a strange surge of rejuvenation. He hurriedly exhaled and averted his gaze. However, in the next instant, CAO He's neck, concealed by a horse-faced mask, suddenly stiffened. He saw, in the distance, atop a rooftop, the flurry of snow was torn and twisted. Without warning and completely silent, stood a towering figure with an inverted triangle shape like a mountain. Shielded by a conical hat, he slightly tilted his head, revealing a cute bull mask. Bull demon. CAO He narrowed his eyes, a cold light flickering within. As expected, as soon as anyone has designs on Li Chei's family, this bull demon, would surely appear to guard. So, who are you really? Should I call you Master Li? The bull demon looked indifferently at CAO He wearing a horse-faced mask. His identity was exposed, but he had not recognized the other's identity. But did that matter? It no longer matters. CAO He was startled. His expression beneath the horse mask suddenly turned into a wry smile. Indeed, it no longer matters. Your family is about to leave Fei Lei City. You don't care about revealing your identity. However, the pupils of CAO He beneath the horse mask suddenly shrank to the size of sesame seeds. Because, the next instant, the bull demon, with his overwhelming vitality, directly broke through the air surge, appearing beside him at an extreme speed. His fingers clenched, a thick scent of blood wafting, as a blood-red spear with flowing blood-like patterns burst from the torn air, gripped in his hand. A divine weapon, Lu Blood Shock Spear. Soon after, behind the bull demon's head, the brilliant three-eyed fury True Lord Divine Foundation revealed itself with a bang. The terrifying pressure of his rank crashed down on CAO He, leaving him without even the strength to move a finger. A voice, detached and full of killing intent, came from beneath the bull demon mask. As I said, who you are, no longer matters. Crack. Above the densely clouded sky, lightning snakes broke through the air, and winter thunder exploded with a loud bang. The spilling storm of wind, snow, and heavy rain pattered down into the human world. On the brim of a torn straw hat, raindrops fell relentlessly, only to be evaporated cleanly by his vigorous chi and blood. Cao he only felt that the divinity within him couldn't even circulate, it was a suppression of divinity on a rank level. This divine foundation exceeded his rank by far too much. 9 luminaries level, or perhaps 8 extremes level? Boom! Cao he only felt a buzzing explosion in his brain. Although Cao he was initially surprised when Bull Demon appeared before him, he wasn't worried at all, even feeling that the Bull Demon was ignorantly courting death. After all, Cao he, was very different from Yangjing, who had his will swallowed by the divinity in the divine foundation and lacked any combat consciousness, which led him to fall victim to the Bull Demon's hidden weapons. Cao he's consciousness was clear, his divinity vibrant, and though he was slightly injured by Li Qingshan, causing a slight drop in his chi and blood cultivation, his divinity was still overpowering. A mere Bull Demon, as long as he could dodge the Bull Demon's hidden weapons, what other means could this Bull Demon possibly have? However, sensing the Bull Demon's aura from so close by, that burning heat, like a raging fire, made the wrathful Mithreya divinity within him unable to surge. Divine foundation. With an expression close to splitting his eyes, Cao he's face under the mask of horse face was extremely stirred. Not possible. How could the Bull Demon be a divine foundation? How could it possibly be a divine base cultivator? Hasn't he always been a chi and blood martial artist? Looking at the Bull Demon's head, and the divinity behind it emitting a powerful suppressing aura, Cao he seemed to hear countless roars of fury. His divine sense seemed to perceive a grand being, seated high, with a third eye open on his forehead, extremely furious. Your divinity, three-eyed fierce true lord. No, this can't be possible. Cao he nearly screamed in madness. Three-eyed fierce true lord. In the entirety of Fei Lei City, wasn't only Cao Guang known to have successfully cultivated it? Cao Guang, who had performed numerous sacrifices outside the Spirit Infant Strange Temple, had just obtained the Divine Foundation technique to forge the 9 luminaries superior three-eyed fierce true lord Divine Foundation. How could this Bull Demon before him possess such a Divine Foundation? At this moment, Cao He's mind raced frantically, even thinking that perhaps the Bull Demon before him might be Cao Guang in disguise. But this ridiculous thought was quickly dismissed by him. A cold killing intent spilled from the Bull Demon. Cao he snapped back to reality, his hair stood on end, and he suddenly bit down on the tip of his tongue. The sharp pain blossoming from his tongue tip brought him instantly back to his senses. With a fierce screech, the wrathful Mithreya divinity on his body converged and intertwined into Mithreya gold armor. The Bull Demon, clutching the shocking spear, had already fiercely struck. With a loud crack, terrifying force swept through, and air currents whirled about. The defense formed by the divine secret technique of Mithreya gold armor was instantly pierced with ease, and the divine weapon, Lu Blood Shock Spear, fiercely penetrated Cao He's body, shredding his shoulder directly. Not good. Cao He's heart raced wildly. Excruciating pain almost made him lose his mind, and surges of inner chi along with divinity flowed out from the blood-colored long spear. His divine sense manipulated divinity, and in an instant, the long spears behind him roared into action, like reverse spikes, thrusting toward the Bull Demon. Although the Bull Demon's divine foundation exerted a suppression on his divine foundation, it wasn't the kind of pure rank suppression that divine foundation has over nurturing nature. Therefore, Cao he could still resist a bit, but also, only a bit. Li Che's eyes flickered, and the next moment, he activated the second stage of the Dragon Elephant Vajra for the first time after reaching LV3 level, the Angry Vajra state. In an instant, Li Che's body shook, and the sound of metal clashing boomed within his muscles and bones, like thunder exploding. His already burly body swelled even further, bulging impressively in a full circle. His eyes shone even more brilliantly, like the brightest stars in the sky. The skin exposed outside looked like molten iron, with muscles thick as pythons trembling, and his fingers like hooks, gripping the enlarged shocking spear that matched his size. Horizontal refinement unparalleled, ultimate physique. Angry Vajra? It better matched the divine foundation of the three-eyed fierce true lord. Angry Vajra matched with fury. Like a volcano roaring furiously under extreme suppression. Bang! The airwaves rolled out, and the shocking spear piercing through Cao He's body vibrated thunderously, erupting with immense force. The surging airflow roiled, mixed with a strong scent of shattered flesh and blood. Cao he groaned, as the spear's force exploded continuously within him. 8 consecutive bone-breaking spears. Superior martial arts technique. Culminating in the transformation realm. The 8 successive explosions of inner chi within his body turned even the chi and blood cultivation of Cao he, with his mysterious vein, feel as if his insides were stirred into muddy waters. His organs, muscles, and iron bones were all smashed to pieces. Unstoppable. Simply unstoppable. Anvil.com. Is this the Bull Demon? Immense fear, the urge to kill, and unwillingness all exploded within Cao He's chest. Divinity was driven to its limit, coiling like a venomous snake on the long spear lunging toward the Bull Demon. But it was casually flicked away by the Bull Demon with a flex of his finger. Draw the spear. Explore stories on .com. Slash it down. In a flash, like a peacock spreading its tail and opening its feathers, countless spear shadows swallowed Cao He. Cao he bellowed in rage, but with no power to resist, was instantly slammed down harshly onto the rooftop, hurtling toward the bluestone ground at high speed. In midair, his muscles and bones had already turned into mush. With a loud thud, a sky-high mist of blood erupted. When Cao He hit the ground, he was already dead. The divinity within his divine foundation lost control, frenziedly devouring his flesh, causing his smashed remains on the ground to still weirdly twitch. Boom! A spear's light struck, and the divine foundation shattered, exploding into countless fragments. In the end, only a piece of divine foundation fragment remained, and the writhing rotten flesh grew still. Crack! A crisp sound resounded. The blood-stained, bare guanyin wood carving that resembled flesh, fell to the ground, sliding far away. Cold snowflakes, mingled with bone-chilling rain, fell to the ground, soaking the wood carving with a plop-plop sound. Li Che floated down, his eyes beneath the mask swept over the carving. With a flex of his 5 fingers, the carving instantly soared into his hand. His palm suddenly turned jade in color, with wispy jade chi. 1000 Analyzing Hands was activated. Wood carving, 9 luminaries inferior grade flesh desire comparing guanyin. Craftsmanship, carved from 10th order spiritual wood spirit flower willow, fused with the 6 desires divinity, containing the power of the corpse curse, capable of forming a corpse curse mark, can lock onto targets. When accompanied in sleep, it can enhance carnal desires. Li Che's eyes suddenly turned cold. 6 desires divinity? Corpse curse mark? This horse-face divine foundation cultivated the wrathful Methreya divinity, and it must have come from the city lord's mansion, spying from outside the house at this juncture. It obviously planned to leave the flesh guanyin carving and then depart, clearly intending to utilize the power of the corpse curse within the carving. The corpse curse mark, a kind of mark? It seems that he planned to brand Shi with this corpse curse mark. A murderous intent surged in Li Che's eyes. Without a doubt, it must be a tactic of City Lord Cao Guang. Li Che closed his eyes, the chess saint's Dao Fruit trembled slightly, making his thoughts extremely clear, and he gradually analyzed the cause and effect. Cao Guang is not willing to let a supreme spiritual child slip away right under his nose, but due to Li Qingshan's presence in the city, he dares not act openly. Thus, he made this statue to brand Shi with a mark. It's more like a favor being sold, so is it a favor sold to the mansion city side? The power of the corpse curse is a method of the corpse god cult, which means that there are strong figures from the corpse god cult in the mansion city too. Li Che took a deep breath, his fingers clenched forcefully, and in an instant, the wood carving exploded into numerous wood shavings. A wisp of black energy, like a venomous snake, spewed from within the carving, entwining Li Che's 1000 Analyzing Hand that was tinged with jade color. He watched the wisp of corpse curse power coldly. Li Che's expression was devoid of emotion, and the moment he had killed Cao He, the wisp of corpse curse power had already entered his body. It was unlike divinity, emitting strands of eerie energy. The chess saint's Dao Fruit trembled slightly. In an instant, the wisp of corpse curse power was absorbed by the chess saint's Dao Fruit into the chessboard, placed among the black three-eyed wrathful true lord spirit infant temple god divinity chess pieces. The power of the corpse curse, quivering, not daring to move. Clearly, the temple god rank was above it. After suppressing the wisp of corpse curse power, explore more at .com. Li Che then undid the angry Vajra transformation and approached Cao He's corpse, beginning to expertly absorb the divine chess pieces and subsequently searched the body. The wrathful Methreya divinity had condensed a total of 9 divine chess pieces, all of which were of beginner rank of divine foundation. Li Che's three-eyed wrathful true lord divine foundation didn't hesitate, it trembled and began absorbing the divine chess pieces, accelerating the solidify wheel process. Apart from that, there was also a mid-grade Kinkan jade, the same rank as the one from old Deng of the Ying family. Its interior space was immense, and Li Che unceremoniously took it for himself. The 4 spears that Cao He had used to counterattack were also unceremoniously taken by Li Che, as sensed by the 1000 Analyzing Hands. These spears, though not divine weapons, had special materials that could conduct divinity and were quite precious. Lastly, his gaze fell on the horse face mask. Huh? It's not shattered. Li Che was surprised. Just now, with the angry Vajra transformation and the divine weapon shocking spear, the 8 consecutive bone-crushing spear technique he employed was so powerful that even the flesh of Cao He, the Sunmei warrior, had become minced meat. This mask was actually intact. Li Che picked up the mask. The 1000 Analyzing Hands activated, and information flooded his mind. Divine weapon, top grade 10 cities angry horse face. Craftsmanship, forged from 10th order spirit wood horse face pine, sculpted by a master's craftsmanship, it can slightly enhance wrath divinity, alter one's vibe, of extreme hardness, can preserve one's appearance. In charge, forgers of wrathful divine method, cultivation as river-like or above. Another divine weapon? Even though it was only a divine weapon of the 10 cities, it was still a divine weapon nonetheless, an extremely precious thing that could be called a divine weapon. Li Che held a certain fondness for it, a mask that was a divine weapon, rare indeed. He removed the cute cow mask and replaced it with the angry horse face, and Li Che indeed felt the flow of divinity become smoother. Quite magical, but the 1000 Analyzing Hands quickly analyzed the mask's craftsmanship. With Li Che's skill, he could easily recreate it. It could be an upgrade for my cute cow mask. Li Che smiled slightly, then he turned his head to glance in the direction of the city lord's mansion. He traced his finger through the curtain of rain before him. A porcelain vial fell into his hand, He sprinkled the powder onto the corpse of the Cao he had killed. Slowly the body dissolved into a pool of blood, flushed away by the rain. This was corpse dissolving powder, personally formulated by Li Che with his immortal artisan skills. Now it seemed to work quite well. Indeed, a level 3 immortal artisan, truly skilled. With a light tap of his foot, his figure shattered the wind and rain, disappearing without a trace. City Lord's mansion. The storm raged with thunderbolts flashing. Light flickered on and off, casting shifting shadows within the dark tower. Seated on a cushion, in front of him lay a bowl of blood and a statue of the three-eyed wrathful true Lord Spirit infant. His palms came together, his body spreading in twining smoky trails. Gradually, the blood in the bowl dwindled, as if being drained by that wood carving. Finally, when the blood in the bowl was completely consumed, a vertical eye seemed to appear upon Cao Guang's forehead. Suddenly opening, a subtle black light burst forth, plunging into the wood carving. With a bang, the wood carving shattered into pieces, and a dense divinity burst forth from the exploded wood carving. Together with screams and fury, it was devoured by Cao Guang's foundation wheel. Cao Guang's face flushed slightly, he licked his tongue, and then calm was restored. The blood of a spirit child, truly nourishing. The divinity siphoned is so vast, quite delicious. If it were from a supreme spiritual child, that would undoubtedly be even more delectable. Cao Guang opened his eyes, a hint of regret flashing in the depths. Alas, this supreme spiritual child can only be given to those fellows in the mansion city. Suddenly, Cao Guang's expression changed slightly, and his figure instantly shot out, tearing through the storm, standing atop the rooftop. His gaze was fixed in the direction of Li Che's house. His breathing was heavy and labored. An emotion tinged with sorrow and anger surged from his heart. Uncle, the 1000 Buddha carving banquet is about to begin. You didn't make it. Cao Guang sighed deeply, suppressing the fluctuating divinity. To silently kill his uncle, Cao He, a cultivator at the primary god base realm, in the vast Fei Lei city, no one else could do it except for Li Qingshan and himself. Cao Guang? Cao Guang had received intelligence that Li Qingshan was going to meet an old lover on the eve of his departure from Fei Lei city. That's why he dared let Cao He handle things. It was just a matter of handling things, with no intention of harming Li Nuangzai. But unexpectedly, such a minor disturbance still resulted in Cao He being hammered to death by Li Qingshan. The people of the divine sect remain as overbearing as ever. His hand clenched into a fist, allowing the cold winter rain to pour over him. Li Qingshan. Achoo. Inside Su's Divine Cultivation Institute. Li Qingshan, holding Nurse Momo who was sleeping, suddenly let out a big sneeze. He narrowed his eyes, 2 surges of furious divine foundation energies appeared and vanished in an instant. What's going on? It's baffling. To hold the 1000 Buddha carving banquet, they should wait until I leave Fei Lei city, shouldn't they? Go ahead, hold it. I can already feel it, the divinity that's rushing over from the mountains in closer. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes. The next day, dawn broke. The rain and snow continued. Li Che's family's courtyard became much busier. The eldest uncle's family had packed their luggage, large and small, and piled it onto the cart, arriving early at Li Che's door. Li Che had long ago arranged for the merchant convoy, which was already waiting outside the alley. Husband, are we sure we don't need to take these? Zhang Ya was very reluctant to leave behind many things in the courtyard, wanting to pack them all to take along, even the pots and pans. We can buy these again in the mansion city, it's inconvenient to carry them with us. Li Che rubbed Zhang Ya's head. Moving from the outer city to the inner city, and now from the inner city to the mansion city. I've always thought our life would gradually get better, but I never imagined it could be this good. It feels like a dream. I'm afraid that once I wake up, everything will be false. Zhang Ya leaned on Li Che's arm, the couple standing in the empty courtyard. Li Che also felt a touch of sentimentality in his heart. Indeed, even he had never thought that the birth of his daughter would change everything. Daddy, can we take the twist car with us? Shishi was also packing her things. The little girl too was feeling reluctant to leave. Of course we can. Shishi instantly became happy. Because they had already packed a few days ago, today all they had to do was load the goods onto the horse carriage. The escort leader of the mansion city caravan walked over briskly, and with considerable respect, he clasped his fists towards Li Che. Master Li, everything is packed, shall we set off soon? This caravan wasn't a local one from Fei Lei city, but headquartered in Golden Light Prefecture City. The journey to the mansion city was long, passing through many cities and wild mountainous regions. Traveling with the caravan would be safer. If Li Che were traveling alone, he would simply set off at once, but after all, he was bringing his family along. Escort leader Qian, thank you for your trouble. Li Che returned the salute with clasped fists, and with a smile, handed him a red envelope. The caravan's escort leader Qian was a Qi Meridian martialist within the channel opening stage, quite powerful and from Mansion City. He was merely protecting the caravan on its journey to Fei Lei City. Master Li is too polite. Taking money to do a task is only natural, said escort leader Qian He, who was rather respectful towards Li Che. A wood-carving master, even in the Mansion City, held quite an esteemed status. Li Che, holding an oil paper umbrella, sent Shishi, Zhang Ya, and Big Head Lu Qi onto a horse carriage. Inside the carriage was a charcoal stove to ward off the severe cold, and comfortable soft materials were spread out, making it quite cozy. Li Che himself had another horse carriage filled with plenty of wood, claiming that he could carve wood carvings inside it on the way to sell them in Mansion City to earn some money. Of course, that was just Li Che's excuse. He wanted this horse carriage simply for convenience in his actions. However, Li Che, who had now inherited the wealth of the Ying family, wasn't lacking money, so renting an extra carriage was not a big deal. Old Chen and the uncle's family were in the carriage behind. The carriage wheels rolled, crushing the rippling moss-covered stone ground. Lifting the curtain, Zhang Ya pursed her red lips, looking back at the courtyard somewhat reluctantly. Let's set off. After everyone got on, escort leader Qian he rode on a fine horse, with a side knife at his waist and a hat on his head, and with a broad wave of his hand. The caravan started moving slowly, making its way along the cobblestone street. Perhaps because they knew Li Che was leaving Fei Lei City. Thus, many woodcarvers from the Su family wood carving shop came to see him off. In the crowd, Li Che also saw Zhao Xian, Wang Zhenpin and others he had trained with before. Now, they had all stepped into sinew transforming and entered the inner city. Daddy, why hasn't Uncle Su you come? Shi, leaning on the carriage window without seeing the person she wanted to see, turned back disappointedly and asked Li Che. Your Uncle Su you might be busy with something. He will come to see you in Mansion City when he has time. You need to practice well and surprise him quietly later, said Li Che, patting Shi's head with a smile. Shi, thinking of that scene, got excited and nodded her head vigorously. Li Che, however, looked down the rainy street with narrowed eyes. Su Yu, why didn't he come? Experience exclusive tales on .com. Unable to bear parting, or was there another hidden reason? At the city gate, a carriage also began to move slowly, with a charioteer wearing a hat, vigorously snapping the reins. The horses stepped out briskly, racing forward. In the swaying carriage, Li Qingshan was sitting comfortably against a cushion. By his side was Nurse Momo from the Su family. Anvil.com. Nurse Momo, seeming to know something, looked at her old lover beside her and frowned. Li Qingshan, do you really plan to just leave like this? City Lord Cao Guang's so-called Thousand Buddha carving banquet is obviously fishy. I fear it's related to those missing spirit children. Won't you stop it? Weren't you, Li Qingshan, always someone who loathed evil? Li Qingshan took Nurse Momo's hand. Don't worry. Nurse Momo struggled a bit, but failing to break free, let him touch as he pleased. Looking out the window at the misty green mountains and rivers, Li Qingshan smiled. If I don't leave, how would Cao Guang dare to start the ritual? If he starts the ritual, then I'll have an excuse to hammer him to death. Nurse Momo, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes shone brightly. That's right, this was her Avenger brother Qingshan. Just by yourself. Nurse Momo seemed to think of something and asked somewhat worriedly. Li Qingshan smiled. Should be. And also, a hero. Hero? Nurse Momo was slightly startled. In this world, heroes don't live long. In a carriage padded with soft cushions, even if it jolted, it could not offer any comfort. Li Qingshan held Nurse Momo's hand, even though her skin was far from the smooth and tender feel of her youth. Yet Li Qingshan couldn't let go, gently playing with her slender fingers. Heroes indeed don't live long, but that guy is different. If we don't consider the methods of killing, then he might be called a hero. Li Qingshan smiled. Nurse Momo instantly understood whom Li Qingshan was referring to. She couldn't help but think back to when Su's Divine Cultivation Institute was attacked, and in her utter despair, when she was about to die together with those people from the Yang family. A towering figure stepped forward, thwarted the Yang family's plan to snatch the spirit children, and saved those innocent children. The Bull Demon, a figure with ruthless methods and a menacing appearance that hardly resembled a good person, a hero. At least, in Nurse Momo's view, the Bull Demon who saved the children counted as a hero? The Bull Demon? He dares to get involved in this Thousand Buddha carving banquet. Nurse Momo frowned slightly and couldn't help asking. Cao Guang had prepared for the Thousand Buddha carving banquet for many years, whether it was developing the Spirit Infant sect, capturing spirit children, or spending a fortune inviting woodcarvers from various tribes to make Spirit Infant wood carvings. Years of planning, just for 1000 Buddha carving banquet. Nurse Momo wasn't foolish, she was well aware that Cao Guang was surely aiming to advance his own power. Cao Guang possibly wanted to borrow the power needed to contest for the position of divine minister from the temple god through this banquet. Sacrifices are normal in this world. During her youth, Nurse Momo had traveled all over the country and seen too many sacrifices. Fishing villages by rivers would use young girls or children, along with livestock, to sacrifice to the river god. Mountain villages by mountains would also sacrifice to the lords and gods of the mountains. Sand castles in deserts and small countries in oases would also sacrifice to the gods of the desert. And there were even more sacrifices to the mysterious temple, although the divinity of the mysterious temple would influence all sides, giving birth to evil spirits, and temple guardian cursed corpses would wreak havoc everywhere. But still, what was enshrined inside the mysterious temple was indeed a god, dead or not, it was still a god. Many powerful cultivators, through worship and sacrifices, obtained power beyond their own, achieved transformation, and advanced their cultivation levels. They didn't care whether the god was mysterious or evil. Nurse Momo knew that Cao Guang was also performing such sacrifices. But what could she do? She simply couldn't stop it. She was just an old woman who was weakening in divinity, whose vitality was depleted, with one foot already in the grave, and had never built a divine foundation. Li Qingshan seemed to know what Nurse Momo was struggling with and smiled. Why wouldn't he dare? Do you think he will die? That kid's skills in staying alive are quite strong. Li Qingshan thought of Li Chei's breath concealment techniques, and those ever-emerging Tang family hidden weapons that could kill divine base cultivators. Even though the 1000 Buddha carving banquet was a matter that Xiao Guang had prepared for many years, even if Xiao Guang was well prepared. But the bull demon might not die. The bull demon's methods, clearly not a good person, a scourge that haunts for 1,000 years, how could he easily die? Besides, isn't there this old man? Nurse Momo looked at Li Qingshan, who was arrogant and shameless as he was in the old days, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. You know the bull demon? Know his true identity? Nurse Momo asked curiously. Who is the bull demon? She was a bit curious. Li Qingshan seemed to know the true identity of the bull demon. Suddenly, the horses whinnied, the sound of their hooves on the muddy ground growing more urgent, mixed with the wind and rain hitting the carriage, continuously indeterminate. Li Qingshan, who was lazily holding Nurse Momo's hand, did not respond to her question. Suddenly, he stiffened, his eyes shining. Here it comes. Li Qingshan lifted the curtain, looked into the dark skies, and smiled gently. Nurse Momo was startled. The next moment, she saw Li Qingshan step out from the carriage, lightly tapped his toe, and landed gracefully on top of the galloping horse, much to the charioteer's horrified gaze. Even as the horse galloped, its head bobbing up and down, its drenched mane flying wildly. Experience new stories on .com. Still, it could not affect the elderly man in green clothes in the slightest. The violent wind mixed with the rain, ripping open in front of the old man standing on the horse's head, like the curtain of a grand drama. The sky and earth seemed to emit a heavy sigh. It was as if a terrifying beast was growling and roaring. Countless raindrops exploded, forming a white fog. Atop the wave was a covered ram horn hammer. The ram horn hammer, with a sharp spike protruding from its center like a short spear, seemed poised to pierce the sky. From the distant rainy landscape, after wielded by a figure, he bowed deeply, then melted into the rain like water. The old man raised his hand. The ram horn hammer shot forward and was forcefully grasped in his hand. The overwhelming divinity surged out from the ram horn hammer, transforming into a peerless beast that seemed to charge the heavens and the earth. Instantly, the rain between heaven and earth seemed to pause. Ram's horn sky shatterer, it only brings one part of my divinity, but that is enough. To deal with some worthless things, it's more than enough. Li Qingshan grasped the ram horn hammer, his green clothes fluttering, his hunched shoulders slowly straightened. As if filled with pride, he stretched towards heaven and earth. Sitting in the carriage, Nurse Momo looked on with a stunned expression. In that instant, that stooped figure, in her eyes, seemed to bring her back to the days when he was a heroic, young man with innate divine strength, riding a white horse through the martial world. That year, the young man had spirit, and the beauty was still like jade. Fei Lei City. At the city lord's mansion, under the octagonal heavy eaves, rain intermingled with wind, the world blurred, distant cold mountains entwined with mist, resembling a landscape painting smeared by splashed ink. Xiao Guang had changed into a clean, splendidly embroidered dress, adorned with gold and silver, standing with his hands behind his back atop the city tower. His eyes were deep, as if concealing sharp blades. A figure appeared dimly, with fluctuating breath, a knife hanging at his waist, brewing with immense knife energy. It was Xiao Guang's son, Xiao Qingyuan. Have you found your uncle's body? Xiao Guang looked through the curtain of rain, speaking faintly. Xiao Qingyuan's face was cold, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. He shook his head. We haven't found it. The overnight rain has washed away too many traces. We couldn't find the uncle's body, only pieces of exploded flesh scattered around. Pieces of flesh. Xiao Guang's lips quivered, his facial muscles twitched. It was certain now. How cruel? Li Qingshan? Ram's horn sky shatterer. Li Qingshan? Xiao he must have fallen victim to Li Qingshan's deadly hammer, instantly pulverized. Only scattered pieces of flesh remained. According to rumors from Mansion City, this ram's horn sky shatterer Li Qingshan was extremely ruthless, violent in his actions, and his opponents either ended up shattered or smashed. Xiao he. No trace of his bones left. Uncle. F. Xiao Qingyuan was full of sorrow. However, Xiao Guang turned around, his eyes cold as steel, his face alongside the thunder snakes roiling in the dark clouds, even appeared somewhat ferocious. Sorrow for what? Get the 1000 Buddha carving banquet ready. Do you think Li Qingshan stayed in Fei Lei City so long and then suddenly left without a purpose? He's giving us the opportunity to prepare a sacrifice. He will surely come back once the sacrifice is ready. Xiao Guang's face was extremely cold as he spat out words that startled Xiao Qingyuan. He pretended to leave. He knows as long as he's in the city, I won't start the sacrifice, and now, he can only use his blood and qi. Despite having a Grand Master's cultivation, he still can't hammer me to death. Xiao Guang said coldly. So, he must be transferring divinity from the divine sect Mountain Gate. He's going out of the city to gather divinity, meanwhile giving us the chance to prepare the sacrifice. Xiao Guang spoke and then closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly. Continue reading stories on .com. If I don't start the sacrifice and Li Qingshan obtains divinity, I would be no match for a single blow of his hammer, I would be burst apart, and then all would be over. He's forcing me. Openly and secretly, forcing me. Cao Guang's words fell on Cao King Yuan's ears like a thunderclap, shocking him so much that he trembled and couldn't help but step back. Does he know if we start the sacrifice, it will fully awaken the temple god? Does he dare face the fully awakened mysterious temple god? Cao King Yuan's voice raised slightly. Cao Guang let out a breath, his voice slightly bitter. Perhaps, he has never really considered us in his eyes. The one he wants to strike with his hammer, has always been the temple god. Cao Qing Yuan faltered. He dares to be so arrogant. Cao Guang suddenly chuckled bitterly, his gaze darkening with a resentment, as if he had reopened a long unwilling to remember scar. This is hardly what I'd call arrogant. I've seen those more arrogant than Li Qingshan. He shook his head. Cao Guang's thoughts returned, and he glanced indifferently at Cao Qing Yuan. I had guessed his purpose, and since Li Qingshan is so bold, I simply play along with his boldness, he said. The ceremony will commence today. As long as the ceremony is somewhat successful and if my cultivation were to break through, Li Qingshan might not be able to do anything against me. Although he's one of the top 10 cultivators in the divine base scroll, most of his divinity is left at the Fenzong mountain gate in the mysterious temple, observing the temple god. The divinity he can mobilize does not exceed 10%. 10% divinity. What is there to fear? There was a tyrannical and furious divinity about Cao Guang, slowly twisting and flowing out, instantly filling the entire floor. Besides, since I know his purpose, why wouldn't I prepare any surprises? Li Qingshan, with innate divine strength, a grandmaster's physique. My section is most fond of this. Cao Guang grinned, revealing a terrifying smile as if he were about to devour someone. Cao Qing Yuan felt enveloped by a chill. Suddenly, a sound like Cao Guang's soul-stealing thunderclap reached his ears. Pass it down. The 1000 Buddha carving banquet. Begin the ceremony. The wind and rain slanted, fiercely slapping the top of the carriage. It was like hail falling from the sky. Inside the warm carriage, Shi, after the initial novelty, fell asleep in Zhang Ya's arms, bored by the monotonous journey. A charcoal stove burned, warming the carriage, dispelling the chill brought by the rain and snow. Lu Qi, with his neza braids, was wide-eyed. Li Che gently covered the sleeping mother and child with a blanket, then turned to Lu Qi. Take good care of them, Li Che said. Lu Qi immediately understood what Li Che intended to do. It's very dangerous, Lu Qi said anxiously in a low voice. My master must have sent that hammersmith his ram horn hammer. If he wields the hammer, a single strike is enough for one man, he continued. Don't try to be a hero. Li Che gave Lu Qi a peculiar look. A hero? I never wanted to be any kind of hero. Then you? Lu Qi opened his mouth, wanting to say more. But Li Che placed a hand over his head, stopping his words. All right, I just have some personal matters to attend to. If there really is danger, I will certainly slip away faster than your master. Even if your master dies, I won't. Lu Qi fell silent, secretly thanking his master. My master is very powerful, he muttered unconvinced. Li Che gently lifted the curtain, smiling. Senior Qingshan is indeed very powerful. But when it comes to escaping, he's not as good as me. With those words, Li Che exited the carriage. Outside, the wind and rain sobbed, the dark clouds in the sky blown swiftly by the wind. The slanted rain mixed with sleet pattered ceaselessly on the bamboo hat. Li Che opened the umbrella, stepped onto the carriage pole, and escort leader Qian he noticed and immediately pulled the reins over. Master Li, the weather today is not very good, and for some reason, it has suddenly turned stormy. Qian he pulled the reins, his clothes already drenched by the rain. Stay updated via.com. However, as a blood exchange warrior, he didn't mind the chill. The storm is fierce, Master Li shouldn't come out, getting drenched is not good. Li Che smiled and said, no worries, I'll go to that carriage and carve some divine wood carvings to sell in Mansion City. They say living in Mansion City is not easy. With a family to support, it's best to prepare early. I'll also practice my wood carving skills while I'm at it, as entering the Qian Yuan divine sect still depends on this craft. Upon hearing this, Qian he immediately showed his respect. Indeed, one does not become a master for nothing, apart from talent, diligence, and effort are also essential. Li Che, who had qi and blood cultivation, easily leaped onto another carriage. Escort leader Qian, when I'm making the divine wood carvings, it's inconvenient to be disturbed. If there's nothing important, you can just speak with Master Chen, Li Che said solemnly. Qian he quickly nodded. Afterward, Li Che entered the carriage filled with wood. All at once, the world quieted down, the hurried sound of wind and rain completely blocked off. Li Che exhaled a murky breath. He had not directly used the Thunder Chess piece anchor point left in Flying Thunder City to return to Flying Thunder City. He leaned back in the soft carriage seat, his sword finger tearing through the air. The Kinkan Jade he obtained last night from killing Cao he then slipped out. With a flick of his finger, the divinity on the Kinkan Jade was directly crushed, and the contents hidden inside were fully revealed to Li Che's senses. Compared to Yang family's divine foundation Yangjing, horse-faced person Cao he was much poorer. Much of what was hidden inside the Kinkan Jade were ordinary weapons, only a few hundred silver coins, and merely 10 gold leaves. Such wealth was indeed meager and did not fit the assets of a divine base cultivator. However, there was an unexpected surprise in martial arts. Great Scenery Town Temple Superior Mysterious Vein Method. This was a superior mysterious vein method? Li Che's eyes sparkled, as his qi and blood cultivation had already reached the qi meridian peak. Unfortunately, he was lacking a mysterious vein method. According to what Li Qingshan said, to pass him the mysterious vein method, he would have to wait until he joined the sect next spring in February. But now, what an unexpected gain. Great Scenery Town Temple Channel Opening Martial Arts. It seems this horse-faced person indeed comes from the Imperial Court's City Lord's Mansion. The divine foundations of the City Lord's Mansion are just so few. Li Che guessed the person's identity. But he was not surprised, only more certain. He did not immediately begin cultivating the mysterious vein method. After storing it in his own Kinkan space, Li Che continued to take inventory. In terms of divine methods, there was only one Great Scenery Town Temple 9 Luminaries Wrathful Methreya Divine Foundation method that was worthwhile, but for Li Che, who had already forged his divine foundation, this thing was redundant. This is... Li Che suddenly became alert. A black jade cleansing bottle appeared in his hand. A martial arts pill? Only one. Li Che raised an eyebrow. Qianshi's hands activated, turning his palm jade-like. He poured out the elixir, which fell into his palm, a strong, pungent medicinal scent mixed with a fishy odor instantly filling the entire carriage. At the same time, the information about the elixir. 1,000 analyzing hands immediately deduced the solution. Martial arts pill, 9th grade lower tier de Jingqin Tian Nu Xian Jiao martial elixir. Craftsmanship, originates from the mixed blood of an 8th grade demon beast, Nu Xian Jiao, combined with 10 kinds of herbs. It is refined for 2 hours by an exclusive alchemy recipe from the alchemists at the Grand Prospect Heavenly Observatory, producing 9 pills per batch that are extremely potent, exuding a foul smell yet possessing a slightly sweet taste upon consumption. Usage, suitable for Qi Meridian martialists and above. Li Che's breathing became hurried, his eyes sparkling. An elixir from the Grand Prospect Heavenly Observatory. He suddenly understood why the wealth within Cao He's Kinkan Jade was so modest it hardly matched that of a veteran divine base cultivator. It seemed most likely that the wealth had been spent on purchasing this particular elixir. A 9th grade lower tier elixir, worth far more than a fortune? Most importantly, it came from the Heavenly Observatory. The quality of the elixirs was guaranteed. Though the might of dying was not as paramount as at its peak, the renown of the Grand Prospect Heavenly Observatory still safeguarded its quality. Whether it was the elixirs, talismans, or even divine wood carvings produced, they were all unrivaled in dying. It was said that the Heavenly Observatory gathered the most talented group of wood carving masters from the dying dynasty. Moreover, after the once glorious Tang family mechanism clan met their downfall, most of the mechanism masters were recruited by the Heavenly Observatory. Li Che's eyes flickered. The Heavenly Observatory. It seemed there was also a branch of the Heavenly Observatory in Mansion City. I wonder if the Mansion City's Heavenly Observatory might have a complete and detailed collection of Tang family mechanism manuals. Li Che thought to himself. Looking at the elixir in his hand, Li Che furrowed his brows. He had initially thought his wealth was substantial enough to ensure no worries for food and clothing, but now it seemed a bit presumptive. To achieve freedom with elixirs, I'll need to earn much more money. The City Lord's Mansion. Li Che's gaze shimmered slightly. Fortunately, the means to earn money was neither too close nor too far. With a flip of his palm, he stored the elixir into a black jade bottle and placed it back in the Kinkan space. With a flick of his finger, a cute bull mask slid into his hand, which he then placed over his face. He clenched his hand fiercely. Suddenly, the air seemed to ripple slightly. By the time Li Che opened his eyes, he was already back inside the study of his courtyard in the inner city. Quiet and empty, the study room exuded an air of solitude. Li Che sat on a wooden chair, his eyes sharp with brilliance beneath the adorable cute bull mask. He then put on a stretchy black robe and took down the bamboo hat hanging on the door. With a bang, the door flung open. A gusty wind roared in, violently swirling at the edges of Li Che's black robe. Li Che's body inflated with a bang, stretching the stretchy black robe taut, and his backbone vibrated as countless raindrops were repelled, exploding into a dense mist of water. Dark clouds blurred together while lightning tumbled through them. Li Che tilted his head upward, receiving the rain on his mask. Feeling the unique aura of the entire city, his gaze sharpened. Has the 1000 Buddha carving banquet started already? However, Li Che's body shook. The dragon elephant Vajra forcibly vibrated, gathering all his qi and blood more significantly than the ultimate skill level turtle breath technique. Bang! His toes lightly tapped on the blue brick floor, instantly and silently exploding a spray of water droplets. In an instant, his figure had already propelled towards the direction of Su's courtyard in the inner city. The Su family, for Li Che, was a benefactor of sorts. Even though the one who had provided assistance was Su Yu, it still related to the Su family's system. When he was weak, he had also relied on the Su family's influence to contend against the spirit infant sect, preventing Shi from being taken away by them. Therefore, Li Che actually felt gratitude towards the Su family. Otherwise, from the moment Su Baihu set his sights on Shi, Li Che might have donned the bull demon mask in the middle of the night and sneaked into Su Baihu's room already. Upon returning to Fei Lei City, the first thing Li Che cared about was the 1000 Buddha carving banquet. The 1000 Buddha carving banquet was clearly a sacrificial event. Feeling the changes in divinity between heaven and earth, he could detect it quite clearly. The Li Che of today, having formed the divine foundation of the three-eyed fierce true lord, with condensed divine sense, his perceptual powers had grown increasingly sharp. Even without using the power of the Chess Saint's Dao Fruit, he could still clearly capture the fluctuations of divinity. However, the Thousand Buddha Carving Banquet was an event that City Lord Cao Guang had been preparing for many years, starting from the emergence of the Spirit Infant sect. It was when Cao Guang began to make arrangements. Therefore, Li Che couldn't stop it unless he recklessly went to the City Lord's mansion to kill Cao Guang. Honestly, after forming his divine foundation, with a surge in confidence, Li Che had indeed had such an idea, but very quickly, he suppressed that thought. Because, he wasn't certain. Rushing in without absolute certainty could easily put himself in a passive situation. Mainly, Cao Guang had another identity, that is a follower of the corpse god cult. The corpse god cult was not like the spirit infant sect that Cao Guang had made up, it was a truly terrifying sect sweeping across the entire Great Vista, causing even the Temple Control Bureau and Divine Sect to feel troubled. Although Li Qingshan said that the corpse god cult's power arrangement in Yun province was not much, and the master experts of the corpse god cult, as well as their main attention, were not in Yun province. But looking at the desire comparing carnal cannon wood carving from the horse-faced person killed last night, the corpse god cult might have already begun infiltrating Yun province. Cao Guang might possess the means of the corpse god cult, which is why Li Che had not recklessly gone ahead. After all, if he couldn't kill with one strike, he might alert the enemy. If Li Che took action, he didn't want to fail. Before that, let's settle the matters with the Su family first. Li Che's body seemed to blend into the rain, devoid of any sense of presence, as if he turned transparent. The slumbering dragon elephant's breath concealment ability made Li Che's body temperature, respiratory rate, and pulse almost disappear, completely blending with the natural world. Experience tales at .com. Indeed not inferior to ultimate skill level turtle breath technique. Our family departs for Mansion City today, and Su Yu promised to bid farewell to Shishi, but he has not appeared today. Given Su Yu's nature of honoring his promises, most likely something has happened. But since the divine chess piece placed on Su Yu has not shown any warnings, it suggests that it has not involved Su Yu's life. Whatever has caused Su Yu to not bid farewell must be no small matter. Li Che flew silently across the streets. He arrived outside the high wall of the Su's courtyard, a place he had passed through a few times. Naturally it was a path he knew well. With a leap, like an eagle spreading its wings, he instantly glided into the courtyard. His body rising and falling, without any exposure of his chi and blood, he already darted into the Su family's garden. With rockeries standing tall and pavilions winding, Li Che's chi and blood cultivation had long reached the peak of chi channels. Combined with the level 3 slumbering dragon elephant, his ability to conceal his breath was exceedingly powerful. Even if he walked past ordinary people, they might miss him. Although there was a divine base cultivator, the old master Su, within the Su family compound. But the divine sense perception of the primary god base realm only spanned 10 meters. If it spread further out, it would become very blurry and vague, completely incapable of penetrating the slumbering dragon elephant's breath concealment. So, Li Che moved about as freely as if he were in his own home. Wandering through the rain, as if merged with the wind and rain, the guards he crossed paths with, although vaguely sensing something amiss and looking back all around, saw no one there. In the main hall of the Su family compound, exquisite cuisine filled the tables, with fine wine on display. The robust aroma of liquor filled the air. Outside, lightning flashed and thunder roared, but inside the Su family compound, a family banquet was being held. Su Yu's face was extremely grim as he sat on the chair, fists clenched, lips pressed together. He had risen early today, with the intention of seeing Li Che's family off as they left Mansion City. After all, once they went to Mansion City, it might be difficult to see each other again. Li Che's family was unlikely to return to Fei Lei City, thus Su Yu treated this as the last chance to see them off. Despite his reluctance, he understood that Mansion City was the most suitable place for Shishi's development. Shishi was about to enter the divine sect for cultivation, with the potential to become a great god cultivator in the future. He should be happy. He had even prepared parting gifts. But before he could leave the compound, he was summoned away by his father's personal appearance. Su Yu thought his father merely wanted to speak with him over a few things because he had just returned from dealing with evil spirits outside the city. Without paying it much heed, Su Yu went, only to find, to his surprise, that Su Nanming had prepared an exceptionally lavish banquet. At the table, he saw the old master Su, the pillar of the Su family, the only divine base cultivator, whom he hadn't seen for several years. Next, there was his elder brother, Su Heli. However, what puzzled him was the absence of his second brother, Su Baihe. Where's second brother? Su Yu asked, puzzled. A shadow flashed in Su Heli's eyes, but his face showed a smile. After pouring himself a drink and taking a sip, he said softly, your second brother has gone to Mansion City. He said there was business to attend to there. Mansion City, what business could there be? Mansion City is far from Fei Lei City. Su Ji primarily focuses on the wood carving shop, and the wood carving business simply doesn't extend to Mansion City. However, Su Heli remained silent, his eyes chillingly serene. Su Baihu, that tiger-headed and simple-minded younger brother, whose sense of smell was so keen, had taken his family and fled early. It was truly a decisive move. But, it was just as well. Su Heli glanced at Su Yu and slowly sipped his wine. When all the dishes and drinks were served, Old Master Su personally raised his glass. He coughed lightly, his expression somewhat unsightly. Su Ji has been rooted in Fei Lei City for over 200 years. Now, in Fei Lei City, the Si family has declined, the Yang family has perished, and the An family has relocated. Of the once four great aristocratic families, only our Su family remains. Su Ji has also completely dominated the major share, controlling all the wood carving business in Fei Lei City, making a fortune daily, a thriving business which is indeed gratifying. Old Master Su said softly. Su Yu and the others quickly poured wine, toasting in congratulation. Yet, Su Yu was extremely anxious inside, already thinking about how to extricate himself, planning to find an opportunity to leave the banquet to catch up with Li Chei's family and bid them farewell. A sip of wine went down, but Su Yu didn't think too much about it. Yu, your mother passed away early, and I haven't paid much attention to you. Have you ever resented your father? Su Nanming poured a cup of wine for Su Yu, the strong liquid appearing as a translucent red, resembling diluted blood. Su Yu hesitantly picked up his wine cup. How could a child resent his father? As the head of the Su family, father has too many things to handle. Actually, Su Yu harbored resentment towards Su Nanming in his heart. Su Nanming's focus and attention on Su Heli and Su Baiho far exceeded that on him. Su Yu knew it was because his mother was merely a refugee who had fled here, with no notable maternal family, and because his mother passed away early, Su Nanming really didn't have much affection. So Su Yu had long since resigned himself to fate. However, the Su family raised him and nurtured him, and this grace of upbringing alone was enough to make Su Yu strive to work for the Su family, to repay them. Su Nanming smiled at Su Yu, his eyes somewhat wistful. Su Yu's temperament, really nothing like his. More like his mother, that woman who had fled here, yet had caught his eye at first sight, gentle and quiet, but died early. If Su Yu's mother hadn't died, perhaps Su Nanming wouldn't have neglected Su Yu so. Drink. Su Nanming said gently. Together with Su Yu, they drank the wine in their cups. Afterwards, he reached out and patted Su Yu's shoulder, a rare gesture that stirred something deep within Su Yu. Little Yu, you've grown up so quickly. Come, drink a cup with Grandpa. The frail old Master Su, leaning on a cane beside the chair, also lifted his cloudy eyes to Su Yu. Su Yu quickly rose in alarm, holding up his wine cup with both hands. Both had downed their drinks. Su Heli also poured a glass of wine, walked over to Li Chei's side, patted him on the shoulder, clinked his cup against Li Chei's, and downed his drink as well. Li Chei did not refuse. After 3 glasses, the intense effect of the alcohol immediately began to churn within him. Even though the attitudes of the old master and his father were somewhat abnormal today, Li Chei did not care, guessing they probably had some dangerous task they wanted him to undertake. He had long been accustomed to such situations. Suddenly, Li Chei's brow furrowed as an uncontrollable burp surged up from his chest to his throat. The next moment, as the burp escaped, an extremely intense smell of blood enveloped his throat, overpowering the smell of the alcohol, causing Li Chei's body to tremble slightly. This wine. Li Chei's eyes narrowed. He looked around and saw Su Nanming, Su Heli, and Old Master Su had all put down their wine cups, their gazes fixed on him. An inexplicable chill suddenly sprang up from the heavenly spirit cover, spreading instantaneously throughout his limbs and bones, as if to freeze his entire body. Hum. A buzzing sound resonated from his eardrums, shrill and piercing, assaulting his mind. Li Chei tasted the extremely intense bloody flavor in his mouth. He seemed to have understood something, that so-called familial love, so-called brotherly affection, were all just an illusion. He stared at the wine, which was almost like blood, as his face twitched uncontrollably. Have you all gone mad? Li Chei staggered to his feet, instantly knocking over the chair beneath him. Thud. A dull bell sound suddenly shattered the storm, emanating from the direction of the city lord's mansion. The bell's penetration power was very strong, and its waves rippled outwards in all directions. Li Chei only felt a splitting headache and a chill over his body. This is... Old Master Su gazed outside, listening to the sound of the bell waves, and exhaled a breath. The 1,000 Infants Carving Banquet has begun. The 1,000 Infants Carving Banquet? Li Chei's mind was foggy and confused. Wasn't it the 1,000 Buddha Carving Banquet? Su Nanming stood up and walked into the shadows, suddenly pulling off the black cloth, revealing candles flickering behind him. In an instant, it illuminated the previously hidden part of the room. There were one after another of spirit infant wood carvings, each different in appearance, featuring Buddhas and spirit infants, boys and girls, expressing joy, anger, sorrow, grief, and all 7 emotions. Enjoy more content from .com. Li Chei only felt the world spinning, accompanied by a deafening buzz in his ears. Under the glow of the burning candles, those spirit infants and Buddha statues seemed as if they had come to life, with a variety of laughter, crying, and shouting sounds echoing ceaselessly. Threads of divinity twisted out from these wood carvings like venomous snakes flicking their tongues, crawling down the carvings, contorting their bodies, dragging across the floor. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Unceasingly drawing closer to Su Yu. Su Yu felt his heart being clenched by an invisible hand. He even faintly perceived, as if he saw an ancient and dilapidated temple that had burst through green bricks, sprouting forth, within which resided a spirit baby raging in extreme fury, its wide eyes bulging, and suddenly a vertical eye on its forehead snapped open, with the spirit baby's mouth following suit, emitting a silent screech. Thereafter, countless divinities, like snakes, burrowed into Su Yu's body. Thud, thud. The ancient bell sounds, like the ancient temple's evening bell struck after 3,000 years of tides rising and falling. The torrents of time, the dust of years, all frothed in the sound of the bell. A figure with a hunched back, wearing a cat face mask and carrying an unremarkable ram horn hammer at his waist, gracefully leaped over the tall walls of Fei Lei City. He stepped onto the green brick pavement of the outer city. The entire city plunged into a stillness akin to death, while the heavens roiled with dark clouds, thunder roaring, lightning snakes intertwining. Under the cat face mask, a pair of eyes squinted slightly. Quite decisive. If you were any slower, I wouldn't have entertained you. A faint voice emanated from beneath the mask. Cao Guang also precisely seized the opportunity, immediately commencing the ritual, acquiring power. Three-eyed wrathful true Lord Lingying Bazaar Temple. The 10 Capitals Mysterious Temple. You, Cao Guang, conduct the 1,000 Buddha carving banquet, using the lives and blood of 1,000 spirit babies as a sacrifice, to elevate this strange temple to the 9 luminaries level. A temple god at the 9 luminaries level. I truly am quite intrigued. Temple gods are deemed invincible within their realm. Any god within the same realm can crush a cultivator of divinity of the same level. To slay a temple god of the same realm, at least 5 cultivators of the same level are needed to carry out the divine execution. I am keen to test whether a single Remhorn skybreaking hammer could hammer a temple god to death. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared deafeningly, illuminating the oppressively dark sky instantly. The storm hastened, snow and ice plummeted down as if the heavens raged, countless raindrops and hailstones ferociously pelted down upon the human world. Li Qingshan, wearing the cat face mask, swayed lightly, like a straight arrow blasting forth, splashing a white wave amidst the curtain of rain, drilling straight toward the inner city. A few quick bounces, and he had already charged through the outer city, darting into the inner city. That lightning-fast speed left the city guards stupefied, unable to react. Hiding? Concealing? The expression beneath Li Qingshan's mask was filled with scoffing. He, at this moment, needed not. The weak need to hide, to conceal. The strong, once they have a reason, what they need to do, is to plow through everything. The 1,000 Buddha carving banquet, in reality, should be called the 1,000 infants carving banquet. Using the lives of 1,000 spirit babies as a sacrifice, to awaken the temple god, to feed the temple god. Monsters? Deserving of death? Boom! Li Qingshan stumped down heavily, his entire body vibrated with tension, his spine suddenly straightening, a hot blood chi that seemed to evaporate everything wrapped around him like a jiaolong, roaring in fury. This is the vitality of a grandmaster, released without reservation, from the 5 viscera to the spinal dragon, as if tempered by 1,000 hammers. The domineering and scorching true chi sprayed out around his body. From afar, over a dozen guards who had received Cao Guang's early orders, possessing blood exchange cultivation, charged towards him howling, their long blades quivering, shattering raindrops. However, Li Qingsong did not even spare them a glance, casually flicked his finger, and the remhorn hammer at his waist whistled out, spinning ferociously. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of blood flowers burst open within the veil of rain. Over a dozen blood exchange warriors didn't even get the chance to resist before their skulls were crushed by the hammer, transforming into cold corpses. With a clasp of his 5 fingers, there was a snap. The remhorn hammer was gripped by the cat-faced elder. Above the hammerhead, fresh blood mixed with rainwater dripped down. His footsteps advanced slowly as if parting the curtain of rain in two. Unstoppable? Outside Su's courtyard, Li Che stood atop the rockery, his presence blending seamlessly with the world around him, completely undetectable. His eyes shone like lightning, clearly seeing the scene within the hall. The wine consumed by Su Yu was unmistakably drugged, a potion that sent Su Yu into a stupor. Since it didn't pose a threat to life, Divine Chess Piece did not issue a warning. Therefore, Li Che did not take action immediately, wanting to understand just what the Su family people were up to. Why would they strike against Su Yu? Next, he saw Su Nanming reveal the display filled with hundreds of various spirit infant wood carvings by pulling off a cloth. Su Ji, too, plans to have a share in the 1,000 Buddha carving banquet. Indeed, they had all silently consented for City Lord's mansion to take away the spirit baby. The expression beneath Li Che's cute bull mask was icy cold, devoid of emotion. Perhaps at first, Su Ji still held the objective of resisting the spirit infant sect, but in the end, they chose to collaborate, offering up the spirit baby. Those spirit babies, how innocent. Barely born and simply because they possessed great talent, they became the objects over which these powers calculated against each other. Their life and death hung by a thread of their thoughts. Li Che cast his gaze downward, and couldn't help but think of Shishi. If he had not obtained the Dao Fruit, what would have become of Shishi? Probably just like those captured and sacrificed spirit babies, no doubt. The rain falling from the heavens was exceedingly cold and piercing to the bone. When Li Che stood atop the rockery and saw a large iron cauldron set up in the hall, with boiling water bubbling and various herbs being tossed into it, he saw Su Heli, trembling as he walked towards the unconscious Su Yu with a gleaming bone-picking knife in hand. The eyes beneath Li Che's bull demon mask suddenly displayed a hint of astonishment. Truly, they've gone mad. Noble families, the man-eating noble families, this cannibalistic world. Li Che shook his head, inhaling the chilling air, and murmured softly, In the next moment, the burly figure atop the rockery blurred and twisted, then vanished without a trace. Inside the hall, stay connected with .com. He was squinting his eyes, leaning on a cane, staring at Su Heli, who was shivering with each step he took towards Su Yu. All of a sudden, his face changed drastically. Who? His squinting eyes suddenly bulged wide. However, he found that inside the hall, within the darkness of a corner just 10 steps away, at some unknown time, a figure wearing a cute cow mask had emerged, breaking through the darkness. With a buzz thump, it was as if blood-colored silk ribbons were entwining around the body. The stature of Grandpa Bull Demon suddenly swelled, growing layer upon layer. His back presented an inverted triangle, and the powerful, dragon-like sinews vibrated ceaselessly, as if enraged pythons were roaring. Your Grandpa Bull Demon has come to kill. A roaring bellow of seething fury, accompanied by a fast and fierce whistling. The gilded bloodthorn spear, like a bolt of blood-red lightning, appeared out of nowhere, leaping forward 10 steps in an instant, launching a sneak attack. Thump! In an instant, the shocking spear pierced through the heavenly spirit cover of Old Master Su. It impaled his entire body, pinning him to the ground. The sharp blood-colored long spear had already pierced through Old Master Su's body, ruthlessly nailing him to the ground. Explore more stories at .com. Entering from the heavenly spirit cover, it pierced through in an instant. Its penetrating power was so strong that it caused a web-like array of cracks in the green brick floor, with the spearhead deeply embedded in it. Your Grandpa Bull Demon is here to kill. From then on, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire hall, countless candles flickered, extinguished by the raging wind. Su Nanming's eyes were about to split, and Su Heli's hair stood on end. The boiling pot rolled, the boiling water surged. Su Heli, clutching the bone-picking knife, was due to the sudden burst of change, and all the entanglements and fears in his heart disappeared. Bull Demon. Su Heli shouted in shock and anger. It's not. How come this guy hasn't left the city yet? Everyone knew who the Bull Demon was by now, but today, didn't Li Che and his family already move out of the city? Bang bang. Divinity suddenly erupted from Su Nanming and Su Heli. 2 rivers of divinity surged continuously, as if 2 long rivers were entwining around their bodies like giant pythons. But they felt an icy chill all over. The Bull Demon's appearance was too abrupt. When did he get into the Su family compound? Moreover, he attacked from the darkness, so close that Old Master Su was within 10 steps and yet undetected. If it were not for the impending strike, the burst of chi and blood that alerted Old Master Su, perhaps their heads would have been chopped off before they could react. How sinister, how malicious, to carry out such a sneak attack. Demon, demon. Su Nanming's eyes were about to split. At that moment, he lost all composure of a family head. It was more of the shame and rage of his dark deeds being exposed. The violent wind blasted inside the room, and the Bull Demon's brow furrowed slightly. The shocking spear that had pierced Old Master Su's body did not bring the feedback of death. This Old Master Su wasn't right. No blood. Li Che's eyes beneath his mask swept across the scene, and it became clear. A decoy. He couldn't help but recall when he first saw Old Master Su, that wood carving with divinity, capable of speaking. Divine secret technique? Indeed, as the shocking spear pierced through Old Master Su, the divinity on Old Master Su was stimulated and erupted, turning the entire person into a wooden carving dressed in clothes. Li Che flicked his fingers and countless indistinct silver threads shot out. In an instant, Old Master Su's wooden carving exploded into numerous fragments. The shocking spear, wrapped by 1,000 spider threads, suddenly traced an arc, smashing towards the closest Su Nanming. Whirring. The 1,000 spider threads bound the gilded blood shock spear, and as it traced a swift arc, the wailing of the air being evacuated arose, pulling up a long howl, resembling a blood python rolling towards its prey. Su Nanming's hair stood on end, feeling the cloak of death's crisis enveloping his entire body. Li Che's divine foundation divinity didn't quite resonate with the shocking spear, but even without using divinity, just treating the shocking spear as a sharp weapon, its texture was exceptionally strong and tough. Too fast? Everything happened too fast. Su Nanming clenched his 5 fingers, divinity infused within him, and in an instant a sword chant burst forth with streaming light, suddenly shooting out and firmly grasped in his hand as he viciously chopped down. Clang! The sound of metal clashing with metal exploded. Su Nanming's face turned crimson, a terrifying colossal strength rolled out from the blood-colored long spear. Disbelieving, he lifted his head, feeling suffocated, but he met the dazzling eyes beneath the Bull Demon mask, bright as the blazing sun. The sword, instantly shattered. How could an ordinary fine iron sword withstand the 9 luminaries' divine weapon? In just one collision, Su Nanming's body of a martial artist at the Chi Meridian realm trembled, feeling an unstoppable frightening force. The arm that had held the sword and struck the shocking spear shattered, tendons and bones crushed, and blew apart. A thick cloud of blood mist burst forth from the arm. Su Nanming's soul trembled. The gilded blood shock spear shattered his sword, pulverized his arm, and then harshly struck his chest. His entire body was sent flying, with the flesh of his shattered chest cavity drifting in the air. A mist of blood fluttered through the room. I couldn't take even a single hit. Su Nanming, in midair, had thoughts like this filling his mind. Although Su Nanming had not fought with anyone for a long time, though he had been solely concerned with the family business, he was after all a cultivator who had once made a rush at the divine foundation. In his prime, his divinity had not faded, and his vitality was at its peak. Yet he was defeated by a single strike from the bull demon. The sound of his flesh pulverizing and his iron sword breaking still echoed. The towering figure of the bull demon had already clenched the blood-red, eye-striking Lu blood shock spear. This divine weapon suddenly expanded, automatically adjusting to this moment's bull demon. The spear's body grew thicker and larger, its blood-red patterns extremely fierce. The physical might of the bull demon was too formidable. To ensure a one-hit kill, Li Che had activated the angry Vajra, unmatched horizontal refinement, ultimate peak of Qi vein, confident even to crush an ordinary mysterious vein. With such strength, how could Su Nanming withstand it? The bull demon had no words to waste. In fact, the moment he chose to take action, he was left with only one thought. Kill? Kill everything? Outside, there was the roaring of sword light, furious shouts rolling in. Sun Si Lu sword divine foundation divinity, covering the sky and land, evil obstacle. How dare you? That was the true form of Old Master Su. He had never anticipated that the bull demon would dare to commit such a brazen act of violence within the Su family compound. Around divine foundation rose like a millstone, the very pinnacle of the primary god-base realm. He had already fortified his divine foundation and pushed it to perfection, preparing to use this 1,000 infants carving banquet to advance to the middle realm. The patterned steel sword quivered, wrapped in the divinity of Old Master Su's Sun Si Lu sword, and in an instant, it pierced through the air, aimed at beheading with the sword controlled by divinity. Li Che glanced over. The rank pressure of the Sun Si Lu sword's divine foundation fiercely bore down, intending to restrict his movements, but Li Che remained entirely unaffected and unconcerned. His spear flicked, and with a snap, he thrust at the patterned steel sword that was soaring towards him. With a crisp ding sound, the patterned steel sword was actually knocked flying sideways. This. Old Master Su's eyes narrowed, a shock went through his heart, and the next moment, his hair stood on end. Impossible? Why is this bull demon immune to his divine foundation rank? Rumors had it that the bull demon's talent in the Qi and blood martial path was extremely high, that in just 3 years, he had made outstanding progress to become a Qi meridian martialist, but his divine talent was said to be mediocre. A mere Qi meridian martialist, under the oppression of a divine foundation rank, wouldn't even be able to circulate his Qi and blood. Unless he was a Qi blood grandmaster? From the overwhelming Qi and blood the bull demon displayed, his physique was horizontally refined to unparalleled levels, but he was not a grandmaster. If so, could the bull demon be a divine base cultivator? How could that be? Li Che, with one strike of his spear, had knocked away Old Master Su's flying sword and completely disregarded the menacing divine foundation, taking a large stride as if the ground beneath him had shrunk. Robust and majestic as a mountain, with muscles rippling like a Jiaolong's body, he had already appeared in front of Su Heli, who was gripping the bone-picking knife. Su Heli felt a suffocating sensation. He wanted to move, but he couldn't move at all. He tried to summon his divinity, but couldn't manage it in the slightest. It was like a little river in the dead of winter, turned to ice. This feeling. Su Heli trembled all over. How could it be possible? How could it be possible? How could the bull demon be a divine base cultivator? Wasn't the bull demon Li Che? How could Li Che be a divine foundation? Move. Su Heli roared lowly. The bone-picking knife plunged deeply into his own thigh, trying to use the pain to free himself from the oppression of the divine foundation's rank. Who was he imitating? Li Che glanced at him, remained silent, and with the flick of his spear, suddenly aimed at Su Heli. It was like a peacock's tail unfolding, the brilliantly radiant spear shadow bursting forth. The air sobbed, emitting sounds of air explosions, puncturing through them. In an instant, Su Heli, who was stabbing his own thigh, was enveloped, and before he could even scream, he was pierced through and through. Each thrust of the spear passed through him, bringing up a mist of blood. By the time the spear was withdrawn, drops of blood fell to the ground. Su Heli immediately collapsed into a heap of mangled flesh on the ground, his bone-picking knife sliding far away. Heli. Old Master Su, who had rushed to the scene, felt his eyes almost burst with fury. The most promising of the Su family to step into the divine foundation, and just like that, he was horrifically killed before his eyes. Bull demonure utterly venomous, utterly venomous. Old Master Su's eyes turned fiercely red. In this moment, his emotions surged violently, even feeling a sensation of losing control over his divinity. Fortunately, he abruptly awoke and forcefully suppressed his restless divinity, his fingers hooked fiercely. The patterned steel sword, which had been knocked away by Li Che's spear, suddenly shot forward and was grasped in his hand. Poisonous? Am I poisonous? You all eat people. Li Che gripped the shocking spear at an angle, his voice muffled beneath his mask. You sharpen your knives voraciously, preparing to feast on humans, yet you dare call me, who eradicates evil bull demons, poisonous? Old Master Su didn't care about the bull demon at all. People are always hypocritical. His children and grandchildren died miserably at the hands of the bull demon. What's wrong if he calls it poisonous? He glanced at the great hall engulfed in a heavy, bloody stench with a face full of sorrow, then dashed out of the hall without hesitation. This bull demon was actually a divine base cultivator? No fighting? Escape first? After devouring all the benefits of the 1,000 Buddha carving banquet and digesting them completely, after he breaks into the middle realm of divine foundation, then he would dismember this bull demon 1,000 times over. Since Li Che had made his move, how could he possibly let old Su Deng escape? His feet exerted a strong force, and the entire hall's floor instantly caved in, countless green bricks twisting and shattering, kicking up a fierce cloud of dust. And Li Chei's burly body had already been catapulted forward, his chi and blood boiling under the angry Vajra, his physique horizontally refined, his strength unparalleled, his arms fiercely extended, like a sparrowhawk soaring into the sky. From the Yang family treasure house came the divine martial technique of body movement. Find adventures at .com. Cloud sparrowhawk treading on clouds. His chi and blood turned to mist, condensing beneath his feet like a gathering of blood clouds, crushed down by his steps, his body soaring upward. His speed surged, chasing after old Su Dang. Boom! The divine foundation that had just condensed behind him suddenly emerged. Three-eyed fury true lord divine foundation, 8 extreme superior grade. As soon as the divine foundation appeared, it swept forward engulfed in sword light, shooting out of Su's courtyard. The fast-moving old master Su suddenly felt a heavy weight in his heart. Glancing back, he was immensely shocked. This divine foundation, the three-eyed fierce true lord, Cao Guang. Old master Su bellowed. Could the bull demon be Cao Guang? In all of Fei Lei City, only Cao Guang had obtained this divine foundation technique from the mysterious temple. No, that's not right. Suddenly, old master Su sobered up, realizing something was off with the rank pressure. This bull demon's divine foundation had a pressuring rank that was stronger, fiercer, and more robust than Cao Guang's divine foundation. Bang! In that moment of negligence, the bull demon had already caught up. Old master Su knew he couldn't escape because his speed was reduced under the oppressive rank of the bull demon's divine foundation. He could only turn around and fight. This bull demon's divine foundation must have just been forged, not yet fortified. If he could seize the opportunity to disperse it, it would be a chance for a counter-kill. Li Chei's face was cold, but he knew what old master Su was thinking. The divine foundation had not yet been reinforced, which indeed was his weakness. But it was not a big problem, because from the beginning, Li Chei had never planned to use the power of the divine foundation to kill him. It must be said, this old Su Deng of the Su family was harder to kill compared to the Young family's divine foundation, and even that horse-face divine foundation. Clutching the Lu blood shock spear, Li Chei's meridians within him were furiously roaring as his blood was transported. Inside his chest, the Dao Fruit dragon elephant Vajra was violently throbbing. Bang bang, bang bang. Li Chei, without any hesitation, stimulated the dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit, prototype of divine powers. Dragon elephant Vajra, ascend. In an instant, Li Chei only felt the blood within his body, as if it had come to life, turning into countless boiling fish, eager to cross the dragon gate of the flesh and ascend the high tower. Boiling divinity, flesh ascending, perfect horizontal refinement, all gods see me. That was ascending. Boom! Underneath Li Chei's cute bull mask, his eyes suddenly burst forth with brilliant golden color, which was smoke of golden specks spilling from his pupils, fluttering elegantly with the movement of his head. The dark, vigorous strands of his hair began to wildly grow, gradually falling to his waist, like a profoundly heavy black cape, billowing with the fierce wind. Rip! His limbs swelled, and one after another, veins like enormous pythons moved beneath a nearly crimson skin, and yet, his entire body didn't swell much, rather it was that perfectly refined strength after thousands of hammers, like the real Vajra indestructible, perfectly horizontal refined. Only his blood grew ever more rough and terrifying, circulating around with triple the previous speed. His inner chi even seemed to be painted a shade of red, like a boiling inferno. I've grown stronger. Li Chei's consciousness was extremely clear, even overly calm. He knew, activating such a brutal form of divine powers, but it hadn't confused his will, making him a slave to strength. Instead, it allowed his consciousness to surpass the past clarity. His divine sense seemed to have grown stronger as well. So strong. Li Chei felt that now, he could hammer anyone to death. Yet, an intense desire burst forth from his vigorously throbbing heart. The extremely clear and calm Li Chei clenched his hand. The chessboard Dao Fruit slightly trembled. Then it spat out a chess piece that was a dense ink black color. It was precisely a divinity chess piece drawn from three-eyed furious true monarch Lingyiang temple god. I need this chess piece. No, it's the ascending stance that needs this chess piece. Li Chei was thoughtful. Let's try one for a taste. With his hand open, red inner chi sprayed forth from his flesh, nearly forming a burning cloak of twisted air outside his body. The black chess piece floated in the palm of his hand. His fingers fiercely clenched. In an instant, it exploded into a cloud of black mist, that was the divinity reaching its boiling point, turning into a divine mist. In a flash, the mist completely fused into his body. Li Chei sharply tilted his head back, and his black hair that had grown and hung to his waist whipped around like a cape. For a moment, Li Chei merely felt that before his eyes, it was as if an image flashed by. In the image, the three-eyed wrathful true Lord Lingyiang temple god in the mysterious temple seemed to come to life, casting its gaze, while Li Chei looked down with a gaze that seemed to dominate from above. In a flash, the spirit infant temple god screamed, its face twisted with fury but also with a touch of terror. The image vanished in an instant. Cold rain and snow poured down. Li Chei's consciousness returned. Everything had happened in just a few breaths. Below, old Master Su was completely drenched by the rain, lying on the ground, shaking continuously. He watched, wide-eyed, the bull demon undergo a transformation, becoming even more terrifying. That overwhelming divinity majesty, that dreadful rank. left him, a mere common cultivator who forged a divine foundation of 10 cities, without the courage to even flee. His divine foundation was trembling, his divinity was in fear. The cold rain soaked him, lashing across his face. He struggled to lift his head. It was as if he had seen a temple god. His face was bitter, and he opened his mouth. He uttered the last words of a dying man in the human world. To kill a chicken, why use a bull cleaver? Enjoy new stories from .com. In front of the city lord's mansion, the ground was reeking of blood. Battered bodies lay scattered on the ground, blooming like blood-red plum blossoms under the rain falling from the sky. Wearing a cat face mask, Li Qingshan stood upright, gripping the remhorn hammer, his essence, qi, and spirit utterly distinct. The head of the remhorn hammer was still dripping with blood mixed with rainwater. Under the cat face mask, his deep-set eyes gazed toward the city lord's mansion. It seemed mocking, seemingly unimpressed. As if to say, is that all the tricks you have? On the octagonal multi-eaved tower, City Lord Xiao Guang was no longer in sight. But Li Qingshan didn't care. His target was right there. Walking in and hammering Xiao Guang to death would complete his mission. As for Xiao Guang being an official ordained by the imperial court, would hammering him entangle him with the Temple Control Bureau and bring him bad luck? Li Qingshan cared even less. He was in the right. This Xiao Guang, sacrificing over 1,000 spirit babies, holding 1,000 infants carving banquet, such scum, would the imperial court even have the face to seek him out for bad luck after his death? Xiao Guang shook his head and took a heavy step down. In an instant, countless raindrops were pushed outward, like waves crashing, rushing towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, Xiao Guang squinted. But around the city lord's mansion, 3 figures appeared, each wearing bizarre masks. Their masks were bizarre because of the facial features depicted on them. Their noses were huge, their eyes were huge. The proportions were completely off, just looking at them gave the illusion of swelling noses and bulging eyes. Another was wearing a small spirit baby mask with a smile, wrapped in a scarlet robe. The 2 figures were extremely burly, with a strong corpse chi emanating in a grey and black color, rising up crookedly even though it was being washed by the torrential rain. Interesting, the hand of the corpse god cult indeed reaches into Golden Light Prefecture. Even a city lord is under your influence. And you must be the spirit infant master of the spirit infant sect, right? Li Qingshan gripped the remhorn hammer, his eyes deep under the cat face mask. The child wearing the smiling child mask tilted its head, and suddenly a gender-neutral voice echoed. Li Qingshan, I've long heard of your renown. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes. I originally thought the spirit infant sect was just a pretext developed by Xiao Guang to collect spirit babies, but now it seems, it's not quite so. A newly developed sect? Seems to have a deep connection with the corpse god cult. The remhorn hammer in Li Qingshan's hand spun around, and he suddenly took a step forward, ready to strike. Suddenly, not just Li Qingshan, but also the spirit infant master and those 2 burly figures shrouded in interwoven corpse chi, also raised the cheeks of their masks, looking off into the distance. All of their expressions subtly changed. A temple god. But soon, they all turned their heads back toward the direction of the octagonal multi-eaved tower of the city lord's mansion. The airwaves violently shot out, intertwining like wildly dancing pythons, as if an endless fury was being unleashed. In the midst of the storm, the expressions under the masks of the 5 confronters abruptly changed again. Because, inside that octagonal multi-eaved tower, another temple god's presence rose. 2 temple gods. P.S. A new month, seeking support for monthly tickets. 2 temple gods. How could there be the presence of 2 temple gods? In front of the city lord's mansion, the 4 confronting individuals all fell into a brief shock. None of them spoke, their eyes flashing beneath their masks. The temple god's presence rising in the distance was mixed with surging and terrifying blood energy, while the presence of the temple god inside the city lord's mansion seemed purer, with rampant interweaving waves of divinity, carrying a strong pressure of rank. It should be said that both presences of the temple gods had a strong pressure of rank. However, the erupting temple god's presence in the distance seemed to have merged with the extremely volatile blood energy that only a martial artist possessed. It was like an invincible tyrannosaurus, stretching its body, its bones and muscles resounding in unison, roaring towards heaven and earth. What's going on? Read new chapters at .com. Spirit Infant Master narrowed his eyes. Didn't Xiao Guang say that only one temple god was to be worshipped? How come there's another presence of a temple god appearing? A city worshipping 2 temples? Taking the temple gods for a fool. If Fei Lei City had 2 temple gods, it would be too dangerous? This was not in line with the planned expectations? Li Qingshan was also extremely astonished, gripping the remhorn hammer, his brows furrowed into a under the cat-faced mask. The situation had changed. He was starting to hesitate whether to run away or not. 2 temple gods, he was afraid he might be beaten to death, right? Especially considering Xiao Guang's plan for the 1,000 Buddha carving banquet even hoped to elevate Fei Lei City's 10 capitals mysterious temple to the 9 luminaries level. That would be a divinity of the 9 luminaries level. If not in full strength, he might not be able to defeat it. Add to that another temple god that unexpectedly appeared, completely outside of the plan. Li Qingshan's forepaws had already begun to exert force, ready to make a getaway. The experts of the corpse god sect with the large-nosed and large-eyed masks also planned to retreat. The spirit infant master had even turned around, holding up the hem of his big red robe, a small figure, toddling off as if planning to slip away. Inside the city lord's mansion, the thick scent of blood intertwined, within a huge and boundless secret chamber. Cao Guang knelt in the center, wearing a white robe, with disheveled hair. The ground was engraved with wood patterns, flowing with crimson blood, surrounded by numerous spirit infant wood carvings in various poses. These wood carvings all came from the craftsmanship of Fei Lei City's wood carving masters. It was only after Cao Guang spent a great deal of money that these wood carvers took on the work. But Cao Guang's money was not so easy to take, was it? Cao Guang abruptly clapped his hands together, chanting words from the three-eyed wrathful true lord foundation technique, which seemed more like some esoteric incantation. It was more like a kind of sacrificial speech. His face was devout and respectful, as if offering up his soul, presenting his faith, all for the exchange of power, to obtain transformation. At the same time, the entire Fei Lei city, all the woodcarvers who had carved for the 1000 Buddha carving banquet, suddenly felt their minds buzz, losing all willpower as if they had seen a deity, their beliefs stripped away. They walked out of their homes like zombies, unwittingly kneeling on the rain-washed bluestone ground, arms spread wide, in utmost devotion. Streams of divinity, like slender snakes, wriggled out from the bodies of these woodcarvers, twisting and turning, like rivers flowing into the sea, quickly slithering towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion, Cao King Yuan's hair stood on end. He retreated several steps, standing outside the room, not daring to set foot inside for even a moment. But his heart was somewhat fanatical. The power of the temple god. This was an opportunity for his divine base cultivation to break through to the middle realm. If he relied on his own cultivation, he didn't know how long he would need to accumulate, or if there was even any hope in this lifetime. To rely on the power of the temple god was the simplest and most direct method. Just like his father, who had also given up the possibility of charging towards a higher realm with his own talent, planning to borrow the power of the temple god. The mysterious temple's appearance in the human world was a dawn for many cultivators who had reached a dead end. It was an opportunity to touch heights previously unreachable. As for the price that needed to be paid, the sacrifices that needed to be made, what did that have to do with these cultivators? The ones who would die were nothing more than commoners, like pigs or dogs. Cao Qingyuan backed up to the doorway, also somewhat devout. He yearned for the power of the temple god. Worship the deity, bow to the deity. With the blood and divinity of 1,000 spirit babies, plus 1,000 wood carvings, since they were all creations that wood carving masters had poured their hearts into. Although they were not divine wood carvings, they could extract divinity from the wood carving masters through the spirit infant wood carvings. All these were offerings? The deity should awaken. Boom. High above the sky, as if a thunderclap had exploded. The secret chamber of the city lord's mansion began to collapse, shattering, countless specks of dust floating up, turning into gravel-like fragments under the howling gales, continuously swirling. Cao Guang opened his eyes, a vertical line had appeared on his brows, his white robe stained with dots of blood. He continuously backed away, his face showing a look of satisfaction. The 1000 infant sculpture sacrifice is complete. The temple god has accepted our offering. As his words fell, the entire secret chamber's scenery began to change dramatically. Countless swirling sand grains began to amass, forming a scene that was exactly the same as the layout and structure of the three-eyed wrathful true lord Lingying mysterious temple outside the city. There was even an altar, and flickering red candle flames, as well as the statue of the deity of the three-eyed wrathful true lord Lingying temple god sitting atop the altar. But the statue of the deity trembled slightly, as if it was about to stand up. Yet it seemed a bit weak and unable to stand. A pair of eyes brimmed with unparalleled fury, the third eye on his forehead emitted a faint glow. Everything around was changing. Cao Qingyuan felt only an invisible fluctuation spreading. The secret chamber was like a double-sided puzzle, flipping its face, transforming both image and form. In other words, the mysterious temple was slowly taking over the city lord's mansion, and Cao Guang was kneeling before that statue of the deity, the vertical line on his forehead glimmering brightly, the blood color on his body growing more and more intense. Temple god, please descend to the human world. With my body, as the body of a god. Awaken. Cao Guang spread his arms wide, his expression devoted, his white clothes thoroughly turning into a striking red. Cao Qingyuan was utterly horrified, and then he saw the temple god wood carving exude black chi bit by bit, a terrifying divine hierarchy pressure almost completely freezing his divinity, interweaving and spreading out around him. Thump. With sweat beading on his forehead, Cao Qingyuan was, for the first time, aware of such a method of inviting a deity through worship. His father, Cao Guang, was actually planning to replace the temple god wood carving with his own flesh, to host the temple god within his body. This was madness? Was this Cao Guang's attempt to not only break through to the post-divine foundation realm but also to reach for the divine phase realm using this method? But once possessed by the temple god, would Cao Guang still be Cao Guang? If flesh and blood were eroded by temple god power, in the end, would he become something like a temple guardian cursed corpse? Too dangerous. It was like negotiating with a tiger for its skin, walking on a tightrope. Yet Cao Qingyuan could not dissuade his father. The 1000 Buddha carving banquet and this sacrificial ceremony had been long prepared by Cao Guang, who saw them as the sole glimmer of hope on a path of desperation, impossible to turn back from mere words. Cao Qingyuan dared not even breathe loudly, fixated on the sight of the black qi from the temple god wood carving pouring into Cao Guang's body. His body trembled slightly. He didn't know how much time had passed. The black qi from the temple god wood carving had completely flooded into Cao Guang's flesh. Those dense black tadpole-like patterns crawled and spread to the vertical line on his forehead. Then, the vertical line split open, as if suddenly opening an eye. The third eye, open? Within that eye was nothing but crimson, endless crimson, like a red-hot branding iron. An expression of agony surfaced on Cao Guang's face. No, this isn't right. Ah, why? Where is the divinity? Where is the temple god divinity, the power I was promised, where is it? Cao Guang covered his face, the multitude of tadpole patterns writhing. The divinity, so feeble he almost believed the temple god that descended into his body was but an impostor with nurturing nature as vast as rivers. What use was this meager temple god divinity? What use, indeed? Cao Guang growled continuously, filled with fury, unwillingness, despair, and bewilderment. It shouldn't have been like this. Suddenly, Cao Guang's expression turned extremely angry and sensitive, like a child whose pride was pricked, his voice rising shrill and piercing. Shut up. Ah, you must not speak. Boom! Cao Guang began to scream, his hair flying wildly, the tadpole script on his body moving rapidly, the crimson in his third eye growing ever more intense. At the same time, from the direction of the Su family compound, another current of temple god divinity shot into the sky, as if a second temple god were descending. Cao Guang's eyes became extremely furious and manic, as the will belonging to Cao Guang was completely suppressed, as if he were a cultivator whose will was entirely eroded by the fury divinity. Thief, thief. Ah, the thief who touched the head of a statue. Boom! Cao Guang, transformed into a temple god, let out a thunderous roar and instantly became a streak of blood-colored light, rushing out of the mysterious temple that had taken over the city lord's mansion at a terrifying speed. Spit! Cao Qingyuan, who was lying at the door, suddenly felt the repercussion, divine power almost bursting from his body, his divine foundation nearly shattering apart. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, his 9 luminaries inferior grade wrathful Maitreya divinity powerless before the temple god rank. Was this, the invincible power of a temple god of the same rank? But Cao Qingyuan staggered to his feet, looking disheveled and wobbly. This is bad, it seems something unexpected has occurred. Cao Qingyuan wiped the fresh blood leaking from his mouth and nose, his expression constantly changing. He then ran towards the treasure vault of the city lord's mansion. Li Che felt the terrifying power surging and swelling within his body at this moment. He was in an excellent state. Discover hidden stories at .com. Better than he had ever seemed before. It was as if his flesh had broken through a human limit once, the shackles binding his flesh torn apart. After crushing the temple god divinity chess piece, with the ascending stance active, his body seemed to be getting more and more excited. With every inhale and exhale, the temple god divinity power merged entirely into him. Just like a car needs fuel, the temple god's divinity was like oil. He could even mobilize the temple god divinity to launch an attack. Under ascending stance, the fusion of body and divinity is so perfect, even more harmonious than I imagined. Li Che was astonished at the transformative mingling, even more amazed at how under the ascending stance, the body and divinity were blending. Because the qi and blood martial path and divine cultivation are like oil and water. The qi and blood martial path is mainly for strengthening the body to prevent erosion by divinity, yet divine power and qi and blood are independent forces in their own right. Yet at this moment, under the ascending stance, the temple god divinity and the body fused near perfectly. If he were to execute a martial technique now, it could also carry the eruption of divinity. Meaning, with every punch he threw out, it was a divine martial arts technique, with temple god divinity as its source. Although not lasting, and despite the fact that as the temple god divinity was consumed, he would no longer be able to maintain the ascending stance. The so-called ascending the tower is like stepping on a god's power, ascending step by step towards higher realms. So, the stronger the divinity of the temple god, the greater the power obtained from ascending the tower. Li Che pondered thoughtfully. It seems, it might be necessary to visit a mysterious temple of higher rank later. Temple god divinity, huh? Just drink it in. The dark clouds piled up hazily, and the rain that fell pattered loudly on the ground rich with blood. Old Master Su had died, just as he lamented before his death. Why use a butcher's cleaver to kill a chicken? Facing the terrifying transformation of Li Che in his ascending stance, Old Master Su was very clear about his self-awareness and positioning. Li Che merely pointed out with a spear, relying purely on physical strength, not even using the power of the temple god, akin to driving a car in neutral without even stepping on the accelerator. A terrifying power completely shattered Old Master Su's organs and exploded his divine foundation, obliterating his life force. Apart from the suppression at the rank level, Li Che also felt the strength of his body's horizontal refinement. The level of qi and blood might have just reached the divine vein level, but his physical strength was much too powerful. His inner qi had also turned blood red, extremely ferocious and dominant. I wonder how it compares to the true qi of a qi-blood grandmaster. Li Che shook his head, not dwelling on these thoughts any further. He looked up, with faint golden smoke spreading and dispersing in his pupils, calmly looking into the distance. That was the direction of the city lord's mansion. Just as the three-eyed spirit infant temple god had sensed him, he too had sensed the presence of the temple god. the long black hair that reached his waist like a cape. Li Che felt the surging ascending stance, his body wrapped in a hazy crimson inner chi aura, each large tendon quivering like dragons. He twisted his neck and the spinal dragons seemed to roar. It's about time. Old Master Su was too fragile, shattering upon contact. He was somewhat lacking in vigor. Indeed, he wanted to personally feel it. Just how strong is the power of the temple god? Boom! A red beam of light blasted swiftly from a distance, shattering numerous raindrops in its path, splitting into a fog of water mist. With a thud, the surface of the long street suddenly caved in, radiating cracks continuously expanding, making the accumulated water on the ground bubble and roll. The distorted red divinity, like radioactive light, kept bursting forth. Cao Guang's exposed skin was covered with wriggling tadpole-like patterns, the third eye in the center of his forehead blatantly red. Find your next red at .com. Thief. A sharp voice erupted from Cao Guang's throat, like a child undergoing voice change, the voice filled with fury and shrillness. Li Che, wearing a cute bull mask, his large and upright figure, his inverted triangular back like a devilish face, looked at that not Cao Guang. Cao Guang. Li Che started to laugh. Oh, it's you? Thief. Cao Guang shrieked, his body sharply pressing down. Within 10 meters centered on him entered a terrifying state, raindrops seeming to boil and bounce like marbles on a scorching hot pan. Come, touch it. Li Che smiled. As his words fell, he spread his fingers and swiped fiercely in front of him. In an instant, the remaining 7 temple god divinity chess pieces floated up, hovering in front of him like 7 little black holes. Just crushed one, used one to refine temple god divinity to assault the three-eyed fury true lord divine foundation. The remaining 7 were all that Li Che had left. The scream of the temple god abruptly ceased, as if someone had choked on their throat. The city lord's mansion had completely turned into ruins, and within these ruins, a mysterious temple emanating a strong temple god aura grew forth, breaking through the earth, appearing within the city. Spiderweb-like cracks, centering on the mysterious temple, spread like the branches of a colossal sky-reaching tree towards every corner of the city. Fei Lei City is finished. This Cao Guang is really fierce, completely disregarding the lives of Fei Lei City's citizens. Perhaps, in his eyes, citizens are no different from pigs and dogs. Li Qingshan, wearing a cat face mask, narrowed his eyes. The relocation of the mysterious temple into the city meant that the entire city would be infected by temple god divinity, and if not left for a long time, all would become evil spirits of the temple god, turning into temple guardian cursed corpses. This was the main reason why the major noble families in the city, upon learning that city lord Cao Guang was hosting the 1000 Buddha carving banquet, decided to make a profit and then relocate away from Fei Lei City. And Cao Guang, having gained the power of the temple god, could even mobilize these cursed corpses. Initially, what Cao Guang planned to sacrifice was not only 1,000 spirit children but the entire Fei Lei City, worse than pigs and dogs. Even Li Qingshan could not help but turn pale with anger and cursed out loud. But in fact, this was the overall state of the remote and frontier cities of the Great Vista, where cultivators, in order to gain power from the mysterious temples, resorted to all sorts of extreme measures. Moreover, various sects were secretly stirring up troubles. In these times, the common folk had it tough. The 2 masters of the corpse god cult and the spirit infant master of the spirit infant sect all watched intently. Underneath the mask of the spirit infant master, his face was tremendously excited. It's done, it's done. But what's with 2 temple gods fighting each other? Around Fei Lei City, there's only one mysterious temple. How come there are 2 temple gods? Spirit infant master was utterly bewildered. Not just him, Li Qingshan and the high-level experts from the corpse god cult were also puzzled. Bang! When Cao Guang, carrying the will of the temple god, burst forth from the ruins of the city lord's mansion as a blood python streaking across the sky, targeting the distance. The eyes of a few flickered with the impulse to watch the drama unfold, itching to move. A temple god's conflict. A rare occasion indeed, but where did this intruding temple god come from? Li Qingshan grinned, a spectator's thrill surging within him. But after a thought, he suppressed this emotion and scanned around, weighing the Remhorn sky-breaking hammer in his hand. Then, his gaze landed on the 2 experts from the corpse god cult and spirit infant master. Under the cat face mask, his eyes suddenly turned icy cold, and a torrential killing intent surged forth. Let the temple gods struggle against each other. He would have his own battle. These trash, they all need to die. Kill them and then run. As long as he wasn't held back by both temple gods at the same time, running was still very easy for him. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Li Qingshan took a step forward, and the mighty divinity inside the Remhorn sky-breaking hammer erupted, twisting and halting all the wind and rain in its path. His body swayed, his toes tapping on the surface of the puddle, splashing water as he rushed toward the diminutive spirit infant master. Li Qingshan, have you lost your mind? The temple god has appeared, why aren't you running? Aren't you afraid of being trapped in the city? Spirit infant master shrieked and hurriedly counterattacked. The 2 corpse god cult experts also acted, their 6 desires divinity raging around, round after round of divine foundations looming behind their heads, bursting with divine light. Li Qingshan flicked his sleeve, the seemingly light Remhorn hammer descended thunderously, suddenly exploding with a terrifying power. Ha! I just want to kill all of you. The rain kept falling. Gathering on Xiao Guang's chin, it trickled down like threads, like beads on a broken string, continuously falling. Xiao Guang felt his consciousness returning to his own body. He felt numb and annoyed. The divinity, the temple god divinity, was pitifully weak. It seemed as if it had been drained long ago. Such a temple god, and he had spent years preparing, intending to sacrifice the entire city for it. Was it worth it? What a terrible god. Xiao Guang gritted his teeth, his heart sinking. Now he only hoped that the thin temple god divinity could help his cultivation breakthrough to the post-divine foundation realm. That's all. Suddenly, Xiao Guang regained control of his physical strength. He saw the scene before him clearly. A mask, a cute cow. Then came the terrifying tempest of qi and blood and divine majesty. Bull demon. Xiao Guang's eyes narrowed. An incredulous emotion surged in his heart. What the hell? This cow again? However, what truly terrified and made him shudder was the 7 pitch-black chess pieces hovering in front of the bull demon, exuding an intensely rich temple god divinity scent. So, the temple god divinity he greatly desired was right in front of him, within reach, potentially graspable. Wait a minute. Xiao Guang suddenly understood why his consciousness had regained control of his body. Showing off is your role? Getting beaten is mine, right? Damn it, what a terrible god. Xiao Guang only managed to scream. He was then kicked into a full-body mist of blood, exploding outwards. P.S. It's a new month, ask for your monthly tickets. Let's see if we can enter the top 500. Old Lee begs for your support. Boom. Find your next adventure on .com. Xiao Guang didn't even have time to react, as the terrifying force poured down on him like a storm. His Sunmei pinnacle muscles and bones emitted sounds of being unable to bear the burden. The python tendons snapped, the tiger bones cracked, and a mist of blood spread in the air, whipped away by the rain. His body smashed onto the long street, his spine sliding across the ground, tearing through the puddles, turning the blue bricks on the ground to dust, creating heaps of broken bricks and smashed mud. Steaming heat spread around. It was the high temperature emitted from the friction between his back flesh and the ground. Xiao Guang's head drooped down, blood and rain dripping from his hair ends. How could it be so strong? Was this the outburst after borrowing the power of the temple god? It's so strong, but this strength was supposed to belong to him, after all the years he had prepared, hosting the 1000 Buddha carving banquet, and in the end, somehow, the power of the temple god unwittingly ended up benefiting the bull demon? Xiao Guang mobilized his own divinity, but the temple god had sold him out. He couldn't rely on it at all. Thud. A dull sound, a robust and burly figure, with a back like a devil's inverted triangle and black, strong hair hanging down his waist like a cape, appeared in front of him. The constant release of the temple god divinity's hierarchical pressure seemed to freeze Xiao Guang's divine foundation divinity. He couldn't mobilize it at all. Xiao Guang took a deep breath, as if through the power of life's struggle, he circulated his blood, despite his sternum already being broken to pieces and signs of his internal organs being smashed. He still gritted his teeth, swallowed his blood, and launched up from the ground, trying to open his eyes wide. Crack! Lightning tore through the dim clouds, electric snakes surged as the sky roared in anger, and heavy rain fell. Visibility became extremely low. Plus, the billowing and boiling blood heat, which in the cold winter formed a thick fog, made everything immensely blurred. Bull demon. The low roar exploded from Xiao Guang's throat. The fog formed by the steaming blood was instantly torn apart. The cute bull mask at that moment seemed so ghastly and demonic. Like the ox head of the underworld in charge of reaping lives? Bull demon. Xiao Guang's roar lowered. He stared dumbfounded at this scene. His heart, which wanted to make one last stand, suddenly lost its urge. He looked at the figure with hair cascading like a waterfall and muscled body radiating, beneath the mask eyes dispersing golden smoke. For some reason, he lost his will to fight. He couldn't help but think of the past when he had rushed to the Golden Light Prefecture city in high spirits, but was slapped by a genius of the authentic divine sect because of a bad mood, nearly collapsing his divine foundation, a miserable fate with his bones almost entirely shattered. Bull demon, who exactly are you? Xiao Guang staggered, soaked by the rain, having plotted such a grand scheme for his own promotion, sacrificing everything. But in the end, it resulted in this. An utter debacle? His heart was not at peace, unable to calmly accept. He now wanted to know, or rather, wanted to see, the face under the bull demon mask that had ruined so many of his good dealings. Who exactly was it? Could it be really that mud sticker? May I take a look? In his eyes, there was a mix of hope and curiosity. Li Che activated ascending stance, his fleshly body towering much taller. Xiao Guang, after all, was a Sunmei warrior, although also robust, but seemed very insignificant in front of him. Looking down from a high position, the eyes under the bull demon mask emitted a golden smoke, coldly watching Xiao Guang. The supreme calmness brought by ascending stance made him completely disregard Xiao Guang. Want him to remove the mask? What are you worthy of? His fingers spread open, then fiercely clenched. Instantly, countless streams of air and rainwater were all grasped together in that moment. The surrounding air seemed to carry a howling sound, as if compressed into a ball. Roar. A crimson tiger emerged from behind the bull demon, bearing its fangs and claws, roaring heaven and earth. White tiger chaotic wind fist? Transformation realm? However, at this moment, it should be called red tiger, because Li Che's inner chi turned crimson, surging like a burning fire. Cao Guang did not expect the bull demon to be so malicious. He had already given up resistance, yet the bull demon was still unwilling to fulfill his last wish. He just wanted to know if the bull demon was really that mudsticker. Cao Guang roared, crossing his arms in front of his chest. However, a terrifying punch smashed down, an irresistible force, shattered all his flesh and crushed all his bones. With a loud bang, Cao Guang burst apart on the spot, flesh scattering, breaking into several chunks. The skin on them stained with blood, and tadpole text could still be seen wriggling. Li Chai's fingers clenched instantly, countless well-ambushed silver threads sprung from the ground, madly fluttering, looking very gentle, like spider silk dancing in the wind. But in reality, vibrating at an extremely high frequency, unleashed terrifying cutting power. Poo 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 poo. The scattered pieces of flesh on the ground, as well as that resentful, humiliated, angry head, were instantly cut into even finer shreds. Administering the final blow, ensuring Cao Guang was dead beyond doubt, Li Chai then steadily withdrew his hand. The rain fell coldly, pitter-pattering on the ground, smashing into pieces, blending with the fresh red blood, creating circles of ripples. The temple god is somewhat craven. Just a temple god of the 10 capitals mysterious temple, understandable. Li Chai raised his hand, still having 6 temple god divinity chess pieces floating above his palm. He had used only one. Even this one could have remained unused. Stay connected with .com. Because the temple god saw the 7 divine chess pieces displayed, he immediately slipped away. Li Chai estimated that the divinity of the three-eyed enraged true Lord Lingying temple god, if squeezed hard, could probably condense 2 more pieces. 7-2, so, the temple god fled. Just as Cao Guang had said. The temple god put on an act, and all the beatings were taken by him, Cao Guang. Cao Guang was beaten to death, tragically. But, he deserved it. Li Chai looked towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. No, it could no longer be called the city lord's mansion, but should be called the mysterious temple. The mysterious temple in the city. Soon, Fei Lei City would become a city of death. What a pity. Li Chai could not do much. The only thing he could do was to drain the temple god, preventing the swift spread of the temple god's divinity, giving the people of Fei Lei City some time to evacuate. Glancing over the scattered flesh on the ground, Li Chai raised his hand. 1,000 analyzing hands? Li Chai's eyes slightly brightened, deploying 1,000 analyzing hands under the ascending stance. The 2 prototypes of divine powers unexpectedly overlapped and fitted together seamlessly. He even didn't need to touch the corpse. Within the shattered remains of Cao Guang, divinity was drawn out, condensing into chess pieces. Dao Fruit could be combined with another Dao Fruit. Could prototypes of divine powers also merge? There's still significant room for development. Cao Guang's strength was decent, middle realm of divine foundation, but it was unfortunate that he was trapped by the temple god, coupled with the perfect restraint of the divine foundation. Otherwise, even with ascending stance, it would probably take Li Chai some time to kill Cao Guang. Middle realm of divine foundation, a total of 18 three-eyed fierce true lord divinity chess pieces, all of middle realm quality, far surpassing the quality and quantity of the initial realm of divine foundation. With a thought, all divinity chess pieces were stored into the chess saint Dao Fruit. The formidable aura on his body gradually quieted, the hair that had grown and hung down to his waist also all shrunk back, his robust body regained its slender form. Faintly feeling a swirl of blood essence, his muscles bringing a slight stiffness, as if the prickling pain after lactic acid build-up. Clearly the deployment of ascending stance still impacted his physical body to some extent. The temple god ran, probably back to the mysterious temple. The temple god can run, but can the temple? Li Chai laughed, finding Cao Guang's kinkan jade among the blood-soaked ground. Now was not the time to investigate, and stored it into the kinkan space. Looking towards the direction of the city lord's mansion mysterious temple, slumbering dragon elephant activated, his aura completely concealed, as if merging into the storm, his toes lightly touched, and he disappeared soundlessly. To completely eliminate the roots when cutting down the weeds. City lord's mansion. Seems like there was still a Cao Qingyuan. That was Cao Guang's root. Must be eradicated. A level 3 dragon elephant Vajra allowed Li Chai's breath concealment ability to reach a new level. However, when floating in front of the city lord's mansion, he saw Li Qingshan wielding a remhorn hammer, suppressing 2 masters in combat. Li Qingshan, wearing a cat face mask, was naturally recognized by Li Chai. As for the 2 masters continuously coughing blood under the hammer, one wearing a large nose mask, the other wearing a large eye mask. The divinity they emitted was also quite peculiar, not 7 emotions divinity but 6 desires divinity. Their physical bodies were strong, exuding a dark iron color, extremely tough, barely enduring Li Qingshan's ram horn hammer. However, they couldn't endure many more blows. One of them had their chest smashed, revealing nearly shattered viscera, crimson with a hint of green blood splashing. Corpse god cult. The eyes beneath Li Chai's mask flickered with a dim light. Recalling the earlier desire comparing corpse's flesh of Avalokitesvara held by Cao He, a chill flashed through his eyes. Could the corpse god cult be targeting my Shishi? A supreme spiritual child, missed by Cao Guang, so sold to other followers of the corpse god cult. Li Chai's mind was clear, vaguely understanding some of the reasons. That flesh of Avalokitesvara wood carving contained a strand of corpse curse mark, still suppressed inside the chess saint Dao Fruit. These two masters of the corpse god cult, it seems Cao Guang had close ties with the corpse god cult. That side of the mansion city is not peaceful. This Cao Guang, truly rotten to the core. The more Li Che thought, the angrier he became. His eyes turning cold, Cao Guang wanted to kill his daughter, then he would kill Cao Guang and his son. With a step, Li Che concealed his aura, moving away from the battlefield, circling around, and entered the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was quite large, although the octagonal double-eave hall had become ruins, transformed into the mysterious temple. The mysterious temple was situated above it, its vine-like cracks expanding, but other buildings of the city lord's mansion still stood, though already shattered by the aftershocks. First entered into the mysterious temple. Everything was quiet, a mess, the pungent smell of blood assaulting the nostrils, causing Li Che's body to shiver slightly. This blood was all from spirit children, from thousands of infants, many tears of parents. Despicable filth. Li Che cursed softly. Not finding Cao Qingyuan in the mysterious temple, Li Che's eyebrows furrowed slightly, then relaxed. His figure leapt onto the altar, walking up to the stained temple god wood carving. One slap landed on the shaved head of the temple god, 1,000 analyzing hands deployed, a powerful suction bursting forth. It was as if listening to the temple god's unwilling, extremely furious roar. But Li Che did not heed him. They were nothing but bullies when strong and cowards when weak, immediately draining the temple god, condensing the last two temple god divinity chess pieces. The entire mysterious temple then fell completely silent. Li Che flicked his fingers. The head of the temple god wood carving immediately exploded, turning into splintered wood chips. But Li Che knew, he had not destroyed the mysterious temple. The entire temple did not disappear, indicating the temple god was not dead. Slowly, he would recover. Li Che did not understand how to attack or destroy temples. Those were professional methods mastered only by the Temple Control Bureau and the Divine Sect experts. He exhaled a mouthful of stale air. He took a deep look at the mysterious temple. It is said that the mysterious temples of the 9 luminaries and above could even form a strange K, trapping a person deeply within, where the temple god could move about as freely as if it had a real body, possessing immense strength. Fortunately, this mysterious temple had not transformed into one of the 9 luminaries' bizarre temples and had not released the strange Quebec. Otherwise, the people of Fei Lei City would probably die in large numbers. Now, at least the people had a chance to survive. Cao Qingyuan is not here. Where did he go? Is he hiding? Under the cute bull mask, Li Che's gaze flickered slightly. In his heart, the chess saint Dao Fruit throbbed suddenly. The next moment, the heaven and earth chessboard thunderously descended, enveloping all directions. In the eyes of Master Go Chess Saint, nothing could hide. With a tap of his toe, Li Che drifted out of the temple like a breeze and merged into the stormy winds. Cao Qingyuan bolted from the treasure vault of the city lord's mansion, his hands full of the Qinkan jade, his face under the mask extremely unsightly. The Cao family was finished. His second uncle, Cao He, had been pulverized by Li Qingshan, and something unexpected had happened to his father, Cao Guang, while he was worshipping the temple god. What could Cao Qingyuan do? He couldn't rely on anyone. He could only gather the best treasures from the vault and prepare to flee. Go to Mansion City, to seek refuge with his mother's family? Cao Qingyuan's rise from among the 4 young masters of Flying Thunder, being the first to break through to Divine Foundation, was largely due to his mother's family in Mansion City. His mother's family was a noble family in Mansion City. Back when his father, Cao Guang, went to Mansion City to study and cultivate, it was his handsome face and decent talent that attracted his mother, leading her to marry down. Although now the relationship between his mother and his father, Cao Guang, was extremely poor, with his father almost equivalent to being disowned by his mother. What did that have to do with him? Cao Qingyuan? The child was innocent. Rustle rustle. The wind and rain poured down like pillars, lightning snakes rolled through the dark dense clouds, the occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the dim world. Cao Qingyuan slung a wide-blade fine iron long knife, dressed in black, and wore a mask to prevent being recognized. He converged his vital energy and stuck to the walls as he moved. Once he was out of Fei Lei City, he would be safe. Fei Lei City was doomed. He didn't even care whether his father was dead or alive. The reason his mother even let him stay in Fei Lei City was for this 1,000 Buddha carving banquet his father had been preparing for years, wasn't it? Now that the plot had fallen through, it was also time for him, Cao Qingyuan, to fly solo. Outside the city lord's mansion, a terrifying Remhorn hammer phantom hung in the sky, crashing down with a deafening explosion, the ferocious Grand Master's true chi violently stirring. Cao Qingyuan shrank his neck. Without guessing, he knew that the menacing figure with the cat face mask had to be that guy, Li Qingshan, a Grand Master warrior, a notorious figure on the Yunzhou Divine Foundation spectrum. With only 10% of divinity brought along, he was still that terrifying? He took a detour. Continue reading at .com. After all, he was carrying the entire treasure vault of the city lord's mansion, which contained too many valuable items. Items that could tempt even those listed Grand Masters on the Divine Foundation spectrum. So, as long as he could escape the city and survive, with these items, even if he gained little at this 1,000 Buddha carving banquet, he could still live very comfortably. Once at Mansion City, he would also have the capital to connect with the nobles on his mother's side, and even, he might have the chance to break through to the middle realm of Divine Foundation. What he didn't get at the 1,000 Buddha carving banquet was compensated by the vault. The most important thing was that exceptional item from the vault. At the thought of this, Cao Qingyuan was short of breath. Hurriedly clutching the mid-grade Qinkan Jade, he activated the breath-concealing technique and stuck to the darkness, walking along the wall. Suddenly, Cao Qingyuan felt an icing chill so penetrating that the hairs on his body nearly stood erect instantly. In the darkness along the wall he was moving, a cute bull mask suddenly appeared, followed by a heaven-shattering long spear like a roaring jiaishe. The air itself seemed to be punctured, creating a hole-like effect. The numerous raindrops clinging to the spear burst apart, forming a dense mist. Bull demon. Cao Qingyuan's pupils contracted. How could this ghastly thing be here? But Cao Qingyuan reacted extremely quickly, his eyes nearly splitting with fury. This bull demon's breath-concealing technique was far superior to his. He had stealthily skirted around the wall, yet this ghastly thing could still sneak attack him from the shadows? How did the bull demon find him? Blurt. The speed was too fast, the strength too terrifying. In a surprise attack, just as Cao Qingyuan had gripped his long knife and was about to strike, it was blasted away by a spear. His entire arm that held the knife had its skin burst open, its sinew shattered, twisting bizarrely. That strength. How could it be so terrifying? Liche. Cao Qingyuan, no longer caring about much, felt the cold rain slapping against his face as he gasped for air, even tasting the metallic scent of blood in his throat. He roared Liche's name, trying to reveal the bull demon's identity and stall its murderous momentum. But he was disappointed. The bull demon was utterly unmoved, like an emotionless killing machine, its spear directly piercing through his chest. The terrifying force carried his body and embedded it into the wall, instantly creating a concaved dent with radial, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. And at this time, Cao Qingyuan's divinity was just beginning to rise from the back of his head. Blurt. The red spear, marked with blood patterns, suddenly withdrew and then plunged down again. Blurt, blurt, blurt. Cao Qingyuan's body was nailed to the wall like a target, as the spear thrust in and out over 8 times. Su family's 8 consecutive bone-shattering spears. Cao Qingyuan's entire skeleton crushed, his eyes wide open with rage and unwillingness. But his breath had completely ceased. Even in death, he didn't understand. He had been so low-key, why was he still sneak-attacked by the bull demon? Liche looked indifferently at the dead Cao Qingyuan, pressing his fingers on his face, absorbing his divinity while also closing his furious eyes, letting him rest. Liche felt he was rather kind. After prying the tightly clutched Qinkan Jade from Cao Qingyuan's hand, Liche's thoughts flickered. Such a treasure, there must be good things inside this Qinkan Jade. But it wasn't the time to explore. Anyway, the city lord's mansion's treasury now belonged to someone with the surname Li. Liche then thoroughly searched the body to ensure it had no money, decisively pulled out the spear, and turned to leave. He didn't go to assist Li Qingshan, because it was unnecessary. The 2 cultivators from the corpse god cult were almost hammered to death. Liche still had one last matter to handle. In the grand hall of Su's courtyard, the thick stench of blood rolled incessantly. Su Yu's head ached fiercely, his body trembling. He widened his eyes, forcing out the blood taste from his throat, almost retching. No. Su Yu staggering to his feet, his vision gradually clearing. He sensed the smell of death. He remembered his great-grandfather, his father Su Nanming and his elder brother Su Heli, those pairs of dim, almost twisted faces wanting to devour his flesh. No, they really wanted to eat his flesh. Su Heli had even prepared the bone-picking knife. Su Yu felt as if he'd plunged into an ice cellar, his heart going cold. When he finally sobered up, the pungent smell of blood filled his nostrils. Looking around the entire hall, he was stupefied. His father Su Nanming was hammered to death, Su Heli was also beaten to death. Dead, all dead. He saw next to him the still boiling cauldron, contemplating whether he should weep sorrowfully or laugh heartily. He staggered to his feet. Click, thunder and lightning flashed. At the doorway, a tall figure, wearing a cute bull mask, stood quietly there. Urged, and rain blasted through the air. Above the heavens, dark clouds accumulated, bringing endless darkness, accompanied by the flashing of tumbling lightning snakes. They momentarily lit up the human world. Gazing at the figure standing at the doorway, wearing a bull demon mask, Su Yu's eyes narrowed. He wanted to draw his sword, but at that moment, he lacked the strength to do so. The bull demon, the one who caused chaos in Fei Lei City, relentlessly brutal, mercilessly killing? However, Su Yu was not the least bit afraid or frightened, even though he was facing such a terrifying existence that was reputed to stop children from crying. Not a trace of panic surged in his heart. Su Yu had learned of the deeds and kills made by the bull demon. Setting aside his methods, which of them could not be deemed heroic? Even though he killed the divine catcher, Zhao Sunhai, from the imperial court, it was because Zhao Sunhai was a follower of the Spirit Infant sect. What the Spirit Infant sect was, Su Yu knew clearly. Exhaling, Su Yu, with a pale face, bowed with his fists clasped. Thank you for saving my life, sir. However, the bull demon just glanced at him indifferently. City Lord Cao Guang has sacrificed the entire city to the mysterious temple. Wishing to elevate the mysterious temple to 9 luminaries status, Fei Lei City is finished. You better leave quickly. Take care. The news, striking like a thunderbolt, left Su Yu completely stunned in place. So much so that he did not even hear the bull demon's take care. City Lord Cao Guang has sacrificed the entire city? What in the world has come to this? Su Yu drew his sword, yet he was bewildered. Bull, hero, senior. Su Yu thought of something and wanted to shout once more. However, the bull demon merely tapped his toe lightly and plunged into the storm. By the time Su Yu ran out, the burly figure had already disappeared into the world. The rain was cold, mingled with snowflakes, drifting down onto his shoulders. Su Yu breathed heavily, his heart immensely shaken. At this moment, he seemed to have understood something. The Su family and the City Lord's mansion were in collusion, the affair about City Lord Cao Guang wanting to sacrifice the entire city. People like Old Master Su, his father Su Nanming surely knew. With his body trembling, the bone-chilling rain caused his heart to sink into frost. How could this be? Outrageous and evil to the extreme? After a while, Su Yu let out a long sigh. He returned inside the house, looking at the corpse of his father, Su Nanming, and the corpse of Su Heli. There was no trace of sadness on his face. If it hadn't been for the bull demon's help, the one dead might have been him. You even wanted to, literally eat my flesh. Su Yu suddenly felt like laughing madly. Feeling the divinity surging inside his body, constantly propelling his divinity to boil, it even vaguely made him feel like his divinity was about to solidify into a divine foundation. Is this a blessing in disguise? Su Yu raised his hand, looking at the intertwining blood-red divinity in the palm of his hand. This divinity was slowly integrating into his body. This was the power of the temple god, though not much. Explore more stories at .com. But after all, it was the energy from the temple god in the mysterious temple. Su Heli, perhaps, planned to use this method to devour him and obtain the power of the temple god? Why didn't Su Heli use himself to carry it directly? There must be some side effects. Could using the method of cannibalism avoid these effects? Su Yu shook his head. Looking at the blurred wind and rain, the figure of the bull demon had completely vanished. Contrary to the rumors, the opponent was not relentlessly brutal and evil. Thinking of the words spoken by the bull demon, Su Yu, with his sword slung, plunged into the storm. Old Master Su likely also perished, the main pillars of the Su family, completely gone. The bull demon said, City Lord Cao Guang had moved the mysterious temple into the city. If the city's people do not leave, within a few days, they fear they would be corroded by the divinity of the temple god, turning into wicked and bizarre spirits. As a direct descendant of the Su family, he must officially take over the Su family, support the Su family, and lead them away from Fei Lei City. As for the people in the city, he would save as many as he could. Leaving Fei Lei City, they would become refugees, migrants, roaming to other cities, looking for a stable place to stay, possibly being exploited by other cities' forces heavily. But even so, it was better than losing their lives. Wearing a cat face mask, Li Qingshan swung his remhorn hammer up and then smashed it down again, the small surface of the hammer sticky with strands of blood and flesh, washed away by the rain. On the ground, two bodies smashed to a pulp, completely devoid of life. The ground in front of the city lord's mansion had turned into a wasteland, densely dotted with deep pits flourishing like plum blossoms. That was the aftermath of Li Qingshan's confrontation with two masters of the corpse god cult. The iron corpses of the corpse god cult are indeed tough and smelly. With a shake of his true qi, Li Qingshan instantly cleaned the filth from his remhorn hammer. His sleeve shrank as he stored the hammer away. His wildly surging blood and qi converged, and his essence, qi, and spirit instantly returned to calm. His entire demeanor slouched again, returning to the appearance of an old man. Lightly tapping his toe, he flurried into the mysterious temple. Moments later, he shot out, with a look of astonishment under the cat face mask. The statue of the temple god was smashed. Who did this? So fierce? Lucky I didn't attempt to break the temple, otherwise if the curse of the temple god struck me, that would have been miserable. Li Qingshan furrowed his brows. His body flurried towards the location where the qi of the two temple gods had collided before. Upon seeing the extremely finely shattered corpses on the ground, even Li Qingshan's face grew solemn. How tragic. This is Cao Guang's body, right? He invited the temple god into his shell, planning to transform with the power of the temple god, but to be beaten to death and dismembered. The other temple god, so fierce, such a fierce temple god, is rare indeed. Li Qingshan muttered. However, it's also a good thing. Cao Guang's plan shattered, the temple god fell into deep slumber, giving the people of Fei Lei City a chance to breathe. The city lord has died, and the Temple Control Bureau will know about this news soon. They'll have to send someone over. Li Qingshan stretched lazily, feeling relaxed all over. The only surprise that remained was that temple god who tore Cao Guang apart. Which high and mighty immortal is this, exactly? So brutal? Terrifying. Right, did that ox kid show up? Why haven't I seen him? Forget about him. With a shimmer of his body, Li Qingshan shook off the raindrops with his true qi, bolting towards the treasure vault of the city lord's mansion like an arrow released from its bow. A moment later, damn it, that kid must have been here already, like a bird leaving no feathers behind, clean as a whistle. Find your next read at .com. Doesn't leave anything for this old man. Li Che observed Su Yu's condition from the shadows for a while. Upon confirming there were no issues, he vanished into the alleyways. With a grasp of his hand, the chess piece that serves as an anchor, marking the horses that were galloping down the snowy and rainy official road outside the city, appeared in his hand. And Li Che himself returned from Fei Lei City to the inside of the carriage. His blood circulated throughout his body, drying his clothes and hair. Only after removing his mask, did he finally lean back in the soft carriage seat. His tense nerves gradually relaxed, and smelling the scent of the wood piled up inside the carriage, he began to feel a bit lazy. This trip back to Fei Lei City had been quite successful. He had saved Old Su, preventing the disaster of him being eaten by his relatives, resolved the matter of the 1,000 Buddha carving banquet, and crushed the ambitions of the city lord of Fei Lei who wanted to sacrifice the whole city. If there were any regrets, there were indeed a few. For example, the divine catcher Zhang Xiangyang. When Li Che used the heaven and earth chessboard as Master Gao to investigate, he also checked on him. Unfortunately, he did not find him, so Li Che missed the chance to learn Zhang Xianjiang's terrifying trace of light divinity. It wasn't a big deal, though. He'd have plenty of opportunities once he reached Mansion City, and the divine sect probably had corresponding dharma methods. Beyond this, the remaining points were all about gains. He had tested out the ascending stance, and also received generous gifts from many people. Old Master Su, Cao Guang, and Cao Qingyuan, the three divine base cultivators, their Qinkan jades must contain a lot of good stuff. Cao Qingyuan, in particular, had rolled up everything valuable in the entire city lord's treasury. Now it all belonged to Li Che. Even with Li Che's composure, he couldn't help but get excited. Please give my worldly experience a good shake. Li Che pursed his lips and took out Cao Qingyuan's Qinkan jade, something so treasured that even in death, he clutched it in his palm. A mid-grade Qinkan jade of excellent quality, finer even than the one from Cao He, the pure heart Dao Fruit didn't hesitate to devour and replace the original space. Lifting his hand, he tore open the space like unzipping a zipper. Li Che's divine sense moved, falling into it. There were about a dozen gold bars, a pile of gold leaves, a stack of silver ingots, and beyond that, silver notes, house deeds, land deeds, and more. Darn, was this the financial revenue of the entire Fei Lei city? It even seemed a bit richer than the Yang family who had been cultivating their wealth for many years, even after Cao Guang had spent a huge sum of money hiring many wood carvers. These were just money and material property, things extraneous to oneself. Along with what he had originally acquired, it was enough to allow his family to live luxuriously in Mansion City. Li Che continued to inventory, and suddenly, his gaze was captured. Li Che's spirit stirred, and the next moment, a yellow stump half the size of a person thudded down in the carriage. Creak, creak. The sensation of heaviness was such that even the carriage seemed to emit groans of being overburdened, as if on the verge of collapsing. The carriage slowed down abruptly. Li Che quickly returned the wood stump to the Qinkan space. Well, spiritual wood, 7th grade spiritual wood. Li Che breathed rapidly, his eyes shining. The main thing was, such a huge piece of 7th grade spiritual wood. Its value was immeasurable. Just by touching it with his hand, he had already determined the information about this spiritual wood through 1,000 analyzing hands. Spiritual wood, 7th rank lower grade dragon tooth boxwood. Origin, yellow tough spiritual wood, hard as fine steel, with a texture like dragon teeth, tough and dense material, even grain, difficult to process, handle with caution. Wow, dragon tooth boxwood? A wood so hard it even surpasses fine iron? Li Che was amazed internally. The city lord's mansion actually had such a treasure. The price of this single chunk of spiritual wood might, in fact, exceed the entire financial income of the city lord's mansion. Where did Cao Guang get such a good thing from? 7th grade spiritual wood. Not every wood carving master can handle it. Ordinary carving knives probably can't even make a mark, let alone carve. Probably needs a divine weapon grade carving knife, right? Li Che took a deep breath. This wood stump was likely what Cao Qingyuan coveted so much. Taken to Mansion City, its value would be too great. The divinity contained within the spiritual wood could be carved into a divine wood carving, likely enough for Cao Qingyuan to cultivate until death. Besides, there were quite a few 9th and 10th order spiritual woods, all fairly common, among them many that were necessary for crafting Bodhi blood tears made of blood flesh red. As a wood carving master, Li Che was truly satisfied with this haul. It was worth it for him to have closed Cao Qingyuan's eyes, allowing him to die with dignity. Li Che continued the inventory, though there weren't many more surprises. 2 bottles of elixirs, each containing 2 9th grade lower rank Great Scenic Heaven Fury Dark Flood Dragon Blood Martial pills, likely issued by the Kintian Observatory. For Li Che, this was also a fine gain, at least he didn't have to worry about elixirs for cultivation. Indeed, tallying up one's gains can wash away all fatigue from the body. Li Che happily counted everything, various martial arts methods. Although they weren't of high quality, the sheer quantity was exciting, much like counting money. Even $5 bills make one ecstatic when counting. After all, it's still money. This is... Suddenly, a golden hide booklet appeared in Li Che's hands. Great Scenery Temple Top-Tier Prison Lotus Meridian Divine Pulse Technique? The smile at the corners of Li Che's lips couldn't be contained any longer. Mysterious Vein Method, Divine Vein Method. Now I've gathered them all. Putting away the booklet, Li Che's mind stirred, and once more a treasure was expelled from the Qinkan space. 8 Extremes Lower Grade Divine Weapon, Mystic Thunder Jiao Wrathbow. Craftsmanship, 100-year-old mysterious iron. Forged 1,000 times with the blood of the mystic thunder Jiao, mixed with wrath divinity, and further forged in fierce flames 1,000 times, can channel wrath divinity, a strong bow, the arrows strike like a thunder dragon. In charge, wrathful divine method, primary god base realm and above. An 8 extremes divine weapon? As expected of a city lord, the foundation is indeed profound, backed by the imperial court. It really is different, Li Che exclaimed admiringly. His Lu Blood Shock Spear was only at the 9 luminaries superior grade, yet Cao Guang actually treasured a divine weapon of the 8 extremes level? Then why didn't he use the divine weapon before? Oh, he didn't have the chance to use it, he was killed too soon, he replied. Li Che clenched the pitch-black mystic thunder Jiao Wrathbow, and faint electric arcs seemed to flit across it, as if drawing on the divinity within the inner scene of the energy center. Archery. I've learned the 100 Ghosts Wrathful Thunder Arrow, but it doesn't quite align with divinity. Perhaps I need to find another archery technique, he mused. Thinking to himself, Li Che put away the great bow. He continued taking inventory, counting the Qinkan jades of both Old Master Su and Cao Qingyuan, though not finding much of note. Cao Qingyuan, though a god base, didn't have much pocket money, making him one of the poorest god bases Li Che had ever seen. However, Li Che did find a pile of letters in his Qinkan jade. Glancing briefly at them, his expression grew more serious the more he read. Golden Light Prefecture. Qin family? Gold Split Gate. Cao Qingyuan actually had a mother living in Mansion City? And she's a lady from a Mansion City noble family. Gold Split Gate? Apart from the Divine Sect branch, are there other sect influences in Mansion City? Li Che's heart trembled slightly as he carefully examined the letters. The letters were mostly from Cao Qingyuan's mother, with some written by Cao Qingyuan that he never sent. Having read them once, he noticed that his words were filled with concern. Will I have trouble if Cao Qingyuan's mother comes looking for me since I killed him? However, Cao Qingyuan was killed by the bull demon. It has nothing to do with me, Li Che. Li Che sighed, put away the letters, and continued the inventory. Old Master Su was wealthier in comparison, roughly on par with Old Deng of the Ying family, though without any divine weapons. He did have a few bottles of Python Blood Martial pills, a total of over 30 pills, which was a considerable amount. 9 luminaries Sunsi Flow Sword Divine Foundation Method, Sunsi Sword Control Technique, Thoughtful Willow Wood Body. Li Che's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the 3 tomes of techniques. The much-anticipated Thought Divinity Divine Foundation method had finally come into his possession. After the Wrathful Divine Foundation and the Shocking Divine Foundation, he could now forge another type of divine base. 4 great families of Flying Thunder and family and their clan fled. The 100 Turns of Worried Dreams Divine Foundation method ran off, but I don't have the SI family's Divine Foundation method, he suddenly remembered. It seems that to complete the 7 Emotions Divine base, there's still a long way to go. No worries, cheer up. There are many large and small noble families in Mansion City, Li Che encouraged the bull demon. After counting his gains, Li Che picked up a piece of wood and began to carve with a carving knife, allowing his mind, excited by his considerable haul, to settle. The days that followed became much more stable. Since he joined a caravan for the journey, Qianhe, as the escort leader, was very responsible, and also had some reputation on the roads he dealt with, ensuring a safer journey than most wild routes. The journey was monotonous and dull. Li Che didn't mind, as he had too much to keep himself occupied. After all, he had absorbed too many divine chess pieces from this sweep, the divinities of both Cao Guang and Cao Qingyuan, both Wrath Divinity, with his Three-Eyed Fury True Lord Divine Foundation at a high rank, he devoured them to solidify and grow. Besides, Li Che was also studying the mysterious vein method from the official sources of great scenery. Once his blood and qi were nurtured to their peak, he would start to break through. Every day, he practiced divinity in the carriage and trained in martial arts off the carriage, training with both Shi and Zhang Ya to strengthen their physiques. During this period, Zhang Ya's martial arts training had already achieved great success in skin refinement. Her talents in martial arts were not lacking, and Li Che estimated that she might reach skin refinement completion and begin sinew transforming even before reaching Mansion City. Shi, the girl, seemed never to tire of it, always curious about new things every day. Qianhe, the escort leader, and many others in the caravan got along very well with Shi, fond of this lively and adorable child. Golden Light Prefecture is located in Yun Province, which governs 4 prefectures. The authentic Qian Yuan Divine Sect is stationed in Lingnan Circuit, and Golden Light Prefecture is governed by a Divine Sect branch, he explained. There are many powers in Golden Light Prefecture, but the most renowned are the 5 great Divine Minister families and the 5 major prefecture city sects. The campfire flickered, sending flames soaring. During a break from the march, everyone gathered around the fire to chat. Qianhe, a local of Mansion City, sipped his wine while recounting the situation in the city. May I ask, escort leader Qian, which are the 5 great families? Old Chen toasted Qianhe and asked. Li Che, holding Shi, listened intently. Qin, Shangguan, Hai, Gongyang, and Gongyang are the 5 great divine minister families of Golden Light Prefecture City, each with a diviner ancestor at the helm, whose ancestors held high and powerful positions in the authentic Qian Yuan Divine Sect. They are not to be underestimated. As for the 5 sects, they are also closely related to these 5 noblemen. Qianhe greatly enjoyed drinking wine and eating large chunks of meat while talking. Li Che rubbed Shi's head, his eyes narrowing. Escort leader Qian, isn't Golden Light Prefecture governed by a branch of the Qian Yuan Divine Sect? How come there are other sect powers involved? Ha ha ha, Master Li, many people have asked this question. It's true that the Divine Sect branch is powerful, but the authentic Divine Sect is located in Lingnan Circuit, which is the main area controlled by the Divine Sect. The branches that are set up in the various prefectures are more for show. A prefecture is not a small place. How could a Divine Sect branch possibly take it all? Therefore, they parcel out some areas to allow other powers to have a stake, ensuring a win-win situation that fosters harmony. Moreover, these sects are backed by the Imperial Court, which aids in balancing the power of the Divine Sect. Qianhe, having traveled extensively, knew quite a few secrets. During the journey, as Li Che chatted, he began to have a large impression of Golden Light Prefecture. It was not solely dominated by the branch sect, the Qin family, Gold Split Gate, and the Corpse God cult. Especially the Corpse God cult. Li Che exhaled. For his family, Golden Light Prefecture was not very safe. The carriage bumped continuously, but as they got closer to Mansion City, the roads became smoother. On the official road, the number of carriages also increased. Occasionally, they could even see several merchant convoys meeting each other. Inside the carriage, Li Che sat quietly with his eyes closed, his blood energy billowing out from his body, forming a layer of flowing clothing, while his body felt like a furnace, finalizing the last bit of efficacy from the angry Xianjiao blood martial pill from Grand Prospect Heavenly Observatory. Boom! When the medicinal power was completely refined, the mysterious vein method operated, and blood surged through the body's vessels, forming a network of channels more complex than the minor circulatory cycle of qi vessels. Li Che suddenly opened his eyes, his elastic shirt suddenly bulging like a sphere filled with air. Countless blood energies billowed out, and what was originally attached to his body like clothing now blossomed like lotus petals. Prison lotus mystic veins. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. Li Che's blood energy returned to tranquility within him, the superior prison lotus mystic veins technique. The refined mystic veins inner chi was indeed much stronger, just as Li Che was preparing to experience the mystic veins inner chi more. The previously calm merchant convoy suddenly became restless, with the sounds of neighing horses echoing incessantly, and even the smoothly traveling carriages began to shake. Li Che lifted the curtain and walked to the carriage pole. The charioteers and escort masters were trying hard to calm the horses. Master Li, under normal circumstances, what's ahead is the most terrifying flying thunder strange temple outside Golden Light Prefecture City. Horses always get frightened every time they pass by, but calming them for a while after this stretch will be fine, Xian he said with a smile as he saw Li Che stepping out of the carriage. Upon hearing this, Li Che's heart stirred. Looking up, he saw in the distance, several majestic mountains standing tall, with rushing rivers flowing through the mountains, stretching towards the direction of the faraway prefecture city. And in that great river, numerous streams diverged. A towering temple stood upon it, as if making the sun and the moon lose their light, and the heavens and the earth lose their color. Li Che merely glanced from afar and felt a violent tremor in his chest where the chess saint Dao Fruit was located. The 8 divine chess pieces from the temple god of the flying thunder strange temple were trembling violently. Li Che flicked his toes on the ground, spread his arms high, his blood billowing out like a hawk leaping in an instant, sprinting for several miles along the riverbank. He finally stood on a rock. Across the roaring furious river, he stared at that temple situated in the middle of the river. His hands suddenly turned jade-colored, gently reaching into the turbulent river. Divine water slapped his palms, breaking into splashing droplets. Yet information from the 1,000 analyzing hands fed back before his eyes. Strange temple, 4 imperials. 8-armed prison lotus wrathful 3rd prince's sinister temple. 8-armed prison lotus furious 3rd prince's mysterious temple. Li Che looked at the information returned by 1,000 analyzing hands, and in his pupils, there seemed to be a faint shimmering light twinkling. He couldn't help but take in a deep breath. 4 imperial mysterious temples. 4 imperials level? What level is the mysterious temple in Fei Lei City again? It seems it's only at the 10 cities level, and compared to the 4 imperials, it's like heaven and earth apart. Li Che's brows involuntarily furrowed, feeling the raging and roaring river that seemed extremely scalding due to its divinity, causing a slight surge in his chi and blood. Such divinity of a temple god, if absorbed as a chess piece, and then stimulated with an ascending stance, wouldn't he be blown up? Li Che quickly calmed down. He was never someone who acted on impulse, and with a moment's thought, made up his mind. Even though, the divinity of the 4 imperials level mysterious temple god, did indeed attract him, but, he had to proceed cautiously and not rush. A 4 imperial level mysterious temple is absolutely incomparable to the one in Fei Lei City's 10 cities mysterious temple where he rubbed the bald head of the pitiful god. The divinity of the 10 cities mysterious temple is equivalent to divine base level. Then the 4 imperials, equivalent to what level? Divine minister? Divine primordial? Or maybe even the higher divine fetus? Li Che took a deep breath, his thoughts still unsettled for a long time, mainly because, once an idea arises in a person's heart, it embeds itself like tendrils, spreading and entangling the entire heart. The divinity of the 4 imperials temple god is risky, but if there is a chance to enter this mysterious temple, still have to look for an opportunity to try. What if it succeeds? Ambitions rose within Li Che's heart. Of course, he was more cautious in his scheming, for if the planning was done right, even gaining just one divine chess piece would be enough to become his trump card. Besides, Li Che's brows creased, and a flicker of flaring light seemed to flash in his eyes. The 8-armed prison lotus furious 3rd prince's name for the temple god. It felt oddly familiar. Previously, Li Qingshan mentioned to him about that temple god with a divine dog on a leash, holding a three-point double-edged knife, and a vertical third eye on his forehead. Now there's the eight-armed prison lotus furious third prince. Myths of two lives seem to overlap. Coincidence or? Li Che felt as if his head was about to explode, not daring to delve too deeply into the thought. Forget it, I am too insignificant now. When the sky falls, there will be tall ones holding it up. Right now, I just need to protect my wife and daughter, and watch over my daughter as she grows up. Li Che did not stay by the riverside too long. With a light tap of his toes, he swiftly soared up and returned to the caravan. Daddy, why didn't you take Shishi with you when you went to play in the water? Shishi poked her head out from Zhang Ye's embrace, her small mouth pouted, visibly unhappy. Li Che ruffled her head. On the side, old Chen looked suspiciously at Li Che, wondering why the young man had such a strong reaction to the mysterious temple. Che, you must maintain a reverent attitude towards the mysterious temple and not let curiosity tempt you to probe into matters you cannot bear, old Chen earnestly advised. Now you're a father, you have to think about your child and wife. Li Che, hearing this, nodded. He knew old Chen meant well. Big head Lu Qi on the side was keeping his head down, acting more docile than usual. Seeing Li Che's curiosity and excitement about the furious third prince's mysterious temple, he felt a jolt in his heart and quickly kept a low profile. This guy is notoriously violent, daring to take his 3-year-old daughter on a murderous spree. The escort leader Qian he looked at Li Che with a mix of amazement and uncertainty, realizing that the martial prowess Li Che briefly displayed just now was not inferior to his, a martial artist with 6 shifts blood change grade achievement. This Master Li, he's indeed a dark horse. But it's also normal, after all, being a wood-carving master, having some background is expected. Escort leader Qian, about that mysterious temple. Ah, that one. The most frightening mysterious temple around Golden Light Prefecture, a 4 imperial level, and it's an undefeated mysterious temple which is said to be over 500 years old. Divine Sect Branch and the Imperial Court's Temple Control Bureau, even the Kintian Observatory have dispatched strong individuals to be stationed at Golden Light Prefecture, for the sake of monitoring this mysterious temple at all times, preventing the temple god from mutating and causing disaster across miles. Qian he was very familiar with the situation of this mysterious temple, mainly because every time outsiders come to Golden Light Prefecture, they would ask about it, and answering them often had become a muscle memory. It's normal for Master Li to be curious, for imperial mysterious temples are something outsiders rarely have a chance to see in their lifetime. Qian he smiled. However, he then became serious. Master Li, curiosity is fine, but don't get too close. The temple god's divinity possesses a strong infectious and seductive power. Once your spirit is drawn in and you enter the strange K, you could lose more than half your life. Luckily, the third prince's mysterious temple is located at the treacherous center of 9 Dragons River, and ordinary people cannot get close. That mysterious temple's strange K has already formed, and once you approach and the strange K swallows you, even a grandmaster with divine physiognomy would have no return. Having said this, Qian he suddenly broke into a smile. The third prince's mysterious temple here actually became a pride of our Golden Light Prefecture. After all, among the 4 prefectures under Yun Province, only our Golden Light Prefecture has a 4 imperial level mysterious temple. Li Che's mouth twitched. What was there to be proud of? Such a dangerous thing. However, seeing Qian he's interest, Li Che was also happy to learn more about the mysterious temple, and the two chatted all the way. From departing Fei Lei City to reaching Golden Light Prefecture City, a total half a month's time was spent, mainly because they were following a merchant convoy and didn't travel at full speed. The fierce sun hung high, dispelling the chill of winter days. Near noon, the caravan arrived at the gates of Golden Light Prefecture City. The towering majestic city walls stood on the earth, like a colossal giant rising from the ground. The 9 Dragons River surged ceaselessly, splitting into a tributary that flowed through Golden Light Prefecture City, acting like a long knife dividing the city into 2. In the sunlight, the river's tributary did not appear turbulent, gleaming with ripples that looked like a scattering of crushed gold. Gazing into the distance, one could see large ships dotting the waters, raising their sails to race across. It was rumored that this calm and gentle offshoot of the Great River was excavated by a legendary prefecture master of the Golden Light Prefecture in the past, redirecting the river into the city and carving out a convenient waterway for the prefecture's transport. This act didn't just change the water transport and people's livelihood in Golden Light Prefecture. It also brought a significant improvement to the divine cultivators by diluting the divinity from the 9 Dragons River and transporting it into the Golden Light Prefecture City. With the evaporation of the moisture, the dilute divinity merged into the air, enhancing the concentration of divinity and creating an ideal cultivation paradise for divine cultivators. The city walls of Golden Light Prefecture City were extremely broad. Standing at the city gate and looking around, the ends of the walls were indistinct and stretched further than the eye could see. Encircled by the city's walls, a green peak rose from within the city, much like the enclosing wall outside the Fukan, encircling this mountainous green peak within. Wow, Daddy, it's so big. Shishi stuck her head out of the carriage, blinking her large eyes in amazement and shouting in surprise. It was not just Shishi who was impressed. Even Li Che felt a slight shock in his heart, given the impact of the ancient city's towering walls was strong indeed. Far different from what Fei Lei City could compare with. After paying the entrance fee, the convoy entered the outer city of the prefecture. Although it was called the outer city, in reality, it was much more spacious than Feilei City's inner city, with wide cobblestone boulevards that could accommodate 10 carriages abreast, and shops lined up on both sides displaying an array of products in dazzling variety. Li Che felt as if he had suddenly arrived in a prosperous era from a time of disorder at the end of the year. But he knew this was just an illusion. Envil.com. Cities like Feilei City were far too common. Just a bit of strange shock from the release of mysterious temple could easily cause the upheaval of a city. Even a slight nefarious idea from some of those in power in the city could lead to the misery of the people. Within Yun province, there were only 4 mansion cities. Moreover, beneath the facade of any bustling city, there would always be unknown filth and festering issues. This was just an initial contact. Qian he was very enthusiastic, perhaps because Li Che was a wood-carving master, and his attitude was extraordinarily eager. Upon entering the prefecture, he even found an inn for Li Che and his group. The standard of the inn was not high, but as a temporary resting place, it was fine. Li Che wasn't picky, although he was now very wealthy, his assets comparable to those of a great noble family. Escort leader Qian, could you do me a small favor? We are unfamiliar with the prefecture, and since it's our first time here, we plan to settle down. So, I'd like to ask escort leader Qian to help us find a place to live, Li Che said, handing a 10-tael silver ingot to Qian Baiatu. Master Li, you're too polite. Leave it to me, old Qian. Qian he laughed heartily, unembarrassed as he took the money and left after giving a bow. After settling into the inn, old Chen couldn't sit still. I'm going out for a stroll to inquire about the Divine Sect branch's sect assessment for Little Stinky Shi. The sect assessment is still 2 to 3 months away. What's the rush? Li Che, holding Shi, said with a smile. I'm going to find out if there are any competitors for Shi. This is important. Although Master Qingshan assured that Shi's supreme spiritual child talent can get into the branch sect, once you're in, there are levels like the outer sect, inner sect, and I heard there's even the core true succession. My little Stinky Shi must enter as a true successor. Discover hidden tales at. Old Chen hung a liquor gourd on his waist, grinning as he gave a thumbs up. Li Che couldn't argue with him and let him go. Time, much like sand slipping through one's fingers, flowed through the gaps. A month went by in a blink. Golden Light Prefecture City. Outer City, Listening Flowers Lane. A small courtyard with 3 entrances. As the cold winter passed, the early spring chill still cut to the bone, freezing people even through their thick clothes. Seated quietly under the peach tree in the center of the courtyard, Li Che, dressed in a blackish tight garment, allowed the piercing wind of early spring to hit his body. Slowly opening his eyes, his body faintly emitted a steaming heat, as if the temperature in the entire small courtyard had risen. His eyes flickered with passing light. Name, Li Che. Bonds, Li Nuangzai, daughter. Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan, LV3, 48%, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV3, 13%, Pure Heart, LV2, 18%, Chess Saint, LV2, 3%. Prototype of Divine Powers, Immortal Worker, 1000 Analyzing Hands, Dragon Elephant Vajra, Ascend. The overall transformation of his Dao Fruit was not insignificant. In the months since arriving in the prefecture, Li Che had kept a low profile, considering it was his first time here. Therefore, he spent most of his time practicing cultivation, carving wooden sculptures, creating mechanisms, and improving firepower all within the yard he had purchased. With his refinement of the single wood raven, employing costly spiritual wood and introducing divinity, the power had increased by a significant margin, now capable of killing a cultivation as river-like cultivator with a single shot. A primary god-base realm cultivator could be destroyed with at most 5 shots. Of course, due to the high cost of materials for the improved spirit wood raven, the number of pieces he could produce was limited. Li Che had made a total of 600 shots. Besides, progress on Nemo Immortal Artisan Barrett continued. He had utilized that piece of 7th grade spiritual wood, dragon tooth boxwood, to create the body of the mechanism, combining Bodhi blood tears and the spirit wood raven to bring out piercing power. Li Che tentatively named it Generation 1 of Southward Immortal Craft Bodhi Barrett. The completion of Generation 1 Bodhi Barrett allowed the Immortal Craft Dao Fruit to directly reach 48% maturity, stepping closer to LV4. However, Li Che already felt the difficulties in improving and grew increasingly eager for the complete records of the Tang family mechanism. After leveling up the Dragon Elephant Vajra to LV3, the progress also slowed down. Even breaking through the mysterious vein barely improved the progress by 10%. To break through to LV4, merely stepping into the divine vein might not be enough. Perhaps he has to try achieving the status of a Chi-blood Grandmaster to have a chance. The Pure Heart and Chess Saint Dao Fruits, due to not killing much recently and not absorbing divinity, didn't improve much. The Chess Saint Dao Fruit, after the 1000 Buddha carving banquet, because it absorbed too many divine chess pieces, broke into LV2. Li Che studied it and found that he could refine divine chess pieces even faster now. In just 1 short month, his three-eyed fierce true Lord Divine Foundation had completely solidified the divinity of Cao Guang and Cao Qingyuan, finishing the solidifying wheel process, stabilizing the divinity, and no longer worrying about it dispersing. A gentle breeze stirred, rustling the leaves. In the courtyard, Shi was playing with old Chen on a twist car, both young and old enjoying themselves greatly. Old Chen had always thought the twist car was rather dull. He was too old to play with such a childish toy, but since he had come to Mansion City, he found himself stepping into a new world the moment he sat on the twist car during his idle times. He even personally made a replica of the twist car and often competed in driving skills with Shi. In a corner of the small courtyard, various martial arts training equipment like stone stools and wooden posts were set up. Zhang Yat, dressed in a white martial outfit and with a serious expression, was training and refining her skin. Boom! Zhang Yat, who was training, suddenly felt her inner qi and blood accelerating through her body, surging into her skin membrane, causing her skin to blush and become more tenacious, as if her whole physique was undergoing a transformation. Under her tender body, it seemed as if large sinews were twitching and trembling. Husband, I have started the sinew transforming process. Zhang Yat, panting heavily, her dark eyes suddenly brightening, cheered jubilantly. Li Che opened his eyes and came over to Zhang Yat, raised his hand to touch, and a smile appeared in his eyes as he approvingly nodded his head. Indeed, you have started the sinew transforming process, my wife has done well. Receiving Li Che's praise, Zhang Ya bit her lip, unable to restrain herself any longer. She seemed to think of something and tiptoed to Li Che's ear. Having succeeded in sinew transforming, my physical endurance has greatly increased. My husband can loosen up a bit. Tonight, please be forceful. Li Che couldn't help but be speechless. What in the world was his delicate wife thinking? The first thing she thought of after sinew transforming was this? Really? My wife, I have just happened to study a few postures that can help solidify the sinew transforming. In the utterly dark dungeon, filled with an extremely dense stench of blood and a mix of moldy and foul odors, a white wax torch was lit, its flickering light casting shadows across the dungeon. Creak creak. That was the sound of a rope hanging a heavy weight, forcefully rotating downward. In the center of the dungeon, a figure was suspended by both hands, his white shirt covered in bloody whip marks. With disheveled hair and blood continuously dripping from between his teeth, his face swollen and no longer human-like. In front of the figure was a meticulously carved taishi chair, upon which a beautifully dressed woman sat, using a white embroidered handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose, her delicate willow leaf eyebrows furrowed, displaying a mixture of disgust and coldness. Did he escape from the Fei Lei city? My son died in Fei Lei city, and you, a worthless thing, still deserve to live. The woman's voice was somewhat crazed, unable to suppress her grief. Thinking of the news from Fei Lei city, the woman felt as if the sky had collapsed. It didn't matter that Xiao Guang, that waste, had died, but her son Xiao Qingyuan, to die in Fei Lei city too. He was a piece of her own flesh, born after 10 months within her womb. Tears uncontrollably streamed down from the woman's eyes, filling the entire dungeon with a sorrowful, whimpering cry, as if numerous specters had climbed out from Hell's Gate howling. The woman raised her hand, her long, fair fingers with beautiful nails suddenly clenched. In an instant, Xue Baihe, who was tied up, trembled all over. Divine energy enveloped him, and one after another, infant-shaped specters, releasing dense black air, slowly crawled out from his legs, armpits, behind his neck, and from his hair. Xue Baihu's breathing became heavy, and a panicked roar burst from his throat. Countless flesh felt as though it was being devoured, causing his entire body to tense up and spasm involuntarily. I said it. I've told everything I know. Su Baihu was in excruciating pain. He had a keen sense of smell, and as soon as Su Heli planned to sacrifice him and Su Yu to break through to the divine foundation, he fled. With his family in tow, he arrived at Mansion City. Find more chapters on. Soon after, a great disaster befell Fei Lei City, and news of the death of City Lord Xiao Guang and the young City Lord had spread. He felt trouble was imminent, but it was too late to escape. Indeed, the next day, he was captured and thrown into the dungeon. This venomous woman, who was in Mansion City, was none other than the mother of Xiao Qingyuan, the third Miss Qin of the Qin family, Qin Yuking. I know you have spoken, but I just want to torture you. My son is dead. Why should you get to escape and live comfortably? I am not happy at all. The woman said in a frenzied manner, her fingers tightening. The little demons grew more excited, tearing Su Baihu's flesh even more vigorously. After torturing him for a while, the beautiful woman twisted her voluptuous waist and left. Just out of the dungeon, the sunlight was brilliant, making the beautiful woman look noble and majestic. A figure wearing a mask silently appeared before her. Have you found Zhang Xiangyang? And that bull demon, any trace? The beautiful woman threw away her embroidered handkerchief, her beautiful face filled with coldness. Reporting back to the miss, there is currently no trace of the bull demon, as if he has evaporated from the human world, but there is a clue about Fei Lei divine catcher Zhang Xiangyang. He is, after all, a government officer from the Temple Control Bureau. We originally assumed he would head to the temple office when he entered Mansion City. I want results, not for you to tell me these irrelevant processes, the beautiful woman said sharply. Go and capture him? Zhang Xiangyang is the only divine cultivator who managed to escape from the city lord's mansion. I want to capture and torture him. My son died so miserably, why should he live? The masked figure fell silent. The frenzied beautiful woman quickly calmed down, her gaze shifting. Has the spirit child selected by Li Qingshan in Fei Lei City arrived in Mansion City yet? That useless man Xiao Guang. What was he doing with 1,000 infants carving banquet, and he even let a supreme spiritual child escape? Li Qingshan sheltered her? Before Li Qingshan went, why did Xiao Guang miss that spirit baby? Killing intent flashed sharply in the eyes of the beautiful woman, Qin Yuking. Bull Demon? Su Baihe guessed that the Bull Demon might be the wood-carving master from Fei Lei City, Li Che. According to the data, this wood-carving master just had a blood exchange. His martial cultivation is nascent. How could he possibly be that Bull Demon who could easily slaughter those with divine foundation? And Li Che left Mansion City before the 1000 Buddha carving banquet. Right, is the spirit infant master still alive? To survive under Li Qingshan's Remhorn hammer, he must have some skill. Did he kill my son? The beautiful woman closed her eyes, having become somewhat delusional. Whenever she opened or closed her eyes, she saw her son's blood-covered face, her own flesh and blood. After a while, her willow leaf eyebrows trembled slightly, and as she opened her eyes, they were filled with iciness. Supreme spiritual child, ah. A small place like Fei Lei City actually had a supreme spiritual child, and Cao Guang even messed up, allowing her to live until Li Qingshan came. Is it a coincidence? How can there be so many coincidences in this world? And that 22-year-old spirit child, haha, what a ridiculous thing, obviously not something serious. The beautiful woman's crimson lips seemed to drip with blood. Li Che had an agreement with his wife, Zhang Ya, to assist her in solidifying her sinews tonight. Li Che then simply tidied up, left the Listening Flowers Lane courtyard, and planned to first go to another property he had purchased in Mansion City, which was used as a wood-carving workshop, to refine the newly completed Generation 1 of Southward Immortal Craft Bodhi Barrett. Afterwards, he would reserve a table with fine wines and dishes at a restaurant to properly celebrate his wife's breakthrough in opening her sinews, aiming to fully satisfy her. He had just left the alley and stepped onto the main street. His stride paused slightly, his eyes narrowing as he looked ahead. Suddenly, Big Head Lu Qi, accompanied by two men wearing official uniforms and bearing Temple Control Bureau badges at their waists, approached him. Had his identity as the Bull Demon been reported? The sunshine was splendid, dispersing the chill of early spring. Willow branches swayed in the street, and willow catkins floated in the air. Dressed in a black martial outfit, Li Che looked very spirited. His strong physique from practicing martial arts made his clothes appear neat and vigorous, making him quite conspicuous among the crowd. He stopped walking and looked towards three people approaching from a distance. With his distinctive Neza braid, Big Head Lu Qi was all too familiar to Li Che, but the two figures beside Lu Qi made him slightly puzzled. Dressed in official robes, with a badge representing the Temple Control Bureau hanging at their waists, the badge carved with the pattern of a small temple was easy to recognize. Li Che's first thought was that he might have been reported by Lu Qi, the young rascal. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. Because there was no need for Lu Qi to do so, Li Che had always been very gentle and amiable towards him. Waiting quietly, the three soon approached. Uncle Li, Lu Qi called out, his head shaking as he hurriedly spoke when he saw Li Che. Li Che smiled gently. He then turned to the other two and asked, these two? Uncle Li, they are from the Heavenly Oversight. Lu Qi immediately provided the answer without playing coy. Li Che was stunned. Heavenly Oversight? In the Grand Prospect Dynasty, the Temple Control Bureau, the Heavenly Oversight, and the Divine Sect were the three massive entities. The first two belonged to the Imperial Court forces, while the third was a sect force. The Temple Control Bureau dealt with mysterious temples and was a combat force, engaging in tasks like forest chopping, temple destruction, suppression of anomalies, and eradication of evil spirits, all the dirty and tedious work. Within the Imperial Court, the Heavenly Oversight was akin to a logistical force, producing elixirs, divine wood carvings, divine weapons, etc., earning immense wealth. The Great Scenic Heaven Fury Dark Flood Dragon Blood Martial Pill that Li Che had taken when he broke through the mysterious vein had come from the Heavenly Oversight. It was the teacher who asked me to recommend you to the Heavenly Oversight after returning to the Mansion City. This recommendation spot is extremely precious, Lu Qi said, shaking his big head hurriedly. The two men in official robes smiled at Li Che. Senior Qingshan recommended you for joining the Heavenly Oversight, and we are responsible for contacting you. Li Che bowed, and the two returned the gesture. I happen to be going to the Fragrant Pavilion, shall we go there and talk while we eat? Assured that they had no ill intentions, Li Che became even more amiable and kind, smiling as he invited them. Lu Qi, uninterested in food, unhesitatingly chose shishi over the delicacies and the twist car. Li Che and the three from the Heavenly Oversight arrived at the Fragrant Pavilion, the most popular restaurant in the outer city of the Mansion City, loved by the elite for the chef's excellent culinary skills. The dishes were aromatic and visually appealing. Li Che, not short of money, ordered a table full of fine wines and dishes without being too frugal. Even though the prices in Mansion City were extremely high, they meant nothing compared to the piles of gold bars and silver ingots in his kinkan space. Master Li, you are too kind, the three men said as they sat in the private room. A cool female musician played the zither, the sounds drifting melodiously. I am Lu He from the Heavenly Oversight in Golden Light Prefecture City. This is my colleague, Hai Chuanying. We are both third-class guest officials of the Heavenly Oversight. One man introduced themselves. Guest official. Sensing Li Che's confusion, the talkative Lu He smiled and explained, a guest official needs to pass an assessment to join the Heavenly Oversight, enjoys the benefits of an officer of the Heavenly Oversight, but is not a real officer and does not hold an official rank. Li Che understood it was just like the difference between contract and temporary workers in civil service. As Senior Qingshan ranks 8th in the Yunzhou Divine Foundation spectrum, naturally, we take his recommendations seriously, hence we personally came to contact Master Li, Lu He explained. We have gathered complete information about Master Li. In just 3 years, in the Su's wood carving shop in Feilei City, you went from a wood carving apprentice to a wood carving master, capable of creating divine wood carvings. Your talent is truly remarkable, Lu He affirmed. Senior Qingshan's recommendation is indeed reasonable. Lu He clinked glasses with Li Che, enjoying the wine, but after a sip, his brows slightly furrowed. Experience new stories on. The wine from the outer city is ultimately inferior. Although Fragrant Pavilion is the best restaurant here, this wine is really quite mediocre. Master Li, when you get the chance to come to the inner city, I'll treat you to the divine wine at Yunfang Boat. Exquisite women serving warm divine wine that rejuvenates one's divinity upon drinking. Such a taste. Ah, Lu He couldn't help but praise. The man named Hai Chuanying, however, spoke indifferently. Master Li hasn't even joined the heavenly oversight or become a guest official yet, and you're already thinking about taking him to enjoy courtesans and music. Haha, with Senior Qingshan's recommendation, he is certain to pass the guest official assessment. It's only a matter of time. After all, such a coveted recommendation spot wouldn't be wasted by Senior Qingshan, Lu He laughed. Novel.com. Li Che invited the three to enjoy the meal and drink as he slowly inquired and understood the situation. Senior Qingshan's recommendation merely gives you the qualification to be assessed. Whether you can truly become a guest official of the heavenly oversight still depends on your abilities, Lu He said. Although we guest officials are not true officials of the heavenly oversight, we still enjoy its substantial benefits. Most importantly, being under the protection of the heavenly oversight is crucial for someone like Master Li, who comes from the outer city. The news about Feilei City has already spread here. City Lord Cao Guang used the entire city as a sacrifice, aiming to elevate Mysterious Temple because of Senior Qingshan's presence, but his scheme failed. Cao Guang died, and his son Cao Qingyuan too. Lu He took a sip of wine and squinted his eyes. Cao Guang's death is immaterial, but Cao Qingyuan's death might not be good news for Master Li. Cao Qingyuan's birth mother is none other than Qin Yuqing of the Qin family. Although Li Che had long been aware of this, he still showed a look of astonishment. Cao Qingyuan's death, what does that have to do with us? Lu He swept a glance around, then looked at Hai Chuanying. Brother Hai, you might as well tell it. Hai Chuanying snorted with laughter. You're still afraid of getting involved. This woman Qin Yuqing, the third daughter of the patriarch of the Qin family and also the core true successor of Gold Splitgate, appears gentle and accommodating on the surface, but in reality, she has an extremely vicious heart, likes to strike in the dark, and even more so, to torment people, known as the jade-faced poisonous Rakshasa. Perhaps it's due to the influence of the Divine Foundation prison rage Ghost King she cultivates. But this woman's viciousness is notorious. She's also the Qin family's hidden enforcer when dealing with issues. Her son died in Feilei City. She will surely take her anger out on those from Feilei City, Hai Chuanying said gravely. This may also be why Master Qingshan recommended Master Li in the first place. Upon hearing these words, Li Che fell silent. My daughter and I came for the Divine Sect branch examination. Does she really dare to mess with us? Li Che furrowed his brows. Hai Chuanying, however, began to laugh, looking at Li Che strangely. The examination hasn't started yet. You haven't joined the Divine Sect, right? It's all premature. When it comes to rules, these people play them well. Although the Divine Sect is strong, the 5 great clans of the Mansion City, as well as those 5 great sects, have been entrenched here for hundreds of years. They are all at the level of local tyrants. Li Che understood. He then chatted with the two about the specifics and situation of the Heavenly Oversight Guest Official Assessment. After a full meal, he said goodbye to Lu He and Hai Chuanying. He ordered a table of dishes and had the waiter from Fragrant Pavilion send it to his residence in Listening Flowers Lane. Li Che then went to another courtyard he had in Golden Light Prefecture City. The courtyard was piled full with wood, the rich fragrance of timber wafting through the air. Sitting on a wooden chair, Li Che's fingertips emitted light, tearing open the air, taking hold of a big object with a grab of his 5 fingers. It was the mechanism Generation 1 Nemo Immortal Craftsman Bodhi Barrett that Li Che had finished developing and making. Made from 7th rank spiritual wood dragon tooth boxwood, it took the ruin of several carving knives to be sculpted. The dragon tooth boxwood was exceedingly delicate and long, resembling dragon teeth in material, more pleasing to the eye than a work of art. As for the bullets, dragon tooth Bodhi, Li Che had used 7th grade spiritual wood, with Bodhi blood tears, fusing the craftsmanship of spirit wood raven, and spent great effort to make just one. Even for only one, it took a tremendous amount of energy from Li Che. Had he not developed divine sense after breaking through to the divine foundation, intricate work like this would have been uncertain. Li Che also understood that, while 1,000 analyzing hands were helpful, the importance of divine sense could not be overlooked. With patience, he polished the smooth barrel of the dragon tooth boxwood, maintaining silence, his eyes gloomy. After a long while, he sighed deeply. In this world, I'm walking on thin ice. But this world, it's too dangerous. I want to peacefully watch my daughter grow up, but there's always someone who won't allow it, wanting to break the ice beneath my feet, to let me fall into an icy pit. Li Che looked up, the spring breeze caressed his face, cold as ice to the bone. Such was the case in Feilei City, and likewise in Mansion City. Without any background, survival in this world is too difficult. Like today, if not for the face given by Li Qingshan, those two third-class guest officials from Kintian Observatory probably wouldn't have spared him a second glance. After all, I'm still not strong enough. Li Che stood up, his hand grabbed hold of the dragon tooth boxwood barrel and another hand picked up the rest of the components, slowly assembling them together. Sounds akin to the friction of metal, yet as if the most beautiful symphony amidst heaven and earth. Click, click. Once fully assembled, Li Che held it up with both hands. He didn't make a scope, because he didn't need one. If he really made a scope, it would be somewhat disrespectful to a master Go chess saint. The Qin family. Qin Yuking, The mud pill in Li Che's brow trembled, divine sense surged wildly, the gun body made from dragon tooth boxwood was instantly activated, shimmering with patterns, divinity slowly flowing into it. A terrifying and dangerous aura emanated from the mechanism. The wind, swirling violently, the currents raging, causing wood shavings in the workshop's small courtyard to wildly fly about. Qin Yuking, the core true successor of Gold Split Gate. I wonder, can she withstand a dragon tooth Bodhi bullet? But I only have one shot. Li Che exhaled slowly, focusing intensely as he continued to polish the dragon tooth Bodhi, ensuring precision, to guarantee that nothing unexpected would occur in the first shot of sniping. To achieve a perfect, soul-piercing single shot. You, Qin Yuking, are ruthless and vicious, jade-faced poisonous Rakshasa, but I, Li Che, will confront you with nothing but fervor, honorably, to snipe you dead. In the small courtyard, Li Che's breath turned to thunder, his blood pounding. Being targeted by such a venomous woman, one could hardly sleep peacefully, especially with she still so young and adorable, such a tiny girl. If she were to fall into the hands of that venomous woman and suffer inhumane torture, Li Che as a father couldn't bear the thought, the very idea twisted his internal organs in agony. I must snipe her dead. Stay connected through. I must accelerate the advancement in my cultivation, ultimately I'm too weak, aiming to cultivate the divine vein as soon as possible. Master Qingshan said there are exclusive secret elixirs within the divine sect, a pity I can't access them without joining, so I'll have to see what good elixirs the Kintian Observatory has. Additionally, the preparation for the guest elder assessment at Kintian Observatory. I must get ready for that, too. Master Qingshan must have foreseen that Mansion City would be unstable, hence the recommendation. I cannot let down his expectations, the tiger skin of Kintian Observatory is indeed good. Li Che, in the small courtyard, laid out his future cultivation plan. The moonlight climbed up into the sky. Li Che had just finished his cultivation practice in the small courtyard. His surging vitality, like a blooming prison lotus, slowly spiraled and converged within his body. Li Che opened his eyes, as if a flash of lightning sparked and flickered in the dark courtyard. After reaching the mysterious vein stage, the speed of improvement in his qi and blood martial path had not decreased much, mainly because after Li Che's dragon elephant Vajra reached LV3, his cross-training talent had seen great enhancement. Additionally, the Ying family's heart-shocking and sturdy and the Su family's Sunsi Lu sword divinity, because the chess saint Dao Fruit reached level 2, the speed of refinement has increased. Now both have completed the refinement of divine chess pieces, reaching the cultivation as river-like stage. Zhou Ruiguan's chaotic joyful bewilderment divine has just barely reached the cultivation as river-like, considering Zhou Ruiguan's own strength isn't strong. Now, I have 4 divine natures reaching cultivation as river-like, and 1 divine nature has condensed into a divine foundation. The path of divinity still has much room for improvement. Once the essence cultivation of divinity is sufficient, I will start condensing another 2 rounds of divine foundation. Li Che's eyes opened and closed, his divine light intertwining. Inside his inner scene of the energy center, with the divinity of pure heart, he divided into 5 areas, cultivating 5 types of divinity. Joy, fury, thought, sorrow, shock 5 types of divinity stored within the energy center. The 7 emotions divinity, still lacking the worry divine nature and the divinity of fear. He was originally supposed to gather them in Fei Lei City, but unfortunately, the Yan family had fled, and Zhang Xiangyang also took the chance to escape. However, it wasn't a big problem. The possibility of obtaining these 2 types of divine methods in the Mansion City was much higher. Just pay more attention, and he would definitely find them. My talent in cultivating divine secret techniques is indeed ordinary compared to my cross-training. From what I obtained in the mysterious temple, the Furious True Lord's life-taking pupil is just at a beginner's level, while the divine martial arts, Furious True Lord's triple blade, has already achieved minor accomplishment. That's still due to less practice. As for the Python Dragon Cannon, Cloud Sparrowhawk treading on clouds, they have now reached major accomplishment. Divine martial arts are more suitable for me indeed. After finishing his self-review, Li Che stretched lazily, his bones and muscles popping like firecrackers. After tidying up briefly, Li Che, just before leaving the house, flicked his finger and a white divine chess piece of pure heart floated and melded into the courtyard. This was a coordinate anchor point of the Flying Thunder chess saint, habitually left behind as a precaution for a speedy escape. Having done all this, Li Che then reined in his vitality and strolled back home. He planned to give some pointers on the sinew-transforming stances his wife had developed. The next day, at dawn, the sky was overcast, with dense clouds piling up above. Spring thunder rolled behind them, occasionally flashing with lightning. Spring rain brings warmth, and several more showers would be the revitalizing season of the earth. But the early spring rain was still quite biting. Zhang Ya, who had been guided by Li Che through an updated version of sinew transforming stances all night, was lazily in bed, soft like a white snake, utterly lacking the strength to get up. Her surname being Zhang, she was indeed arrogant. She even dared to let him, Li Che, use a bit of strength. The physical cultivation of his body refinement was frightening. Feeling refreshed, Li Che, after instructing Shi in her daily martial arts cultivation, planned to leave and head to the Kintian Observatory to understand the specific details needed for tomorrow's assessment. Yesterday, Lu He and Hai Chuanying merely notified him of his assessment eligibility, naturally not spending too much effort describing the specifics. The sky was dim, fine rain fell lightly like cow hair. Dressed in neat and clean black clothes, Li Che held up an oiled paper umbrella. Spring rain splattered on the umbrella surface, leaving droplets tinged with it. As the willows brushed against the wind, the aura of spring was thick. Li Che left Listening Flowers Lane and stepped onto the broad flagstone streets of Mansion City. Suddenly, he paused in his steps, and inside his chest, the chest Saint Dao Fruit slightly pulsed, sensing someone spying on him. Li Che's expression unchanged, he strolled in the rain holding his umbrella. But his mind shifted slightly. The heaven and earth chessboard massively unfolded. Half of Golden Light Prefecture City in his perception abruptly shrank, appearing in his mind as the divinity points spent increased. The chessboard, crisscrossing and intertwined, outlined roads and alleys completely. The aura spying on him also became exceedingly clear on the chessboard, nowhere to hide. After reaching level 2 of the chess Saint Dao Fruit, his perceptiveness became more acute, and he could even form various colors based on the hostility of the other's aura. Black color represented extreme hostility. Gray-black indicated some hostility, but not much. Pure white meant no hostility at all. And in his perception, the aura spying on him appeared gray-black, indicating some hostility, but not much. But any hostility, even if slight, was already significant. Since he had entered Mansion City, Li Che had always behaved amiably and kept a low profile. For no reason, why would anyone hold hostility towards him? Li Che's eyes reflected a faint light, his view zoomed in, and he immediately saw the person emitting the hostility. Hidden in an alley, concealing his aura, showing no signs of exposure, beneath a grey mask his eyes were solemn, staring in his direction. Who is it? Someone from Qin Yuking. Can't determine yet, but it's no big deal. Li Che mused to himself. At that instant, the slumbering dragon elephant within the dragon elephant Vajra was completely activated. The spring rain drizzled down. In the alley, the figure wearing the grey mask suddenly paused, shook his head, and realized the target he had been watching had disappeared. Yes, vanished right under his nose? Where is he? How did he suddenly disappear? The divinity I locked onto him also vanished. What in the world was going on? The frown under the masked figure's mask tightened. How should I explain this to the miss? The figure swayed and appeared on the main street in an instant, but no matter how he released his divine sense, he couldn't sense where Li Che had gone. Damn, did I see a ghost? This person, there really is something off about him. Explore more adventures at. He was sure it wasn't him who had the problem, so it must be Li Che, that seemingly scholarly and kind wood-carving master from Fei Lei City. Something was off. I'll go back and report to the miss. The figure blurred, racing off into the distance. After he had left, what he didn't know was, behind him, Li Che, dressed in black, took out a horse face mask and put it over his face, his eyes deep and dark as if emerging from the underworld, piercing through the human world. Bull Demon? No, Bull Demon was off duty. Now, he was Horseface. With Master Go Chess Saint around, in surveillance and counter-surveillance, no one could match him. With an ultimate concealment of his aura, Li Che silently followed the grey-masked figure. Upon seeing the grey figure appear in front of a mansion, Li Che did not get any closer. His gaze shifted, landing on that mansion. Qin Mansion. He. Even though I, Li Che, entered the Mansion City, being low profile and amiable, I still got targeted, truly a venomous woman. Unfortunately, I haven't seen this venomous woman's face. If I kill this person, will the venomous woman appear? After meeting her once, she will be added to my list for horse faces reaping. As Li Che formed this thought, his hands had already acted. His fingers came together, tearing open the air. A longbow intertwined with electrical currents fell into his hands, and a spiral wooden arrow made from spirit flower willow was knocked onto the 8 Extremes low-grade divine weapon, the Xian Lei Nu Jiao Bao. His 5 fingers gripped the string, and behind his head, a divine foundation suddenly rose up. The three-eyed fierce true lord divine foundation? A vertical slit opened in the horseface mask's brow, as if a crimson eye were rolling around within. The three-eyed fierce true lord's life-taking pupil? A divine streak of light burst from the vertical pupil, as if igniting and energizing the entire arrow. The large sinew on his back snapped, and his spine roared like an angry dragon. Bull Demon unmatched in close combat, Horseface unparalleled in ranged reaping. The bow was drawn to full crescent. Under the mask, his angular jaw tilted slightly upward. Watch, let me show you watch. His fingers released. Boom, ear-splitting as a rock breaking the sky, thunder and wind came to life. Myriad of currents surged explosively, tearing apart the screen of spring rain. As if a furious dragon had its major tendon drawn out, it roared in anger. The gray-masked figure just preparing to enter Qin Mansion had his hair stand on end, a divine foundation abruptly forming behind him. Who? This person turned out to be at the primary god base realm? But as the arrow shot towards him, the terrifying rank suppression, and a momentary glimpse of a tri-eyed deity emanating a lethal light from its vertical eye, filled him with such immense pressure that his own divinity was momentarily paralyzed. Just as he turned his head, he was horrifically and suddenly pierced through the brow Nguyen with the arrow. The powerful arrow, passing right through his skull, dragged along his body, pinwheeled before the gates of Qin Mansion. Qin Mansion. After a brief pause, a terrifying aura suddenly burst forth. P.S. 10,000 word update. Please vote with your monthly ticket, recommend, and support the read. Oldly continues the explosion of updates. The spring rain seemed to become agitated, evaporating due to the scorching heat and rising into a hazy mist. Lingering in the air, it left a trail as though an angry Jiaishe had thrashed about, leaving its traces behind. In front of the Qin Mansion gate, a terrifying divinity erupted like thunder, intertwining serpents of lightning writhed around, and an ice-cold death chi filled the air. The divine foundation cultivator wearing a grey mask was pierced through the forehead. The horrifying momentum carried by the arrow nailed him viciously to the vermilion door of Qin Mansion studded with copper nails. Blood blossomed from the back of his head like an exploding lotus. Only then did a subtle crack sound emerge. It was the sound of the grey mask breaking, splitting in two and sliding off onto the ground, revealing the pale face of a middle-aged man who had not seen the sun in many years. Fear from the moments before death still lingered in his eyes. Just one arrow. A cultivator in the primary god base realm, shot dead on the spot. Boom. The silence lasted but a moment. A dreadful aura suddenly rose from within the Qin Mansion. Presumptuous. The deafening voice, like a thunderclap falling upon the human world, a boulder smashing into a lake, created shockwaves that blasted from within the Qin Mansion, evaporating the swaying curtain of spring rain in an instant. Li Che, wearing a horse face mask, had just unleashed an arrow and immediately concealed his breath, pushing the slumbering dragon elephant of the dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit to its limits. He transformed into a straight black line, merging with the rain curtain, hugging the wall as he made his escape. After switching through several alleys, he finally came to a stop, standing close against the wall, holding his breath, slowing even the rhythm of his heartbeat to the extreme. His eyes, heavy with solemnity, looked towards the sky above Qin Mansion, where an illusion vast as a mirage emerged, made from the condensation of divinity. Its mere presence made one feel suffocated. The illusory figure was clad in sorrow, wearing golden armor resembling gold dragon scales, with garments fluttering, and 4 muscular arms with veins like Jiaishe. Its body was also entwined with slender Jiaishe. The Jiaishe had 9 heads, twisting and winding around its body, with purple skin, and the intense worry divine nature swept forth like a storm, nearly scattering the spring rain falling from the sky. Divine Minister? Li Che's pupils slightly contracted, and his heartbeat steadied even more. That was the realm above divine foundation. Divine Minister? Viewing the temple god and taking on a divine form, as if a god had descended, wielding the power of deities, was the state of the Divine Minister? This was an extremely powerful realm. The Qin family had been a noble family in Mansion City for hundreds of years, a divine minister lineage. Not only did they possess the inheritance of a divine minister, but they also had a living diviner ancestor in residence. This was the foundation of a family? Li Che's mind was already connected to the chess saint Dao Fruit, preparing to use the power of the flying thunder chess saint to teleport away. Of course, that was predicated on him being exposed. Boom! The raindrops exploded, and a forceful, almost tangible divine sense swept across the street, much like radar scanning. Li Che could even clearly feel the rainwater being invisibly twisted, forming a circular pattern of rising waves. This was the divine minister's divine sense, sweeping over a 10-mile-long street. However, as Li Che sensed the divine sense sweeping over his body, he seemed to detect something and then it withdrew, scanning once more. Li Che didn't move, remaining motionless as if fused with the wall. The divine sense swept away, returned, and then went away again. After about 5 or 6 breaths, the divine sense swept back. After going back and forth 4 or 5 times, it finally left. Li Che couldn't help but feel speechless. This golay dang. However, Li Che's spirits were also somewhat uplifted. After upgrading the dragon elephant Vajra to level 3, the slumbering dragon elephant's ability to conceal his breath barely managed to avoid a divine symbol cultivator's divine sense. This acknowledgement alone was a very satisfying gain from acting under the guise of horseface. As for the other gains, Li Che remained standing still, partly to guard against the possibility of the Qin family's diviner ancestor launching a divine sense surprise attack and partly because he was using the heaven and earth chessboard ability of the chess saint Dao Fruit. In his eyes, black lines seemed to dance, then interconnecting, forming a chessboard grid that spread downward. Using Li Che's position as a chessboard stellar position, it immediately unfurled, encompassing the area in front of the Qin Mansion gate, as Li Che had pulled a near perspective. He hadn't ventured inside Qin Mansion because the divine minister's divine majesty permeated the heavens and the earth. Li Che didn't dare to intrude and observe directly. Find more to read at .com. But this was enough. With the perspective of the heaven and earth chessboard, Li Che could clearly see the situation in front of Qin Mansion at the moment. 3 figures burst out from within the Qin Mansion at an extremely fast speed, their strong vital energy weaving and impacting in all directions. 2 men and 1 woman, among them 2 middle-aged men dressed in lavish silks, and the woman, a figure of elegance and beauty with an alluring frame. Li Chai's gaze instantly fixated on the woman. When the woman saw the man with the grey mask shot by an arrow, her face was already darkened like still water, her slender and fair fingers clenched into a fist, terrifying murderous intent weaving through the air. Li Chai, wearing the horse face mask, clung to the wall. His expression was unchanging. Below the horse face mask, his eyes were deep and seemed to reflect the exquisite features of the woman. He committed her image to memory. Qin Yuking, the jade-faced poisonous Rakshasa. I, horse face, remember you now. The next moment, Li Chai tapped his toe lightly, wearing the horse face, blending into the spring rain, and vanished without a trace. Qin Mansion, the thick scent of blood intertwined and permeated the air. The air still carried the charred scent of electric arcs that had burst forth, along with the searing heat of the spring rain drying up. 3 luxurious figures stood at the door, looking at the figure who had been nailed in place. 2 middle-aged men set their eyes on a woman. Yuking, is this your person? Qin Yuking's coiled hair gently brushed over her pale and delicate cheek, her well-maintained visage flickering coldly. Yes, she affirmed. I had sent him to complete a mission. He must have discovered something and intended to return to report, but he was shot dead at the gate of the mansion. The audacity, to treat my Qin mansion as if it were nothing. Qin Yuking's eyes beneath her willowy eyebrows emitted a sharp murderous intent. The fully cultivated divinity of the divine base perfection realm intertwined incessantly around her, inciting the chilly winds and ghostly howls. Right now, she deeply desired to kill. The grey-faced spy she had sent to monitor the carpenter had died. This was a provocation, but by whom? The filthy carpenter from Fei Lei City? Or was it someone from another noble family, or perhaps the Temple Control Bureau or a branch of the Divine Sect? There were indeed too many forces within Mansion City that could act against the Qin family. Too chaotic, hard to guess right off. Qin Yuking bit her plump lip, her eyes flickering with light as she pondered continuously. People often called her a mad and poisonous widow who liked to torture others and relish in their pain. However, in reality, her actions were always methodical, leaving no leverage for others, carefully planned to aim for a kill in one strike without giving the target a chance to struggle. By sensing the lingering divinity, I can determine the divinity of the perpetrator. It was the Wrath divinity. Killed with an arrow, a one-strike kill on a primary divine base realm cultivator surely requires a divine archer, skilled in archery, confident in a one-shot kill without leaving opportunities. After closing his eyes, one middle-aged man opened them, his pupils circulating a faint red, the air seeming to swirl around him like a vortex. A divine archer? And one trained in Wrath divinity. Among the cultivators in Mansion City, even those in disguise, such a combination is rare. Could it be from the Heart Monkey Temple or a divine archer from the Gongyang family? He speculated with a frown. An arrow, shot from miles away, piercing through the divine base cultivator and shattering his inner energy center. That accuracy, that strength, that ferocity, isn't something an ordinary divine archer could achieve. Which of the major noble families in Mansion City secretly harbors such a terrifying archer? Why target a Qin family cultivator? Is this a show of power, or, younger sister, have you been sloppy in your activities recently? Facing the inquiry from her 2 brothers, Qin Yuking felt irritated. Impossible, if I take action, it's always clean. This divine archer might not necessarily be targeting me, perhaps they are after our Qin family. Qin Yuking was dissatisfied with her brother's distrust of her capabilities. With a fierce grip, Qin Yuking forcefully pulled out the wooden arrow that had deeply embedded itself into the door. The arrow, made of spiritual wood, had a helical shape, resembling a serpent winding around it. The residual divinity on it. Wait a minute, this is... Qin Yuking's eyes suddenly widened as if struck by lightning. 3-eyed fierce True Lord's divinity. The divinity that can be spawned by the 3-eyed wrathful True Lord Lingying Bazaar Temple from Fei Lei City. Qin Yuking found it somewhat unbelievable. Her 2 brothers, Qin Henan and Qin Liziao, were also taken aback, their expressions becoming gradually odd. 3-eyed fierce True Lord's divinity? That's really... Younger sister, it couldn't be your ex-husband from Fei Lei City. Qin Henan couldn't help but say. Qin Yuking's face contorted fiercely. Impossible, shut up. That trash is dead, long dead. His body wasn't even found. It couldn't be him. Her fingers clenched, and the wooden arrow instantly exploded into fragments, her eyes crazed to the extent that her beautiful face seemed twisted and mean. Who exactly is it? 3-eyed fierce True Lord, who else could cultivate such divinity? That damn carpenter from Fei Lei City, he definitely can't clear his involvement. My people had just been dispatched to investigate him, and he ended up dead, shot at the front of the mansion. Li Chai, definitely involved. Li Chai put away the horse face, held up the oil paper umbrella, and re-entered the bustling street. His shoes soaked on the wet blue stone floor, Li Chai walked while pondering, recalling the face of the beautiful woman he had locked onto through the heaven and earth chessboard. It must be Qin Yuking. Just uncertain about her cultivation level. Previously, through a fleeting glimpse on the heaven and earth chessboard, he faintly sensed that her chi and blood strength was definitely substantial, the grandeur of her divinity indicating she had likely reached the post-divine foundation realm. The core true successor of the Gold Split Gate, the cultivation is definitely high. As one of the 5 great sects of the Golden Light Prefecture, they might not compare to the Divine Sect branch, but the sect's core successors lack neither elixir resources nor martial arts techniques. Her chi and blood cultivation very likely reaches the true chi Grandmaster level. First generation of Nemo immortal craftsman Bodhi Barrett, crafted from the dragon tooth boxwood, surpassing the hardness of refined steel, imbued with the potent force of spirituality and divinity, further enhanced by the intricately crafted dragon tooth boxwood Buddha's blood tears and sprinkled with the spirit wood raven craftsmanship for the dragon tooth Bodhi bullets. Can it kill a Grandmaster? Experience tales at .com. Li Che's pupils flickered with intertwining lights. Of course, he knew that between Grandmasters, there were immense differences. There is undoubtedly a huge chasm between Qin Yuqing and Li Qingshan, and while characters like Lu He talked of Li Qingshan with immense respect, referring to him as Senior Qingshan, when they spoke of Qin Yuqing, they simply called her that poisonous woman. The indication that Qin Yuqing, even as a Grandmaster, was certainly not a strong Grandmaster. Thus, give it a try. Best if she can be killed, if not, she should at least be subdued for a while. A wise person, knowing there is a grave threat lurking in the shadows, will undoubtedly act more cautiously and prudently, not daring to stir up trouble easily. Having just arrived in Mansion City, Li Che did not want to cause too much trouble. But in this life, as if on thin ice, Li Che had to be cautious, not fearing the thieves who steal, but fearing those who keep him in their thoughts. Qin Yuqing. Such toxic fixation caused Li Che's hair to stand on end, breaking him in fear whenever he thought of his daughter facing a major calamity. Thus, for the sake of peace and tranquility, Li Che had no choice but to take the risk. Li Che closed his eyes, and when he opened them the next moment, he had regained his composure. In the southern mists and rains of spring, the willows sway as if intoxicated by the gentle breeze. In his black, vigorous attire, Li Che, unlike the splendidly dressed scholars who seemed to step out of ink paintings, was also refined and gentle, blending with the pervasive spring rain. The Heavenly Oversight Office in Mansion City had specialized buildings. Read exclusive content at. Yesterday, Lu He and Hai Chuanying had informed him about the specific location of the Heavenly Oversight Office in Mansion City. In the misty rain, on the banks of a tributary of the Nine Dragons River, facing the spring breeze, stood a 9-story treasure pagoda with double eaves decorated with 8 treasures, the top of the tower adorned with 2 dragons clutching a pearl, its black tiles neatly and intricately laid out, and the spring rain gathered flowing down the edges like strands of jade beads. Li Che walked towards the Heavenly Oversight Office, to learn about the assessment requirements needed to become a guest official. Upon reaching the pavilion, he folded his umbrella, shaking off the water droplets. Li Che stored the oil paper umbrella into his kinkan space, then stepped into the pavilion. Contrary to what he expected from an imperial office, there weren't hurried figures or idle government officials. Instead, it was filled with a dazzling array of flowing lights. Within frames crafted of transparent crystal and lined with silk satin, were displayed a wide array of items. Li Che's gaze swept across elixirs, weapons, divine wood carvings, and more. Categorized by wooden plagues, each neatly arranged. Li Che was astonished. This is the Heavenly Oversight Office, not a supermarket. Sir, is there anything specific you wish to purchase? A gentle voice came from the side, accompanied by a waft of fragrant breeze, prompting Li Che to turn his head and see a graceful young lady with skin white as jade and eyes that twinkled quietly, standing beside him. Li Che was taken aback, as he had entered the Heavenly Oversight Office without ever noticing when this woman had appeared. The woman looked at Li Che and smiled. The first floor of the Heavenly Oversight Office houses products of the 10th capital level. Of course, there are also commonplace items of inferior quality. Please state your needs, and I can assist you in evaluating them. Li Che shook his head, folding his hands in a traditional greeting. I am here to inquire about the assessment for becoming a Heavenly Oversight guest official. A trace of surprise crossed the woman's face. Before she could reply, a hearty laugh echoed through the area. Ha ha ha, Master Li has arrived? We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Dressed in official attire and wearing the badge of the Temple Control Bureau at his waist, Lu He approached with a smile. Having conversed with Li Che the day before, Lu He held Li Che in high regard. Despite coming from the small flying Thunder City, his worldly manners impressed Lu He, bolstered further by Li Qingshan's recommendation, making his first impression excellent. The refined lady nodded to Lu He and asked, Guest Lu, won't you introduce us? Miss Shangguan, this is Li Che, a wood-carving master from Fei Lei City, recommended by Elder Qingshan and here to participate in the Heavenly Oversight Guest Official Assessment. Lu He elucidated Li Che's identity straightforwardly. I am Shangguan Qinghong. It's my pleasure to meet you, Master Li recommended by Elder Qingshan, the woman said with a smile. All right, Guest Lu, you can go on with your tasks. I heard you received a large order to carve a statue of the 8-armed Hell Lotus Furious Third Prince Temple God, quite a challenging task. I shall take over hosting Master Li, she continued with a smile. Lu He's expression stiffened slightly, and he shook his head helplessly, aware that Shangguan Qinghong was favored because of Li Qingshan. He didn't mind, however. Turning to Li Che, he said, Master Li, I wish you success in your assessment. Let's go for drinks and a listen to music at Yunfang Boat some other time. Annoyed, Shangguan Qinghong kicked Lu He lightly, and he left with a big laugh. Master Li, don't associate with him, that Yunfang boat isn't a reputable place, Shangguan Qinghong said soberly, looking at Li Che, her voice sweet once more. Li Che chuckled, his eyes twinkling. Shangguan, from one of the Golden Light Prefecture's 5 great clans, a member of the Shangguan family? Shangguan Qinghong led Li Che to a private room in the pavilion. A stove was boiling water, filling the room with the strong scent of tea. Master Li, please enjoy the tea. This Dragon Ridge tea is grown with water from the 9 Dragons River, sweet to the taste yet fiery in the belly, as if a dragon is surging through the river, containing a touch of divinity, and an excellent flavor, she explained. Shangguan Qinghong had been reading and drinking tea in the room earlier and had gone to greet Li Che upon sensing his arrival. Today was her shift, and she found reading and drinking tea during her duty quite comfortable. Shangguan Qinghong was a formal staff member of the Heavenly Oversight Office, certified by the Imperial Court, unlike Lu He and Hai Chuanying, who had become guest officials through passing the assessment. Master Li comes from Fei Lei City. Shangguan Qinghong poured a cup of tea for Li Che, her slender fingers converging as she pushed the teacup towards him. Fei Lei City is hardly peaceful. I heard the city lord is heartless, gathering the blood of thousands of infants and seizing the divinity of thousands of wood carvers, sacrificing all the city's citizens in an attempt to elevate the mysterious temple to the level of the 9 luminaries. Luckily, Elder Qingshan thwarted his schemes with a remhorn hammer. Master Li, it must have been quite an undertaking to come from Fei Lei City to Mansion City. Shangguan Qinghong glanced at Li Che. My daughter's spirit child divinity is pretty good. Revered Qingshan took notice of her and thus she left Fei Lei City ahead of schedule, which did spare her from a disaster, Li Che said with a smile. Shangguan Qinghong's face stiffened upon hearing this. Ah, Master Li has a child already. Li Che paused with his hand holding the teacup. He was already 22. Having a child. Wasn't that normal? Shangguan Qinghong's previously maintained posture relaxed abruptly, and she slumped into the taishi chair like a roguish maiden. With a married man, there was no need to pretend anymore. That's truly a pity, Shangguan Qinghong said as she pulled out various candied fruits, sunflower seeds, and jerkies from the drawer in the tea table and began eating without any reservation. What's the point of maintaining an image in front of a married man? It's not like he's going to marry her. Li Che. However, Shangguan Qinghong seemed more relaxed at the moment. The conversation between the two became more harmonious. Li, this is your examination token as well as your identity travel token. You can come to the Kintian Observatory tomorrow. The guest elder examination requires preparations in advance and needs the chief supervisor's approval and stamp to proceed. I will need to go and report this in a while. Shangguan Qinghong handed a wooden token to Li Che, which was surprisingly crafted from spiritual wood. Jade light flowed from his fingertips, and information immediately appeared before his eyes. Divine weapon, top grade 10 cities Kintian Observatory 3rd class token. Craftsmanship, crafted with 9th rank spiritual wood Nanli pine, can store divinity and inner chi, extremely sturdy, can be used as a brick, a symbol of identity. In charge, Kintian Observatory 3rd class guest official and Imperial Astronomical Executive. Li Che examined the token, his eyes lighting up. Nanli pine. Shangguan Qinghong looked at him in surprise. Li, you have good eyesight to recognize the type of spiritual wood of the token at a glance, which is extremely difficult. Once you pass the examination, you can input your own divinity or inner chi as a symbol of identity, she said. Li Che nodded and put away the token. After discussing the details of the examination with Li Che for a while, he said his goodbyes and left. Through the carved window, Shangguan Qinghong was cracking sunflower seeds, watching the black silhouette of Li Che, umbrella in hand, blending into the curtain of rain. Her gaze flickered. Snap, snap, in front of the Qin mansion gate, someone was assassinated. It couldn't be him, could it? I didn't sense any divine foundation divinity, his chi and blood cultivation is just a blood exchange, she thought. Killing someone in the primary god-base realm with a single arrow, snap, snap, it seems the vicious lady of the Qin family has kicked an iron plate. After leaving the Kintian Observatory, Li Che went to Fragrant Pavilion, packed up wine and dishes, stored them in his Kinkan jade, and headed for home. All along the way, the spring rain trickled down, striking the oiled umbrella with a dull sound. Just as he arrived at the entrance to Listening Flowers Lane, Li Che took a step and the water on the ground instantly rippled. The chess saint's Dao Fruit in his chest throbbed and the heaven and earth chessboard unfolded. Within the crisscrossing grid of the chessboard, several auras rose up from the ground, shining like stars in his perception. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly there are 3 more watchers with grey faces. What a poisonous woman, Li Che said to himself without changing his expression, walking straight and poised into Listening Flowers Lane with his umbrella. 3 figures wearing grey masks, their eyes gloomy and breaths concealed, continued to follow their orders to track him. The next day, there was rain with the spring breeze. Li Che taught his wife Zhang Ye a more advanced sinew transforming exercise, and with the help of pure heart divinity, he helped her sort out her body afterward. He also routinely taught Shishi martial arts, and after sorting out the divinity within her body to strengthen her physique, Li Che left the small yard. After leaving Listening Flowers Lane, the 3 monitoring presences reappeared. Li Che, unfazed, continued on his way to the Kintian Observatory with his umbrella. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 Qin Mansion grey-faced monitors, he entered the Kintian Observatory. The next moment, Li Che gripped the thunder chess piece in his hand, and as he stepped into the Kintian observatory with his breath concealed, he vanished without a trace. In the workshop courtyard, the spring rain drizzled. It dampened many pieces of wood. Li Che sat on a chair, took out the dragon tooth bodhi crafted from dragon tooth boxwood, and carefully polished the patterns on it. Once he finished the thorough polishing, Li Che tore through the air with his fingers, pulling out a horse-faced mask which he put on his face. Putting on the hat, he lowered the brim. Click! Along with the sound of metal friction and collision coming together, a slender gun barrel made from 7th grade spiritwood dragon tooth boxwood was fitted into the body of the gun. Namo Immortal Craftsman Bodhi Barrett held slantwise in Li Che's hand. The only dragon tooth Bodhi pellet was pushed inside. Stay updated via. In an instant, a searing heat, a tumult as if a Jiao dragon was roaring, surged with pent-up power. Hundreds of miles away, ready to lock a soul. With a light tap of his toes, the horse-faced figure, like a silent ghost, merged into the pleasant drizzle of spring rain. The deep winter had passed, and early spring had arrived. Spring rain gently persisted without end. The world was still accompanied by harsh cold. The accumulation of rainwater extracted the warmth between heaven and earth, bringing an icy chill accompanied by the spring breeze sweeping across the land, seemingly more bone-chilling than the thick snow of deep winter. Li Che, wearing a horse-face mask, had his chi and blood utterly subdued to silence, completely noiseless, his eyes deeply somber, rapidly flitting across the mansion city streets. His speed was extremely fast, each tap of his toes similar to a dragonfly skimming water, causing the puddles to ripple outward, smoothly launching forward, covering meters in an instant. He was running towards a direction away from the Qin mansion. The Namo Immortal Craftsman Bodhi Barrett was created by Li Che based on the concept of a sniper rifle from his previous life, roughly similar in concept, perhaps different in craftsmanship, but with Li Che's level 3 Dao Fruit divine craft and the analytical power of the 1,000 analyzing hands, he synchronized the production based on the power effect. The final showcased killing power should be quite similar. Namo Immortal Artisan Gatling is about covering with firepower, 1,000 turns per second. The latter, on the other hand, focuses on penetrative and explosive characteristics for killing. It could achieve long-distance sniping, and the range, much higher than the Immortal Artisan Gatling modified from the Wood Raven. Or to say, the two are not of the same conceptual machinery. Merged with the black attire and spring water, Li Che in the horse face became exceedingly calm, as if everything in the world was captured and listened to between his inhalations and exhalations. Everyone's character actually has many facets, usually showing the normal temperament, or the front-facing character to others. But many times, the character displayed alone and unseen is entirely different. Li Che felt he was just so. With the cute bull mask on, turning into the bull demon, he would become impulsive, unrestrained, and fearless. During killings, he would mostly use his martial cultivation, his body swelling, tendons snapping, mainly pushing forward with brute force. But with the horse face on, Li Che would become very calm, disliking head-on confrontations, preferring long-range killings instead. Archery, sniping and the like, suited him well. 100 miles soul lock, 1,000 miles command? This is the horse face. But in the end, both the ox demon and horse face are Li Che. Within his chest, the chess Saint Dao Fruit continuously trembled. The heaven and earth chessboard expanded its network, endlessly spreading, gradually covering half of the Golden Light Prefecture City. Golden Light Prefecture City was too large, much larger compared to Fei Lei City. Immortal Work Barrett's range was very long, coupled with the chess Saint Dao Fruit's heaven and earth chessboard targeting, basically eliminating the need for a scope. Therefore, Li Che could achieve long-distance strikes. Just one shot, whether successful or not, Li Che would end today's assassination. The threat brought by Qin Yuking was too great, if left unattended, allowing the enemy to erode and draw closer bit by bit, slowly affecting his family. This was not what Li Che wished for. He specifically chose today because he had an arrangement with Shangguan Qinghong to attend the evaluation for the guest elder at Kintian Observatory today. Experience new tales on .com, which could create an alibi for his assassination. It is always necessary to be cautious. Being prudent is also a beautiful trait. Tap. With a step, Li Che's elongated figure suddenly came to a stop, no longer advancing. The surrounding spring rain swayed, the spring breeze biting. Icy raindrops pattered dully on his hat. The eyes beneath the horse face mask, however, burst forth with brilliant light. Glancing around, at this moment, he was located somewhere in the outer city of Golden Light Prefecture City, approximately tens of miles from the Qin mansion. This is about right. Having chosen a position, Li Che's gaze sharp as lightning suddenly lifted, beneath the horse face, angles of his jaw dripping with water splashes. Heaven and earth chessboard, the net opens, spreading, spreading. Soon, it had covered the Qin mansion within his own perception. There was a divine minister expert in the Qin mansion. Li Che did not dare to underestimate. The chessboard network of the heaven and earth chessboard continued to expand, quickly infiltrating the Qin mansion. The perspective within the Qin mansion then surged into Li Che's eyes. Because he had locked onto Qin Yuking's aura, thus the moment the chessboard covered the Qin mansion, Qin Yuking's aura appeared on the chessboard, bursting with intense dark chi. That was the intense killing intent directed at him? Li Che's eyebrows beneath the mask slightly raised. What a venomous woman, to harbor such intense intent to kill me. Li Che admitted to himself that this venomous woman most likely had no evidence that he had killed her son Xiao Qingyuan. On the surface, Li Che was a wood-carving master who came from Fei Lei City, gentle and amiable, getting along well with others, but this venomous woman, without any evidence, still harbored such intense intent to kill an honest person. Most likely because he came from Fei Lei City. Just for that reason, she wanted to kill him. If that isn't a venomous woman, what is? Li Che's heart sank, and his killing intent also spilled forth, no longer hesitating. Lifting the immortal work barret in his hands, its engraved interwoven lines capable of harboring divinity and chi, was a feature of the dragon tooth boxwood, a 7th-grade spiritual wood, surely extraordinary. All around was eerily quiet. Li Che stood on the black-tiled rooftop, spreading his stance wide, then lifting the mechanism, slightly raising the arc, under the targeting of the heaven and earth chessboard, slowly aiming. Looking at the dense dark chi from Qin Yuking's aura within the heaven and earth chessboard. Beneath the horseface mask, Li Che remained expressionless. Horseface, 100 miles soul lock. 1,000 miles command? Boom! Li Che's body suddenly swelled up, though not fully initiating the Vajra dragon elephant, only swelling his body slightly. His robust chi was all injected into the immortal work barret. The crimson glow came alive in an instant, beginning to intertwine and spread, swirling as if it were charging up, all converging into the barrel of the gun. Explore stories on .com. Behind Li Che, the divine foundation of the three-eyed fierce true lord suddenly emerged. And to ensure the accuracy of the assassination, Li Che's mind stirred. Within the chessboard, a dark temple god divinity chess piece suddenly appeared in front of Li Che and exploded with a bang, merging into the dragon tooth body within the barrel. The momentum climbed steadily. The rain in the sky twisted entirely. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Li Che could only hear the sound of his own breathing through the mask. Namo immortal artisan. Burst. Li Che forcefully pulled the trigger. Instantly, like a divine thread twisted taut, suddenly snapping, the dam holding back river floods was unleashed. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion burst forth from the intensely crimson mechanism gripped by Li Che. A tremendously powerful shockwave instantly swept up countless droplets of the spring rain, radiating outwards in concentric circles. The invisible energy ripples like a lotus of rainwater blooming behind Li Che. The black tiles on the house below him shattered, propelled by the terrifying vibrational force, breaking even further into countless fragments. An extreme whirlwind suddenly swept up, pressing Li Che's clothes tightly against his muscular body, perfecting the outline of his formidable muscles. Bang! Under the counterforce, Li Che took a step back and stumped down hard. As if a roar akin to a dragon's chant burst forth from the barrel. The scorching light, like a sinuous jiashi, was like a startling thunder from behind the clouds. The explosion couldn't even commence. A stream of scorching light engulfed rolling waves of air, twisting and shattering the spring rain, creating a void in the air. It swept across the skies of Golden Light Prefecture City. Li Che, despite being dozens of miles away when he shot the Bodhi dragon tooth, didn't bother to check if the shot could hit or kill Qin Yuking. He then removed the horse-faced mask, completely hid his presence, and put away the Namo immortal craftsman Bodhi barret. A white chess piece like jade floated in his palm. With a clench of his fingers, Qin Mansion. Qin Yuking sat regally, her full figure tightly outlined by her clothing, traces of her smooth skin marked under the fabric. She was pondering who had killed her grey-faced spy. Her first suspicion fell on Li Che, the woodcarver from Fei Lei City, whose guilt seemed substantial. After all, her spy was tasked to surveil Li Che but had inexplicably run back to report to her and was shot dead at the entrance of Qin Mansion. However, she did not rule out the Gongyang family, since the Gongyang family's wrathful giant spirit god also belonged to the lineage of wrath divinity, and there had been discord between the Qin family and Gongyang family. Moreover, Qin Yuking herself had secretly dispatched several collateral members of the Gongyang family, tormenting them to death. So, the Gongyang family indeed had motives. Additionally, the monks of the Heart Monkey Temple also had reasons. With a rub of her temples, Qin Yuking genuinely felt a headache. Divine Archer. Three-eyed fierce true lord divinity. Could it be? Cao Guang, that waste, is actually not dead. Qin Yuking's slender eyes slightly opened, a flicker of sharpness twinkling within. Could it be someone from the divine sect branch acted? Three-eyed fierce true lord, the main gate of Yun province's Jian Yuan divine sect authentically suppresses such a mysterious temple, and the temple god within, it seems, is indeed trieyed. Yet, the possibility is exceedingly low. Lazily stretching, Qin Yuking looked at the human-height bronze mirror, seeing her voluptuous and beautiful self still radiant in the mirror, her red lips involuntarily curling into a slight smile. She was still so beautiful, even though she had given birth to children, she remained a splendid flower. Initially, how did she blind herself to fall for Cao Guang, that useless man from Fei Lei City? Besides a handsome face, what did he have? Back then, she was completely infatuated with him and bore him a son. As a result, now in Golden Light Prefecture City, she no longer held any value for marrying into other families, had it not been for her considerable talent and excellent skills, becoming a true successor of the Gold Split Gate. How could she have her current status? Although she was called the jade-faced poisonous Rakshasa, wasn't this, in a way, a form of respect? What a pity for my son. Thinking of her son, Qin Yuking's heart ached a little, as mothers always see their sons as treasures in their palms. Don't worry, my child, mother won't let you die in vain. Your body has been sent to the corpse god cult, and you will be revived in another way. Mother will avenge you. Unable to find the murderer, Anyone from Fei Lei City has a motive, they are all murderers. Mother will kill them all for you. Qin Yuqing closed her eyes. Her heart mourned silently, yet her killing intent was overwhelming. Suddenly, as a true Qi Grandmaster who had just made a breakthrough, Qin Yuqing had exceptional eyesight, and she saw a streak of radiance shoot toward her, causing the air to ripple with shallow waves. As it approached her with a swooping force, clusters of white gas exploded in the surroundings. The explosion had not yet sounded, but the radiance had already arrived. Too fast? In the time it took for Qin Yuqing's pale eyelids to close and open, the streak of radiance had already entered the small courtyard of the Qin mansion. It led to a huge commotion. Boom! Inside the Qin mansion, the divine minister ancestor, who had just settled back into silence, immediately sensed this terrifying streak of radiance. Countless divinity surged like the waves of a great river exploding. But, this streak of radiance was too fast. It took only a blink of an eye. As the radiance invaded the courtyard, it tore through the sound barrier with a speed akin to breaking through space. It shot toward Qin Yuqing, who stood elegantly in front of the mirror, admiring her beauty. What is this? What is it? Qin Yuqing's hair stood on end as her sixth sense, honed from her recent advancement to Grand Master, alerted her to an unprecedented danger. She almost instinctively stirred her own blood energy. Behind her, a divine base with an exceptionally large radius suddenly floated up near her head, resembling a jade disc and emitting a ghostly wailing. Divinity and blood energy were both activated by her at this moment, but it seemed she only had time to do just that. The crimson streak of radiance was already before her eyes. Qin Yuqing's gaze froze as she stared at the true nature of the thing that shed its radiance, revealing itself. It was a tear, a crimson tear that resembled tiger amber. Made of spiritual wood, it was engraved with all sorts of fine patterns that tested the skill and craftsmanship of the carver, almost godlike in fashion. These patterns were filled with divinity. When it came within 10 steps of her, the divinity erupted from it. A terrible rank oppression descended upon her like a mountain, making her unable to mobilize her divinity and causing her blood energy to stiffen. This is Temple God Divinity. Someone wants to kill me. Utterly unreasonable. To kill me. A scream finally burst forth from Qin Yuqing's mouth. Blood energy and divinity were desperately concentrated in front of her, an almost instinctive life-saving response. However, PFF? An intense, unparalleled tremor erupted as the blood-colored tear, with its matchless penetrating power, pierced through Qin Yuqing's divinity and blood energy. Even Grandmaster True Qi was unable to obstruct it in the least, forcibly torn apart. That penetrating force was too strong. Qin Yuqing's eyes filled with blood as she clearly watched everything shatter, saw the teardrop-shaped object pierce through her once proud chest, tearing open her fair skin, and seeping into her breastbone. Then, she felt that tear explode within her. Bang! In an instant, Qin Yuqing felt the agony of being slashed and cut thousands of times. Her entire being was blown to pieces, her consciousness extinguished on the spot. Rustle rustle. Countless pieces of flesh were rolled into beads of flesh. These were the chunks of flesh carved out by the tightening Bodhi silk of the spiritual wood in the instant the Bodhi blood tear exploded inside a human body. These chunks of flesh turned into bloody beads, scattering all over the ground. Thump! The terrifying penetrating power, having blown up Qin Yuqing, then violently struck the ground of the Qin residence. In a blink of an eye, the entire house disintegrated, countless objects of luxury shattered into pieces, reduced to ruins. The ground itself was blasted into a deep pit 5 meters in diameter, from which billowing smoke rose, with faint flames churning within. All was silent once again, as shockwaves of air surged wildly, like a spring rain that had been abruptly halted, began to fall gently once more. Read exclusive content at. The Qin mansion had experienced nearly 5 or 6 breaths of deadly silence. The next moment, a massive aura burst forth, and one figure after another rushed from various directions of the Qin mansion. However, the divine minister floating above the mansion suddenly let out an angry shout, causing these direct and collateral cultivators from the Qin family to disperse, abandoning any idea to gather for excitement. Yet the direct line of the Qin family had almost all gathered outside Qin Yuqing's courtyard. When they pushed open the door and saw the courtyard reduced to ruins and the tragic state of Qin Yuqing, their eyes flickered with endless bewilderment. After bewilderment came surging fear. How did she die like this? A streak of light came from beyond the heavens, hitting Qin Yuqing. She died on the spot, torn to pieces, her flesh carved into beads. The beauty's face, in an instant, transformed into a bloodless red skeletal figure. Such a manner of death was indeed too strange. Doesn't this mean someone can kill whomever they want? And it's unstoppable? Divine archer? But this is beyond the explanation of a divine archer. From where did this streak of light originate? How could it, from such a distance, possess the terrifying power to kill a master of divine base perfection? It was as if a dark cloud loomed heavily over the heads of the 2 Qin brothers, making their livers quiver and their limbs ice cold. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely aged figure appeared floating in the courtyard where Qin Yuqing was brutally killed. Qin Henan and the others hurriedly greeted him. We pay respects to the old ancestor, the Qin residence's divine minister cultivator, also the foundation that makes the Qin family a household of divine ministers. The entire being of the Qin family's old ancestor exuded divinity, as if a deity had come to life from a painting, stepping out like a moving sculpture. The elderly man was extremely aged, his entire body exuding a rich death qi, as if he could be buried at any moment. His eyes were murky as he appeared in the courtyard. His face, like the deeply furrowed bark of a 1,000-year-old tree, trembled. With a squeeze of his 5 fingers. The next moment, a flesh bead carved from Qin Yuking floated towards the deeply furrowed palm. He pressed hard with his index finger and thumb, grinding the flesh, and a coiled spiritual wood thread was extracted by him. 7th grade spiritual wood. Dragon tooth boxwood. And the infused divinity, three-eyed fierce true lord, as well as the divinity of the three-eyed wrathful true lord spirit child temple god. This is not an arrow, it is the way of mechanisms. Tang family, mechanisms. The old man's murky gaze suddenly became incredibly profound. The white pure heart divine chess piece was held tightly in the palm of Li Chei's hand. By the time Li Chei opened his eyes, the terrifying howling hurricane, triggered by the eruption of the dragon tooth Bodhi, had already dissipated without a trace. Everything had returned to calm. He did not know whether the Bodhi dragon tooth had successfully assassinated Qin Yuking. A true sniper never looks back at the outcome. The stirring spring rain was blocked out. The warmth of the charcoal burner filled the eaves of the loft building. Brushing off the raindrops clinging to his black attire, with matters concluded, Li Chei wore an elegant and gentle expression. Head held high, chest out, full of vigor, he stepped into the Kintian Observatory. Qin Mansion. Spring rain was speaking mournfully. The entire estate felt as if it were submerged in a sea of divinity, the dense high-ranked divinity churning so intensely it was nearly suffocating. And the source of all this divinity was none other than that hunched old figure standing amidst the devastation and large craters. A cultivator of the Qin residence, an elder ancestor who practiced the 9 serpents mourning heavenly king divine likeness, Qin Dicken. The 9 serpents mourning heavenly king divine likeness was a mid-grade divine image from the 7 elements, the cornerstone technique of the Qin family's ancestral divine minister method, and the very reason the Qin family could establish itself in Golden Light Prefecture City. Although Qin Henan and Qin Liziao had achieved perfection in the divine base and had attained Grand Master status, under the oppressive nature of their elder ancestors' divine phase-rank divinity, they too could only breathe with difficulty. Tang clan's mechanism. Did the remnants of the Tang clan make their move? Qin family elder ancestor Qin Dicken slightly furrowed his brow, his face crinkling like old tree bark, 7th grade spiritual wood used as material, complemented by the sculpting skills of a divine craftsman. Such intricate mechanisms can't be made without the foundation of the Tang clan's mechanism technique. This device triggered explosively fast, shooting from who knows how far away, through the energy of heaven and earth, and divinity. Despite the consumption of such energies and divinity, it still had enough force to assassinate Yuking. The old man narrowed his eyes, the anger in their depths receding slowly as he pocketed a strand of Bodhi silk mixed with Bodhi blood tears. This mechanism was vicious. Once inside a body, it would violently explode, turning the person's flesh and blood into a bead of gore. The main cause of death for Qin Yuking was being blasted into pieces. Otherwise, given the malicious nature of this mechanism, Qin Yuking's flesh might have ended up like beads of blood splattered all over the ground, a tragic and ghastly sight. Now, thankfully, being blasted into pieces, spared the sight of a grotesque death. Tang clan's mechanism, was it that old ghost who acted? But there is no reason. The Tang clan has long been destroyed, and he is also under surveillance by the Dejing dynasty, so how could he have acted? Qin Dicken's brow furrowed. This event, even for him, a divine symbol cultivator, felt puzzling and chaotic. He was in seclusion in a secret chamber when he sensed the streak of light, by then it was already too late. He tried to block it using his divine sense and found it pierced straight through without resistance. Thus, he gave up on any attempt to rescue. After all, Qin Yuking could only stimulate her blood essence and divinity for the blink of an eye before succumbing, too brief to mount any defense. How could he possibly have arrived in time from his secret chamber? He couldn't teleport, after all. Elder Ancestor. Upon seeing the Elder Ancestor stop pondering, Qin Henan and Qin Liziao spoke to express their concerns. Has Yuking offended anyone recently? First, her underling scouts were shot dead, and now she's been killed within her quarters by such a fearsome mechanical method. Did she provoke some extremely vicious and violent person? Qin Dicken asked calmly. Qin Henan and Qin Liziao looked at each other with blank expressions, opened their mouths but could not voice a reason. Yuking and City Lord Cao Guang's son, Cao Qingyuan, from Fei Lei City, died there. Elder Ancestor, Cao Guang practiced the three-eyed fierce true Lord Divine base. Could it be that Cao Guang is not dead and secretly came to Mansion City, filled with rage over Yuking's involvement with Jin Xian from Gold Split Gate, leading to murderous intent born from jealousy? Qin Henan couldn't help but speak out. For Qin Yuking to become a core true successor of the Gold Split Gate, she must have had her means. With such ordinary talent, having consumed so many elixirs to enter the Grand Master realm, her status was utterly inflated. How else could she hold that position of true successor? She must have had backing from above. Jin Xian, eldership of Gold Split Gate? That old man. Qin Dicken's brow wrinkled. As the diviner ancestor, his role now was to oversee the family, letting go of many affairs and entrusting the family head with them. Therefore, he was unaware of Qin Yuking's issues until now. That man is over 200 years old, right? This girl. Disgust flickered across Qin Dicken's eyes. This matter, let's wait for Qin Kang's return to arrange a solution. The two of you go investigate too. Yuking is after all one of our Qin family members, being assassinated within our mansion. It's utterly disgraceful if word gets out. Continue reading at. Although it's likely nothing will be found, as the mechanism was fired from at least 20 miles away. However, one after another, disregarding our Qin family completely. The Qin family's honor must be restored, and this might serve as a good pretext to give the powers within the Golden Light Prefecture a thorough shake-up, to clear out some planted spies from other noble families and sections. Qin Dickon stated this plainly. The next moment, he looked into the distance. As a streak of light pierced through the sky, although not very conspicuous, the power unleashed in the moment Qin Yuking was assassinated had already caught the attention of many. Several divine symbol cultivators had sensed it, and they were now coming over out of curiosity to inquire. Qin Dickon casually took a few of the flesh beads gouged out by the Bodhi silk from Qin Yuking's body. It's not every day you see a mechanical technique capable of killing from 1,000 miles away. Let's show the other old-timers too. It can't just be my Qin family, living in fear. The elder's figure flickered, and he soared up, stepping into the air towards the outside of the mansion, taking steps that spanned several yards each, gliding like the wind, as if an immortal from ancient times. We respectfully see off the elder ancestor. Qin Henan and Qin Liziao bowed and clasped their hands together. Only when the overwhelming divine appearance nature receded like the tide, were they able to stand up, looking at the devastated courtyard and upon their sister Qin Yuking, whose body lay in pieces. Both sighed deeply. Could it still be Cao Guang? The divinity of the three-eyed fierce true lord, only Fei Lei City possesses it, and it's said Cao Guang invoked a temple god into his body, surely having his divinity surge. Even though reports say he was killed and his body dismembered into thousands of pieces, but Qin Henan could not help but say, without seeing the corpse. Qin Liziao shook his head. He might not be dead. But what does this mean? The two of them exchanged glances, their faces filled with worry. An attack originating dozens of miles away killed Yuking. Who would dare to investigate this? They are all afraid of becoming the next Qin Yuking. He had been feeling proud at home, only to be shot dead. Spring rain drifted softly down. Inside the pavilion, the warmth from the furnace dispelled the chilly spring air. Shang Guanqinghong had removed her shoes and socks and was squatting on the taishi chair with her translucent feet exposed, snacking on sunflower seeds while reading a book. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed together, a look of thirst for knowledge evident on her pretty face. Her eyes unmoved, her fingers adeptly found the seeds. With a cracking sound and a nimble tongue, she skillfully separated the husk from the seed. Li Che had entered the Kintian Observatory treasure building. The warm atmosphere made everyone feel lazily at ease. His eyes narrowed slightly, with no trace of the tension and unease that had accompanied the assassination he had just carried out. He sighed when he realized no one had come to receive him. Hesitating slightly, he went directly to the private box and saw Shang Guanqinghong, who looked as if she were skimming through the water. Her serious demeanor might have fooled Li Che into thinking she was studying some complex technical issue, had he not seen the romance novel on the book cover. Miss Shangguan. Li Che cleared his throat, disrupting her engagement. Shang Guanqinghong's eyebrows relaxed. Seeing Li Che, she showed no embarrassment at being caught slacking off. As a government official who benefited from a stable job provided by the state, this was basic behavior for her. You're here. Shang Guanqinghong casually clapped her hands together and, in front of Li Che, began slipping her socks and shoes back on her radiant feet. Li Che quietly waited for her. Once she was ready, the tightly suited Shang Guanqinghong led the way deeper into the Kintian Observatory. You're quite early. The exam preparations are all set. I'll take you upstairs. The examination room is on the 3rd floor. The examination for a third-class guest official at the Golden Light Prefecture Kintian Observatory is not personally conducted by the chief supervisor, but by 2 minor supervisors. You need to gain the approval of both minor supervisors to secure the third-class guest official position. Shang Guanqinghong said with a smile. They reached the 2nd floor, which was also spacious and was filled with things like elixirs and divine wood carvings displayed in transparent crystal cases. The items displayed on the 2nd floor are either good spirit items from the 10 cities or those of the 9 luminaries level. Since you were recommended by Elder Qingshan, the 2 minor supervisors specifically arranged a private assessment for you today. Normally, the examination for a third-class guest official only occurs when there are enough candidates. Shang Guanqinghong chatted quite a bit, chirping non-stop. Li Che nodded. In the Kintian Observatory, the positions were clearly differentiated, with the chief supervisor of a prefecture's Kintian Observatory being the highest, followed by the deputy inspector, then the minor supervisors, the imperial celestial deputies, and the officers. The rank equivalent to a third-class guest official was that of an officer at the Kintian Observatory. However, becoming a third-class guest official at the Kintian Observatory was something many wood-carving masters broke their heads over trying to achieve. When they reached the private box inside on the 2nd floor, the private box was surprisingly large, filled with the rich scent of wood. 2 figures in white robes were sitting upright, conversing with each other. When Shang Guanqinghong and Li Che stepped inside, the two paused their conversation, their gazes sweeping over. Li Che felt a formidable divine sense thunder down upon him. His heart startled. Divine Minister? The power of this divine sense was almost on par with the divine sense released by the elder of the Qin family when the grey-faced spy shot Qin Yuking yesterday. However, Li Che soon thought otherwise, as neither minor supervisor exuded the kind of oppressive rank specific to a divine symbol cultivator. So, is it just a powerful divine sense that hasn't yet reached divinity? Many thoughts flashed through Li Che's mind, and he finally bowed with clasped hands. Li Che greets the two minor supervisors. The two minor supervisors, a man and a woman both middle-aged, the woman still flaunting her charm and the man with a goatee and narrow eyes. Discover exclusive content at. You were recommended by Li Qingshan of the Zhenglei Peak branch of the Qianyuan Divine Sect, and we have specifically arranged this third-class guest official examination for you. However, we will not grant you any leniency because of Li Qingshan's recommendation, but will in fact be even more stringent. Li Che bowed. It should be so. The two nodded. The charming middle-aged woman sized up Li Che and said, Li Che, from Fei Lei City, took up wood carving 3 years ago, showed remarkable talent, and became a wood carving master at the Su Ji's wood carving shop in Fei Lei City. The woman divulged Li Che's background. Li Che remained silent, waiting for the woman's next words. Shang Guanqinghong moved a stool to the corner, took out another handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket, and watched Li Che's assessment while snacking. The background is very clean, now show us your vitality and divine cultivation. Another middle-aged man in a white robe spoke. Li Che stood up, clenched his fist, and his vigor surged as he revealed his apparent 3 transfers of blood change martial cultivation. Regarding divinity, he displayed the Su family's Sunsi Lu sword divine art, at the nature nourishing like a stream level. The middle-aged man held a fine brush, his brow slightly furrowed as he lightly wrote on white paper, 3 transfers of blood change, nature nourishing like a stream. Cultivation is somewhat weak, barely qualifies for a third-class guest official examination. Most third-class guest officials are of divine base cultivation. However, the guest official examination focuses more on skill, and there are indeed guest officials who are not of divine base but still qualify. Master Li, please prepare, the examination will begin. You applied for the third-class wood carving master guest official examination, which consists of only one part. The middle-aged man stroked his goatee, the kinkan jade at his waist guided with a swift motion, emitting a flickering light. Enhance your reading experience by Rem. A wood carving half the size of a person was suddenly placed upon the desk. Carved from spiritual wood with rough lines, the chisel's pattern was rather crude, merely outlining the overall shape. One could vaguely discern that the wood carving depicted a child, though rough and simplistic, the form was faintly recognizable. Barefooted, stepping on fierce dragons and snakes, eyes filled with fury, a child with 4 arms rising from its back, wearing a red bib, red silk fluttering, one hand clutching a jade cleansing bottle, another a jade ruyi, one a necklace, and another holding a short spear. Because the lines were only a preliminary sketch, they appeared very raw, but there was already a brimming essence of divinity lingering within. Li Che's gaze was instantly captivated. This is a divine wood carving with only 30% completion. Master Li shall continue the carving for 3 hours, and when the time is up, cease carving. The completion of Master Li's work will be used for evaluation. The middle-aged beautiful woman, a minor supervisor, spoke. This is the 4-armed angry third prince divine wood carving, originally the statue of the 8-armed prison lotus furious third prince from the 4 royal mysterious temples outside the city wall. The divinity contained in the waters of the 9 Dragons River that flows through Mansion City is diluted from the temple god divinity of this third prince temple, and it serves as the divine vein for the cultivation of divine cultivators of Golden Light Prefecture City. Once the statue of the 4-armed angry third prince is completed, it can provoke the waves of the 9 Dragons River. Although Master Li is to continue the work, if he can stir the waves, consider the assessment a success, the bearded supervisor said indifferently. As his words fell, whether it was the beautiful woman or Shang Guanqinghong who was cracking melon seeds in the corner, their actions momentarily froze. Gongyang minor supervisor. Since when does the continuation carving test for a third-class guest official require stirring the waters of the 9 Dragons River? The beautiful woman's brow furrowed slightly, showing a touch of displeasure. The bearded middle-aged minor supervisor, however, smiled. Gong Yunli minor supervisor, after all, this man comes recommended by Li Qingshan. If he can't even stir up the waters of the 9 Dragons River, wouldn't that mean Li Qingshan is here to make a mockery of us? Moreover, my evaluation standard is within the range, isn't it? This divine wood carving is already 30% complete. If he can continue carving to 70%, it should suffice to stir the waters. If he can't even accomplish a 40% continuation, our threshold for a guest official at the Kintian Observatory isn't that low. His casual words lingered in the room. The beautiful woman's eyebrows knitted even more, but she said nothing more. Shang Guanqinghong, sitting in the corner, looked at Li Che with a hint of sympathy, muttering to himself, Senior Qingshan's recommendation indeed provided a shortcut, but it means the supervisor's demands will be even more stringent. It requires true skill and knowledge. Does Master Li possess the real talent and knowledge after becoming a wood carving master in just 3 years? The room gradually quieted down, and Gong Yunli no longer spoke. The minor supervisor is right, I'm willing to give it a try, Li Che said, a blend of grace and affability on his face as he bowed with clasped hands. The beautiful woman's demeanor softened considerably, and her eyes shone with appreciation as she looked at Li Che. Such elegance, such amiability, truly the makings of a wood-carving master. Composed and unperturbed, indeed the temperament for a master. Gong Yang Lianchang stroked his beard, his eyes sparkling, and he laughed. Then let us begin. Enjoy more content from. Li Che bowed with clasped hands. He then walked over to the wood carving, embraced it with both hands, transferring the flow of his vital energy, and moved the half-person high carving onto the carving table. The table was fully equipped with chisels of extremely high quality, far surpassing those owned by Li Che himself. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, Li Che began to carefully examine the four-armed angry third prince. Although it was a simplified version of the temple deity's statue, it possessed a unique significance. The carving was already 30% complete. According to Gongyang Minor Supervisor, he needed to continue until 70% to invoke the temple god divinity within the waters of the Nine Dragons River and cause the waves to stir. The Kintian Observatory Treasure Building was located beside a tributary of the Nine Dragons River that ran through the Golden Light Prefecture, built facing the river. Looking out through the carved wooden windows of the treasure tower, one could see the serene river surface. To continue carving is to finish the work upon the original carving. Actually, conditions were set because the techniques and skills used by the original carver would impact the final product. One must connect seamlessly to the original artist's craft, otherwise, the disconnection would be too severe, making it impossible to consider it a divine wood carving. For Li Che, this was not an issue at all. Li Che needed to consider the issue of completion. To what degree? Hide his skill? No, Li Che shook his head. He didn't need to hide his skill in this assessment for the position of guest elder. Having just arrived in Mansion City, Li Che's family required the backing of a powerful entity, at least until Shi was admitted to the divine sect. They needed to find another strong foundation to count on, especially since they had offended the Qin Mansion and had previously laid hands on Qin Yuking. If Qin Yuking were to die, the Qin Mansion would certainly be furious. Although Li Che was confident he had left no trace behind and it would be difficult for anyone to connect the dots from dozens of miles away. However, to play it safe, he must pull some strings and establish connections to secure a footing in Mansion City. Li Qingshan could be a solid backing, but he was not currently in Mansion City and hence the face of the divine sect was not enough. Therefore, it's likely that Li Qingshan had recommended him for the position at the Kintian Observatory also with this consideration in mind. An idea suddenly struck Li Che's mind, and he chose not to conceal his own skills any longer. Proto-divine power, 1000 analyzing hands. With jade-like fluidity, Li Che's hand gently brushed across the wood carving, and information about the carving flooded into his mind. The carver's skills, the angle of the carving knife, the force applied, the style of cutting, and so on, all streamed into his consciousness. When he opened his eyes, an invisible surge of air howled forth from within the building. Li Che's demeanor completely transformed, his eyes turned cold and detached. In his gaze, the wood carving seemed to come alive with countless lines undulating and leaping. Grasping the carving knife, the flashing blade instantly came down, touching on a line, and with a tearing sound, the sharp blade smoothly cut through the spiritwood organization, leaving behind wood shavings. Knife rising, knife falling, the blade's light danced like a roaming dragon. Gong Yang Liancheng and Gong Yunli only needed one glance to understand that this Li Che had true talent and skill. He was not someone who simply got in through the back door. The room was incredibly silent. Even Shang Guan Qinghong in the corner, who was spitting out melon seeds, stopped her activity, afraid to disturb Li Che's dazzling display. Her lips slightly parted and moist, her eyes showed a hint of astonishment. Divinity began to slowly gather between heaven and earth. As the shape of the divine wood carving gradually took form, as the motion and posture were perfectly delineated, the four-armed angry third prince seemed as if it had come to life. Beneath the bare feet, the dragons and serpents roared, forearms swung, red silks tumbled, eyes glaring with fury, all vividly coming to life as if they could overturn rivers and seas, capture dragons, and subdue demons. The stray divinity in the world began to be voraciously consumed by the divine wood carving, to the point. Through the flower-carved wooden window, near the bank of the Nine Dragons River by the Kintian Observatory Treasure Building, the water also started to stir slightly, the waves slapping, divinity dispersing. And the waves were just beginning to brew, as if the divinity in the water was being drawn by an invisible force. A wave crashed against the foundation of the Kintian Observatory Treasure Building, bursting into sparkling, translucent sprays of water beneath the sunlight. Bang! The sound of waves against the treasure building shattered the silence. Inside the treasure building, Li Che's eyes burned fiercely, his blood and chi surged unstoppably. The carving knife twirled between his fingers, sending wood chips flying everywhere. In his chest, the immortal artisan Dao Fruit throbbed as if it sensed Li Che's tumultuous surge, wanting to use his own craft to secure a stable base for his family in Mansion City. He wanted the world to open its eyes and see. What is an immortal artisan? After the rain, the lingering chill had yet to dissipate, with only a hint of spring's warmth seeping through the newly cleared pavilions and towers. The spring rain gradually subsided. In the second floor of the Kintian Observatory Treasure Building, find your next adventure on. Within the examination room, the tranquility was usual, making the faint sounds of a carving knife splitting the fibers of the spiritwood organization distinctly clear. Li Che was carving the wood with intense concentration, continuing the wood carving for someone like him, who possessed the prototype of divine powers. The 1000 analyzing hands was not particularly difficult. He could almost perfectly continue the technique of the previous wood carver, even managing to replicate the other's mood while carving the wood. And replication was only the most fundamental ability of an immortal artisan. On that foundation, integrating one's own techniques, understanding, and even creating something new, were the changes in talent brought about by the immortal craft Dao Fruit. Most importantly, the artistic talent brought by the immortal craft Dao Fruit was not limited to wood carving. Elixirs, divine weapons, and the like. Li Che felt that he should be able to master them through the unparalleled artistic talent of the immortal craft Dao Fruit. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Li Che sat upright in his chair, his spine straight as an arrow, his vigor and blood interwoven, subtly merging with the divinity scattered between heaven and earth into the four-armed angry third prince wood carving in front of him, which had now been completely shaped. The wood carving was lifelike, with the wrinkles and creases between the fingers clearly visible. The angle at which the carving knife fell, the depth of the cuts, the tears in the wood's fibers under the sharp knife all spread out in his mind like a scroll. His 10 fingers were incredibly agile, constantly changing tools, carving, engraving, chiseling, gouging, hollowing out. A variety of skilled techniques bloomed at his fingertips. Li Che closed his eyes as if he were carving blind. But with his eyes closed, he could see even more, perceive even more. He even incorporated his own feelings. The image from his past life memories, of the apprentice who rode the windfire golden wheel and stirred the seas with the red silk, slowly emerged. Bang! A sound like fireworks exploding rang out from outside the treasure building. A dense mist of vapor shot into the sky as if the spring rain had suddenly burst into myriad droplets, forming a hazy fog. Inside the house, Sheng Guanqinghong, who sat in the corner, was moved. She approached the carved wooden window, looked outside, and saw white waves crashing against the shore. There are waves. Sheng Guanqinghong spoke softly. Her voice was not loud, but at that moment within the examination room, it was like thunder, and the 2 minor supervisors promptly came over and looked out through the window. The treasure building was built beside the riverbank, its foundation a cliffside boulder, the spray of the waves striking it and bursting into a mist that soared skyward. Because the waves in the 9 Dragons River running through the city were usually very calm, such a sudden wave was very noticeable, and the divinity contained within the splashing waves was even more evident. Goodness, this young man truly has something. Gong Yanglian Cheng stroked his beard, partly in admiration. He was indeed able to draw upon the divinity within the tributary of the 9 Dragons River to stir up waves. Although the waves weren't big, Li Che was, after all, only a 10th capital level wood carving master. Not bad, the talent is indeed good, continuing the carving based on the original wood carver's remaining techniques and thoughts. It's a pity that he seems to lack any divine sculpture method. Gong Yunli also offered praise. Purely on talent. The 2 of them naturally had discerning eyes. The skill exhibited by Li Che belonged to mastering the techniques that ordinary wood carvers could grasp, almost reaching the transformation realm and achieving the 10th capital level wood carving master. However, he had not acquired any legacy of divine sculpture techniques. Also, due to insufficient vigor, blood, and divinity, he could only reach the 10th capital level. With divine base cultivation and the inherited divine sculpture technique, Li Che would easily become a 9 luminaries level wood carving master. To qualify for the second-class guest official examination of the Kintian Observatory, one needed to reach the 9 luminaries level. Whether as an alchemist, divine painter, divine armaments master, or divine carver, it was all the same. Within the Kintian Observatory, though the crafts were categorized, they were ultimately differentiated by the rank of guest official. Gong Yanglian Cheng and Gong Yunli had more or less approved Li Che's level. The spot for the third-class guest official was virtually assured for him. However, Li Che had not yet stopped carving, so they did not interrupt him. Eventually, to what degree could Li Che finish the wood carving? And to what height could he incite the divinity-infused waves from the temple god in the 9 Dragons River outside the building to splash against the shore? They wanted to see. Hiss. Li Che's eyes suddenly snapped open, his posture shifting dramatically, with the last stroke of the knife across the wood carving completing the final details. The entire wood carving on the working platform seemed to suddenly come to life, with the sound of roaring anger spreading through heaven and earth, and even the sound of stirred tides. Li Che felt the divine wood carving continuously drawing his vitality and blood, so greedy it even attempted to draw in the mystic veins inner chi he had hidden away with the dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit. Within his chest cavity, the dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit trembled, like a broadsword cutting off the other's stealthy hand. Li Che's blood vitality from the blood exchange was completely drained. The divinity of his nature nourishing like a stream was utterly exhausted. Li Che staggered back several steps, sweat pouring from his body, looking extremely exhausted and drained of physical strength. A wood carving master's carving of a divine carving involves not only physical strength but also consumes divinity, greatly depleting both the body and mind. After all, carving a divine wood carving is no longer ordinary woodwork. It was as if ethereal flames were rising, as the divinity wandering between heaven and earth, the divinity of the temple god from the 9 Dragons River evaporated and ascended, was drawn in, creating this supernatural sight. It's done. Within the room, Gong Yanglian Cheng and Gong Yunli's eyes suddenly brightened. In an instant, they appeared beside the carved wooden window, their gazes falling outside toward the 9 Dragons River, which had calmed down. Spring rain drizzled, the river's surface was smooth, without a ripple. The 2 were stunned, no waves. Sheng Guanqinghong also popped out ahead, that shouldn't be. Suddenly, Sheng Guanqinghong's eyes hardened as she looked towards the end of the 9 Dragons River. There. A white snake rolled across the river surface, separating heaven and earth with a single tidal line. Here it comes. Gong Yunli took a deep breath, his body couldn't help but shake, faintly feeling awestruck. This momentum. Was this a tide that a 10th capital level woodcarver could incite? The tidal wave rolled from the end of the river, the waters undulated, suddenly collapsing several meters down. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, accompanied by a sound of fury, as if thousands of horses were thundering forward. The spring rain between heaven and earth suddenly grew violent, huge droplets merged with the river's aura, crashing into the human world, striking the earth. Find more chapters on novel.com. Even, faintly hearing under the tidal roar, cries of rage, sobs, and sorrow. It was as if a divinity was awakening, standing upon the vast, boundless sea, looking around in confusion, lifting its head to the skies and weeping. Whose divine tears, transformed into millennia of furious waves? Bang! The waves fiercely slammed upon the cliffs below the Kintian Observatory treasure building at the Nine Dragons River bank. Boom, boom, boom. The three standing before the carved wooden window saw the white waves soaring high, even leaping over the height of the window, pouring down in front of them like a curtain of waterfall. Quiet, silent. There was, too, a measure of shock. An intense divinity, along with the overflowing tidal waves, spread throughout heaven and earth, its concentration nearly 40 to 50% higher than usual. Gong Yangliancheng was the first to react, his expression slightly changed, divine sense fluctuated, and behind him emerged a divine foundation, the light flowing, vaguely reflecting a blurred divine minister wanting to manifest from the divine foundation. With a fierce wave of his hand, the rich divinity engulfing the entire building was pushed aside, yet the divinity in the tidal wave continued relentlessly, as if evaporated by scorching heat. Gong Yunli also joined in the suppression. The two minor supervisors from the Kintian Observatory worked together, barely suppressing this boiling divinity. It was mainly because the temple god's divine hierarchy was too high. Shang Guan King Hong's fair and lovely face was flushed. Li Che gasped for breath, his face slightly pale, looking excessively strained. He stepped back twice. He took a long breath out. Was that, the temple god divinity merged into the river water? That temple god divinity of the eight-armed prison lotus furious third crown prince? The tug of war continued briefly, the tidal wave calmed, and the divinity also remerged into the river waves, everything returning to peace. Gong Yunli and Gong Yangliancheng breathed a long sigh of relief. It was almost an examination accident. The two returned to the wood carving, revealing an intrigued look in their eyes. How much? 70%? Definitely more, 90%? To incite such a huge wave and rile up the temple god divinity in the river to such tumult, even if the examiner himself did the carving, it might not be possible. Gong Yunli couldn't help but speak. Their gaze fell on the wood carving sculpted by Li Che, but they saw nothing special about it. Yet why could it incite such a tide? A 10th city's level divine wood carving, how could there be such a divine resonance? The two fell into deep thought, but soon they stopped pondering further. Master Li, congratulations, you have passed the third-class guest official examination, Gong Yunli said, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her eyes somewhat eager. Give me your identity token, and I'll activate the divinity within it, then you can infuse your own divinity or vital essence, and it will serve as your credential of a third-class guest official. Li Che took out the token and handed it to Gong Yunli. Gong Yunli took it, a thread of divinity flickered in her palm before dissipating, then she returned it to Li Che. Li Che felt that the small temple pattern on the token had become more lifelike. All right, guest official Li, starting today, you are a member of our Heavenly Oversight guest officials, entitled to service benefits, and with this guest official token, you can buy resources inside the Kintian Observatory with a 20% discount, Gong Yunli gently smiled. Furthermore, as a third-class divine carver, you may receive a copy of the Great Scenic Heavenly 7 Elements Thousand-Hand Divine Carving Technique, upper volume, which must not be disclosed or transmitted. Additionally, you can also accept divine wood carving tasks from the Kintian Observatory. With rewards from the task, the Kintian Observatory only takes a 20% share, Gong Yunli continued. As for other benefits and treatments, let Shangguan Heavenly Censor tell you in detail later. Upon hearing these words, Li Che nodded. We will take this wood carving. Guest official Li, looking forward to the day you become a second-class guest official, Gong Yunli smiled gently at Li Che. Then she and Gong Yangliancheng left with the wood carving sculpted by Li Che. Shangguan King Hong's face remained red and flushed, the blush on her tender skin lingering for a long while. Li Che glanced at her oddly, red-faced from watching the waves. Miss Shangguan, you are remarkable. It's as if you have an allergy to divinity. Congratulations, guest official Li. From now on, you and I are colleagues, Shangguan Qinghong said with a grin, her face as red as Guan Gong. Shangguan Qinghong accompanied Li Che out of the second-floor examination room. Along the way, she informed Li Che about the benefits and advantages of becoming a third-class guest official. The two returned to the first floor, where Lu He and Hai Chuanying were already waiting, evidently aware of Li Che's examination today and awaiting the results. When they saw the token tied around Li Che's waist, both couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, Li, on becoming a Kintian Observatory guest official. Please look after us from now on. The two greeted with a bow, and Li Che returned the greeting. Ha ha ha, with a recommendation from Elder Qingshan, how could you possibly fail to become a guest official, Li? Tonight, let's head to Yunfang Boat to celebrate for you. Lu He was very enthusiastic, and he excelled at visiting the pleasure districts and listening to music. Moreover, as a guest official of the Kintian Observatory, visiting the pleasure districts and listening to music was just the most basic business skill. Shang Guanqinghong kicked Lu He, don't lead Li astray. After all, Li is a family man. Ha ha ha, just joking, just joking. By the way, I have some good news to share with brother Li. Lu He laughed and then looked at Li Che, saying, just on the way here, I heard a sensational piece of news. Qin Yuking from the Qin family, the jade-faced poisonous Rakshasa, crossed someone she shouldn't have and was shot to death inside the Qin mansion. Her death was extremely tragic. With the death of the jade-faced poisonous Rakshasa, brother Li can finally sleep well. This woman was extremely malevolent. She intended to vent her anger on everyone from Fei Lei City. Now that she's dead, it's a big problem off brother Li's shoulders. It's just unknown who the expert was. It's said that from tens of miles away, the kill was certain. It's absolutely horrifying to hear. Lu He shook his head, full of amazement. From tens of miles away, to remotely kill a grandmaster, even if it was a weakened grandmaster high on drugs, it was still no mean feat. Li Che showed a look of surprise, but he felt a great relief within, letting out a long breath as if a heavy stone had suddenly fallen. After all, he only had one chance with the immortal artisan Barrett, so whether Qin Yuking lived or died after that attack depended on her own fate. Now it seemed, Qin Yuking's fate wasn't shallow, she died a swift death. Shang Guanqinghong had just heard about it and was immediately shocked. The Qin family has the diviner ancestor presiding. Didn't he stop it? He didn't stop it, indeed. I heard that the diviner ancestor of the Qin family was furiously enraged. The method of killing was said to be through mechanized secret techniques, so the ancestor has contacted the Temple Control Bureau, intending to thoroughly investigate various forces. After all, Qin Yuking was a direct member of the Qin family, brutally shot within the mansion. The diviner ancestor's face was practically swollen from the slap. Lu He said, restraining his laughter. When it involved the diviner ancestor, it wasn't good to laugh too loudly. Hai Chuanying had always been quiet, but at this moment, he couldn't help but look strangely at Li Che. They had just discussed the threat from Qin Yuking with Li Che the day before, and the next day, Qin Yuking was shot to death at home. Of course, Hai Chuanying didn't think it was Li Che who had killed Qin Yuking. What was Li Che's cultivation compared to Qin Yuking's? The gap between the two was simply too vast. Even if Li Che had become a third-class guest official at the Kintian Observatory, it was incomparable to Qin Yuking's status. He just felt that Li Che was really lucky. With the death of Qin Yuking, Golden Light Prefecture City is likely to be in chaos. Before the Spirit Child assessment of the Divine Sect branch, the local powers in the city were already somewhat restless. The Qin family might just take the opportunity of Qin Yuking's death to make a move, snatching some benefits from the other major noble families. At least a few marketplaces and several gangs might change hands. Hai Chuanying said somberly. Enjoy new adventures at. Moreover, Qin Yuking was the mistress of Jin Xian, the great elder of the Gold Split Gate, associated with him in a debased manner. That Jin Xian, a divine phase realm illusory phase cultivator who has lived for 200 years, was very fond of Qin Yuking and even promoted her to the position of a true successor, leaning resources to nurture her. Now that she has died in such a manner, this divine symbol cultivator might be angrier than the Qin family and will probably investigate thoroughly. Hai Chuanying's words made Li Che's heart tighten slightly, and although he took it seriously, he did not dwell on it deeply. After all, having killed Qin Yuking and offended the Qin family, adding one more gold split gate, didn't seem like much more. Might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. In any case, for him now, these were all untouchable existences. The group talked for a while longer, and Shang Guanqinghong went to fetch Li Che's guest official robe plus the benefits he was entitled to. Shortly after, Li Che then received the perks of becoming a guest official. A guest official robe, a bottle of 9th rank martial arts pills, and a copy of Great Scenic Heavenly 7-Element Thousand-Handed Divine Carving Technique, upper volume. These are the Imperial Heaven Furious Dark Jiao martial pills at 9th rank superior, made from the true blood of the Furious Dark Jiao, and their medicinal strength is significantly higher than the 9th grade lower rank. Because the medicinal strength is too strong, brotherly, when you take them, grind them, and divide them into 3 parts, they can be used to accelerate the blood exchange. Roughly 3 pills should be enough for you to complete the 9 shifts blood exchange, probably needing about 2 months. After that, brotherly can come to get the Great Scenic Meridian Opening Method, which are all provided for free after becoming a guest official. Shang Guanqinghong handed over the items one by one to Li Che, providing explanations. What is this? Li Che pinched a black amber-like crystal stone. This is a 10 cities divine crystal, and a third-class guest official receives 10 such crystals as a monthly salary. Is Li still nurturing his nature? Refining a divine crystal can accelerate nature nurturing. Shang Guanqinghong said with a smile. Divine crystal? Li Che took a deep breath. This was a resource. It was a resource only accessible in big cities, completely unheard of in Fei Lei City, and Cao Guang, being the lord of a city, did not even possess divine crystals among his assets. However, it might have been that he once had some, but had refined them all. Divine crystals are mostly produced inside the strange K of mysterious temples. Therefore, only the 9 luminaries bizarre temple can produce divine crystals, Shang Guanqinghong added, as if aware of what Li Che was thinking. Li Che held the divine crystal. He tried to secretly sense it with his divine sense. The next moment, his eyes involuntarily focused because the divinity contained within this divine crystal was as pure as the divinity within the pure heart Dao Fruit. Gong Yunli and Gong Yang Liancheng, the two minor supervisors, holding the statue of the four-armed furious crown prince carved by Li Che, ascended towards the upper floors of the Kintian Observatory treasure building. When they reached the 7th floor, the two stopped, walked around the corridor, and arrived in front of a tea room. A faint scent of tea drifted from the tea room. Deputy Inspector, today it is your turn to pose the challenge, and the piece recommended by Li Qingshan, a third-class guest official, has been brought for your reassessment, said Gong Yang Liancheng, holding the wood carving slightly bowing respectfully. Come in, a faint voice came from inside the tea room. Gong Yunli and Gong Yang Liancheng stepped into the tea room. They saw a man in a simple white robe sitting quietly at a yellow pear wood tea table, adeptly brewing tea. Just place it on the table by the door, do not disturb my tea brewing, he said. Yes, Gong Yang Liancheng placed the wood carving on a small table by the door. After brewing a bowl of tea, the man in the white robe took a small sip and then poured it all out. He then wiped his hands with a cloth. Barely lifting his eyelids, his gaze fell on the wood carving placed at the door. Just one glance, and the pupils of the man in the white robe suddenly narrowed. Bring it closer, put it on the tea table, he said. Gong Yang Liancheng was startled. He picked up the wood carving and placed it on the tea table. The deputy inspector examined it closely, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. This man has been to one of the 4 royal mysterious temples. Has he seen a temple god? Has this boy entered the 3rd prince temple outside the mansion city? The deputy inspector's white clothes fluttered without wind as he squinted at the divine statue quietly placed on the tea table. Discover stories with. Although it was only of 10 cities level, the divinity on it was very weak. But for a wood carving master, through a wood carving, one can perceive what the carver wants to express, a meaning pieced together through skill, lines, and patterns. The reason why a master is that they have mastered a skill to the extreme, and to seek a breakthrough, they can only present and express differently in their conception. Some inkwash painting masters, with only a few strokes that seem to be carelessly splashed ink at a casual glance, but upon closer examination, one would discover a unique kind of beauty, a beauty of meaning. The same is true for carving. Gong Yang Liancheng and the beautiful Gong Yunli were both confused by the deputy inspector's words. Is the deputy inspector referring to that 8-armed prison lotus furious 3rd prince mysterious temple outside the city? Gong Yunli couldn't help asking. The deputy inspector, dressed in white, with a handsome and delicate appearance, looked like a youthful and handsome boy of 17 or 18, and now he cast an annoyed glance at Gong Yunli. Little Gong, don't be a bimbo. Are there other prince temples outside the city? Upon hearing this, Gong Yunli immediately became embarrassed. She lowered her head to glance at her towering chest. Indeed, the deputy inspector loved to speak half-truths. He certainly hasn't seen the temple god. Li Che's cultivation of qi and blood is only at the blood exchange level, and his divinity is just nurturing nature like a stream. He can't even enter the strange K, let alone the mysterious temple. Even for us, even if we were to bear the temple god's pressure and enter the mysterious temple, we might not be able to reach the front of the temple platform, let alone see the 8-armed wrathful 3rd prince temple god. Gong Yang Liancheng spoke with a heavy voice from the side. Indeed, that's the reason. Even if the youngster hid his cultivation, he couldn't have hidden so much. The deputy inspector nodded, approached the wood carving, raised his finger, and gently caressed the carving strokes on the wood carving. With his eyes closed, every inch his fingers slid across the wood carving seemed to bring him a peculiar sensation that made his hair stand on end. This carving task was set by me. It took me a few breaths to carve a rough prototype, but this youngster not only perfectly continued my carving thoughts and methods but even in the latter half, he integrated his own understanding and feelings. He must have never seen a real deity, yet he was able to use his imagination to outline a figure that nearly matched the deity. This boy is similar to me. The deputy inspector slowly opened his eyes, a gentle smile hanging on his lips. He then said, this boy has the qualifications of a special class guest minister. Upon hearing this, Gong Yang Liancheng and Gong Yunli were immediately shocked. This evaluation was too high. Guest officials were typically divided into 3 levels, from 3rd to 2nd to 1st class, and a 1st class guest official, when placed in the Mansion City Kintian Observatory, even surpassed their status as minor supervisors. Because with the identity of a 1st class guest official, even in other mansion cities, or even in state cities Kintian Observatory treasure building, one could maintain their status. However, they were only minor supervisors of the Golden Light Prefecture Kintian Observatory treasure building, and once they left Golden Light Prefecture and went to other mansion cities, they were naturally 1 rank lower, and if they went to the state city or even the great scenic divine capital, they would be 2 or 3 ranks lower, let alone special class guest minister. Gong Yunli shook her head in disbelief, her bosom heaving turbulently. Deputy Inspector, you are overpraising a newcomer? You can't be sarcastic and overpraise him just because he was recommended by Li Qingshan. Gong Yang Liancheng came back to his senses, his face darkened. Ah, little Yunli, how do you talk to a superior? Can these words be said? You can't just grow in size, you also need to grow some brains. As expected, the deputy inspector's brow furrowed. Overpraising? Me, overpraising a newcomer because of Li Qingshan. Little Gong, do you remember how many articles there are in the official regulations of the Kintian Observatory drafted jointly by the Chief Divine Inspector and Deputy Divine Inspectors from the Capital Divine Inspection Divine Treasure Building? Gong Yunli, there are a total of 108 Kintian Observatory regulations. Remembered well, go back and copy them 20 times, bring it to me for review tomorrow. For every error or omission, a penalty of 110 cities divine crystal. Gong Yunli was immediately shocked, grinding her teeth. It was personal vengeance, too much for a pretentiously young old man. The deputy inspector's gaze sharpened, staring at Gong Yunli. 30 times. Gong Yunli instantly lowered her unyielding head, forgetting that the old man possessed divine arts similar to mind reading. Deputy Inspector, I still must say, flaunting the title of Special Class Guest Minister should not be mentioned lightly. It's excessive overpraising for a newcomer. Gong Yunli was quite fond of Li Che, a good wood-carving master, amiable, and with a gentle temperament. She quite liked him. But to say that Li Che had the qualifications of a special class guest minister, could crush the young man. After speaking, Gong Yunli quickly tiptoed away, lifting the hem of her white robe. The deputy inspector remained silent. He looked towards Gong Yanglianchang. The deputy inspector has discerning eyes and speaks sense. Subordinates also feel that this boy's future is boundless and indeed has the qualifications of a special class guest minister. Gong Yanglianchang loudly echoed in agreement, not about to be as brainless as Gong Yunli, stuffing his head with iron. Why argue with a superior? Gong Yanglianken's principle was a slap on the back, and gold flows in. Remind little Gong that this evaluation must not be spread. One can't just call it overpraising, lest she slips up first. The deputy inspector felt drained, his two subordinates, one stubborn as hell, the other a sycophant to the core. It really was a mix of fragrant and stench. Gong Yangliancheng of course understood, and he nodded solemnly. The deputy inspector is prudent, truly cautious. No wonder you are the deputy inspector. I am sincerely impressed. Experience more tales on. Shut up, you may leave if there's nothing else. Gong Yangliancheng made a deep bow, his hands hanging by his side, and slowly retreated out of the room. Inside the tea room, the fragrance of tea lingered. It remained as serene as usual. The deputy inspector rubbed the statue with his fingers, and in a trance, he seemed to see a figure raising the red silk, stirring the vast sea. Recommended by Li Qingshan. Such talent, and yet he was not sent to the divine sect but to the Kintian Observatory to become a guest elder. For what reason? In another 5 years, it will be time for the strange calamities to form due to the commotion at the fury of the 4 Imperials in the temple of the third prince. The corpse god cult. Troublesome times indeed. The deputy inspector withdrew his hand from the statue and closed his eyes, massaging his temples. Suddenly, his fingers paused and his narrow eyes snapped open. Or perhaps, this Li Qingshan harbors doubts about the divine sect branch. After the rain, the sky cleared, and sunlight peeked out from behind the heavy leaden clouds, casting its light upon the human world, reflecting upon the shimmering water. Li Che left the Kintian Observatory Treasure Building in high spirits. Becoming a third-class guest official at the observatory, he not only enjoyed its resources but also gained quite a few nice things. Most importantly, he had acquired substantial clout, enough to make many forces within Mansion City wary, ensuring the safety of his small family for some years to come. For Li Che, that was enough. He didn't desire much, just peaceful and stable years. To quietly watch his daughter grow up, to see her succeed in her cultivation. This was the simple and honest wish of an old father. Li Che was in a good mood as he walked out of the Kintian Observatory, strolling along the broad streets of Mansion City, wide enough to fit 10 horse carriages side by side. Breathing in the refreshingly clean air, basking in the spring breeze that uplifted one's spirits. Li Che planned to head to Fragrant Pavilion, order a table full of good wine and dishes, and go home to celebrate, especially with several roasted ducks from Fragrant Pavilion, which Shi and his wife both loved to eat. However, Li Che did not let his guard down, as Qin Yuking was ultimately killed by him. Although he was confident he left no clue linking back to him, and the Qin family could not act against him without evidence given his status as a heavenly oversight guest official, one could never be too sure. What if another person like Qin Yuking emerged from the Qin family, the kind who is determined to take you down at all costs, even attacking passersby? Therefore, Li Che remained vigilant and could not afford to be lax. Even within Mansion City, this world was not safe, and perhaps for a long time, he would have to tread carefully. That's right, Li Che's thoughts stirred, and the chess saint's Dao Fruit trembled as the heaven and earth chessboard spread its influence. Indeed, the 3 shadowy Qin Mansion investigators who had been following and investigating him had vanished without a trace. With Qin Yuking's death, those 3 probably returned to report back to the Qin Mansion. Just as well, their presence had given him proof that it was impossible for him to have acted against Qin Yuking. After all, his shooting of Qin Yuking happened in another direction from the Kintian Observatory Treasure Building. Having ordered the wines and dishes, Li Che did not immediately return to his small courtyard but first went to another courtyard he had purchased, the workshop. Sitting in a chair, he boiled hot water and brewed a pot of tea. Amidst the fluttering spring breeze, he took a sip of the fine tea, his mood growing even brighter. Then, he began to sort through his gains from becoming a third-class guest official at the observatory. With a thought. Name, Li Che. Bonds, Li Nuangzai, daughter. Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan, LV3, 68%. Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV3, 13%. Pure Heart, LV2, 18%, Chess Saint, LV2, 7%. Prototype of Divine Powers, Immortal Worker, 1000 Analyzing Hands, Dragon Elephant Vajra, Ascend. Novel.com. Li Che glanced over the Dao Fruit feedback and noticed the Dao Fruit Immortal Artisan had suddenly increased its maturity by 20%. He was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the statue he carved in the Kintian Observatory had such a large impact? No, it should be because he had completed Namo Immortal Artisan Bodhi Barrett in addition to carving that statue in the observatory. Li Che had carved statues of the Namo Immortal Artisan before but never had such a significant increase in its maturity, which was somewhat strange. There had to be a reason. Could it be related to the image of the deity he envisioned, stepping on the golden wheel, dancing with red silk across the seas, and integrating it into the wood carving? Li Che's eyes glittered, a hint of excitement arising in him. If that was indeed the case, he might have found a way to rapidly increase the maturity of his immortal craft Dao Fruit. He didn't rush to test it either, as it was already late and carving another divine wood carving of the four-armed angry prince would take too long. With a squeeze of his hand, he retrieved other rewards for becoming a third-class guest official from his Kinkin space. A softly glowing crystal stone landed in his hand. A warm sensation emanated from the crystal stone. Divine crystal, an object of divinity that can only be obtained within Strange K, as Miss Shangguan said, for higher-grade divine items, elixirs, divine weapons, and so on. In the Kintian Observatory, one would not use gold or silver, the mundane things of the world, but divine crystal. Li Che held the crystal stone, but what truly stirred his emotions was the divinity contained within the divine crystal. A milky white purity similar to that of pure heart. The same source, huh? Both are pure and flawless divinities. Li Che's gaze sharpened, and the next moment, he extended his divine sense, drawing out the divinity from within the divine crystal. However, as soon as his divine sense touched the divinity within the divine crystal, the pure heart in his chest suddenly began to pulse vehemently. Like a ravenous being, it unexpectedly opened its mouth wide. The divinity from the 10 cities divine crystal was smoothly drawn out and merged entirely into the pure heart. Li Che. No need for 1000 analyzing hands. He directly siphoned the divinity from within the divine crystal, indulging in a vigorous, silky draw. The maturity of the pure heart Taoist fruit increased by 2% straight away. How could this be? If 110 cities divine crystal could increase maturity by 2%, then wouldn't 40 more allow the pure heart Taoist fruit to be ripened to level 3? A shortcut indeed. Within the small courtyard, Li Che's eyes sparkled with light, or rather, this was the correct way to open the pure heart Taoist fruit. In Feilei City, he could not come into contact with divine crystals at all and had to diligently and painstakingly cultivate, drawing the divinity between heaven and earth to nurture the pure heart. Yet in Mansion City, things changed with a bounty of resources. Regrettably, the monthly salary for a third-class guest official was only 310 cities divine crystals. To gather 40 divine crystals, it would take a year's time. Li Che exhaled a breath. No matter, take it slow, no rush. With his mind at peace, Li Che was composed. Moreover, now that I have become a third-class guest official, besides the salary, I should also be able to earn divine crystals by crafting divine wood carvings. Li Che smiled, feeling increasingly optimistic about the future. Now, the divinity of my pure heart has reached a nurturing nature as river-like level. To condense the pure heart divine foundation, I'm afraid I'll have to reach level 3. If it were before, Li Che would not know how long it would take to save up, but now with divine crystals, the pace was definitely going to be much faster. He took out a second divine crystal and activated the pure heart to absorb it. In just 3 or 4 breaths, the divinity within the 10 cities divine crystal was completely devoured, leaving only a dull and lusterless crystal stone. This is just the 10 cities divine crystal. There are even higher quality divine crystals. Li Che couldn't help but look forward to it more and more. Mainly, the silky smooth process of siphoning the divinity from the divine crystal was immensely soothing to every pore in Li Che's body. The absorbed divinity not only entered the pure heart Taoist fruit but also washed and cleansed his physical body. The 3 divine crystals were quickly devoured by Li Che. The maturity of the pure heart Taoist fruit also piled up to 24%. Such rapid ripening gladdened Li Che's heart even more. Looking at the 3 empty crystal stones, Li Che felt somewhat melancholy for a moment. Without its divinity, the divine crystal loses its function as currency, turning into an ordinary crystal stone. However, Li Che suddenly had an idea and grabbed a divine crystal, deep in thought. He released the divinity from within his three-eyed fierce true monarch divine foundation. He discovered that when this attuned divinity struck the crystal stone of the divine crystal, it was almost as if it was being shielded, making the release and agitation much more difficult. A divine crystal husk is a rather good material for conducting pure divinity. If integrated into the spirit wood raven, it could trigger a divinity explosion, enhancing the burst strength. Furthermore, if the powder from the divine crystal stones were to explode, it could even form a field that weakens the opponent's divinity. Ideas began to surge in Li Che's mind. His eyes gleamed slightly. The strength of divine cultivators lay in the oppression of their divine hierarchy. If divinity were to be restricted, and they had to rely solely on qi and blood cultivation for combat, Li Che had the dragon elephant Vajra Taoist fruit, unparalleled horizontal refinement, and his power form ascending the tower. He could easily pound ordinary divine veins into submission, though facing a grandmaster might be more challenging. The main issue was that his martial cultivation was at the mysterious vein level, still somewhat weak. He needed to hasten his cultivation to the divine vein and even strive to become a true Qi Grandmaster. If horizontal refinement could not suppress the opponent, in a divine crystal field, the opponent's attuned divinity would be weakened, but he, Li Che, could still utilize the pure heart divinity. This could serve as a little trump card. Li Che smiled. His 5 fingers exerted strength, crushing the incomparably tough divine crystal gemstone into fine fragments, before he took out a 9 luminaries level gilded bloodshock spear. After some tampering and grinding, it turned into a fine powder resembling lime. It can complement the craftsmanship of the spirit wood raven. Conceal this divine crystal powder within, and when thrown in battle, it explodes, forming a crystal powder field. Let's call it Raven Hand Grenade. The sky had just started to dim. Li Che returned home, finding Shi sitting listlessly under the eaves, no longer playing with her twist car. Her enthusiasm faded. She really wanted to set off fireworks, but Daddy definitely wouldn't allow it. Shi looked up, a sullenness on her small face that was not typical for her age. I really miss school. Shi yearned for the days she spent at Sue's Divine Cultivation Institute. When Li Che arrived, he saw Shi contemplating life under the eaves and couldn't help but take out the sugar-coated hawthorns he had bought. The moment Shi saw them, her eyes lit up and she dashed toward her old father. Li Che picked her up, handed her the sugar-coated hawthorns, and thought if Shi had them to eat every day, she probably wouldn't miss school as much. At nightfall, a waiter from the fragrant pavilion delivered a sumptuous meal. Old Chen, puzzled, pinched his wine gourd. You lad have been ordering dishes from outside again. Such luxury? It's not easy living in Mansion City. Save some money. His wife, Zhang Ye, was also surprised, but seeing the full table of sumptuous dishes, she thought her husband must have some happy occasion to celebrate. Li Che also called over his great-uncle's family. They lived in a small courtyard not far from their yard, which Li Che had also purchased to provide his great-uncle and cousin a place to live. Given Li Che's current financial capabilities, it really wasn't much, and since his great-uncle's family had raised him, this amount of money was even less of a concern. His great-uncle, great-aunt, and cousin, Li Zhengrand's family, all came to attend the feast. Midway through the banquet, Li Che raised a toast to announce that he had become a third-class guest official at the Kintian Observatory. After the announcement, everyone was stunned. Old Chen almost choked on his wine. Kintian Observatory? Third-class guest official. Li Che, kid, you're eating the government rice now. Great-uncle Li Liang was even more thrilled, overwhelmed with excitement. As a scholar, he felt the most exuberant about Li Che's entry into the Kintian Observatory. It was a completely different concept from when Li Che had become a woodcarver at Sue's wood-carving shop. After all, that was the imperial court's power. Although a guest official wasn't considered an official, he was still half in officialdom. For becoming an official, someone like his great-uncle who was a scholar held deep aspirations? Good, good, good. His great-uncle repeatedly toasted to celebrate, quickly becoming tipsy, his eyes shimmering with moisture. Second brother, your son has made something of himself? After Li Che announced the news, he casually tore off a duck leg for Shi, then quietly went back to eating and drinking. Under the candlelight, the atmosphere was harmonious and joyful. Li Che wore a gentle smile, but his brow soon furrowed. Because, in his perception of the heaven and earth chessboard, 2 strong energies were rapidly approaching. Sounds of knocking on the door soon came from the yard, bringing an abrupt silence. I'll go. I'll open the door. His great-uncle wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, and with a wobble, got up, intending to open the door. But Li Che, for some reason, appeared beside him and pressed him back into the chair. Enjoy more content from Great-uncle, enjoy your drink. I'll go. Li Che pressed his uncle back into his seat, urging him to continue drinking. The uncle, somewhat unsteady, did not refuse and plopped back onto the chair, resuming his drinking contest with old Chen. Li Che walked to the courtyard gate, his expression slightly cold and his brows furrowed. Creak. The door swung open to reveal 2 figures wearing official uniforms. The uniforms were black and red, embroidered with red cloud patterns, made of a special material that was stiff and upright. A golden control character was stitched onto the chest. Clothes of an officer from the Temple Control Bureau? Li Che's eyes sharpened as he recognized the newcomers as divine envoys from the Temple Control Bureau. After all, their outfits were too conspicuous, known to everyone in Golden Light Prefecture City. You are Li Che. Upon opening the door, the gaze of both Temple Control Bureau divine envoys fell upon him. 2 formidable pressures of divinity, albeit subtle, lingered in the air, emanating an intimidating presence that made one's heart tremble under their direct gaze. This was evidently a divine secret technique unique to the divine envoys of the Temple Control Bureau. Although the pressure had no effect on Li Che and was as inconsequential as a breeze to him, he still took a deep breath, his face changed slightly, and he saluted. I have seen the 2 officers. The Temple Control Bureau, as an armed organ of the Dejing dynasty, could be seen as akin to the Six Doors organization. Although they mainly dealt with matters associated with the mysterious temples, they would intervene in any matters related to divinity. With the arrival of the Temple Control Bureau's divine envoys at his home, Li Che's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Were they so quick? That shouldn't be the case, for when he killed Qin Yuking, he left no trace, and even had Qin Yuking's hidden scout provide him with an alibi, it couldn't possibly be exposed so quickly. The leading divine envoy squinted, brandishing a divine envoy token from the Temple Control Bureau, and looked at Li Che with indifferent eyes. Come with us, the chief has some questions for you. The chief. Li Che's heart sank slightly. At the level of the Kintian Observatory, the chief would be equivalent to the rank of a minor supervisor. Why would such a person be concerned with him for no reason? Could they suspect his involvement in Qin Yuking's death? Li Che's brows furrowed, glancing at the courtyard before following the two divine envoys into the dark alleyway. He took out 2 gold leaves and handed them to the envoys. May I know which chief wants to interrogate me? However, the 2 divine envoys smiled cryptically. Bribing an officer of the Temple Control Bureau is no minor crime. If we accept your bribe and are discovered, we could face the whip. Upon hearing this, Li Che understood immediately. It required more money. He then took out another 10 gold leaves and passed them over. This time, the divine envoys did not refuse. They pocketed the money directly, proving the sum had not been sufficient before. You needn't worry too much. Chief Zhang Lianhao only asked us to bring you in, wanting to ask you a few questions about Qin Yuking. Do you know her? The third Miss Qin, found dead at home. While investigating this case, we found that just before her death, Qin Yuking had secretly captured many cultivators who came to Feilei City. Therefore, we have to take in and question all cultivators from Feilei City. As for why the chief specifically wants to see you, we're not sure. The 2 divine envoys, in front of Li Che, deftly shared the 12 gold leaves between them, speaking to him with smiles. Mainly because Li Che was cooperative enough, and his attitude pleased them. Running about on a late night like this was unpleasant for them, but now that they had earned some running money by pocketing some gold leaves, it wasn't too bad. Although you possess blood exchange cultivation, it seems unlikely that you're connected with the death of third Miss Qin. She was known to be a true Qi Grandmaster and a complete divine base cultivator. The divine envoy remarked with a smile. Li Che's heart relaxed upon hearing this. Yoho, it's quite lively in the courtyard, having a family feast. Should you say a word to them? You wouldn't want the feast to be consumed by anxiety and turn into a bad event, said the divine envoy, glancing at Li Che. Li Che bowed. I have just passed the examination for third-class guest official at the Kintian Observatory today. Upon hearing the good news, my family insisted on setting up a table. I initially refused, but, alas, they said that since it's a joyous occasion, it was worth celebrating, so they arranged a feast. It's quite late and you officers have just arrived. Why not join us for a drink before you leave? No sooner had Li Che finished speaking than the expressions of the 2 divine envoys changed, and the divinity that permeated the air paused for a moment. A third-class guest official from the Kintian Observatory. The 2 instinctively exchanged glances, showing a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Immediately and tacitly, they took out the gold leaves they had just divided and, adding up to 12, handed them back to Li Che. It turns out you're a colleague from the Kintian Observatory. We are both servants of the Imperial Court, and although the position of guest official is external, it's still an office of the government. We didn't know and are blameless, guest official Li. Please do not take it to heart. Li Che, however, waved his hand, pushing the gold leaves back to them. To establish a firm footing in a city, it was essential to be well-versed in the ways of the world. How could I take it back? After all, you 2 officers had to make the trip in the middle of the night. Consider it compensation for your efforts. Li Che said with a laugh, then invited the 2 divine envoys from the Temple Control Bureau to have a drink in the courtyard. They showed him face and were no longer aggressively demanding. After having the drink, Li Che casually mentioned it to Zhang Ya before they both departed. Golden Light Prefecture, Temple Control Bureau. As the largest martial power in Golden Light Mansion City, its halls were filled with numerous strong individuals, and countless cultivators were stationed, for the Temple Control Bureau had to be ever vigilant against the outbreak of the mysterious temples. Should divinity from the gods of a mysterious temple outside the city infect and spawn evil spirits, the Bureau must dispatch forces to eliminate and suppress them. Even though the Grand Prospect dynasty had granted considerable authority to the noble families of various cities, the Temple Control Bureau's power to intimidate was still fearsome. Continue your saga on .com.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.